All right. I think we have reached the time here. So just a quick reminder, there is there's a Discord, right? A Discord channel for these specific talks as they happen, and also there is just sort of general chat channels, and those last indefinitely. But there is also a Zoom chat, and the Zoom chat is probably more accessible to many people, speakers to see and so forth. Keep in mind that it's a little bit ephemeral, so it may actually not last. I'll try to maybe copy them out into the Discord later, but so if there's something you want to say that is sort of like longer lasting than just here's a question I have for you right now, it's probably better to put it in the Discord, but I guess just understand the distinction between the two. Okay, so the first talk we have is Rob Justice talking about the Apple III and FujiNet, and I will bring that up here quickly, and then after the recorded part, we'll hear the from Rob question and answer session. Okay, let me get off the screen and get Rob started.
Yeah, g'day all. I'm Robert Justice. I'm going to talk a bit about using the FujiNet with the Apple III. A little bit of a recap of the FujiNet over the last year, what's been done, hardware to use with the Apple III, and then a bit of the software to get it all to work, and then we'll do a bit of a demo through it. Okie doke. All right, so FujiNet, lots of hard work being done over the past year. Smart port updates using hardware SPI. I'm quite sure if that was done last year or not. Had the floppy emulation. Jeff's added that in using the remote transmitter function to get the continuous bit stream for the tracks. Support for WAS and disk images. All the other devices have been hooked up, printer modem, etc. Checksum support, retry for smart port to help reliability. Had to work around a 2GS ROM3 bug. There's been a 2GS CDA version of the config written and a nice AppleSoft ampersand library. That's had a lot of work done to get the network device working from BASIC. You can see it's pretty much runs on a lot of the Apple platforms. 2GS, ROM1, 3, 2C, 2C+. And then if we use soft SP and disk control 2 controller or Leron or Yellowstone, then you can use it on the other slot-based machines. So a big thank you to FujiNet team for all your hard work, Tom and all the other guys there. Thank you. So this was just to try and give a bit of a map of what's there, Apple current state. So we've got 4 block devices that can grab the images off internet-based TNFS server or off a local SD, printer emulator. So these yellow ones are character-based smart port devices, which as far as we're aware, these are the only character devices out there. Modem emulator for telnetting to BBSs, network emulator says handles lots of protocols and you get FujiNet to JSON parsing, lots of stuff. Network-based clock, CPM emulator, runs CPM on the FujiNet and uses the smart port as terminal interface. And then the disk2 emulation, so it can do 2 floppies and supporting disk and WAS images sourced from internet-based TNFS server or local SD card. So there's a lot packed in there into that little FujiNet device. So the hardware, Rev 1 hardware is nearly ready, just needs a bit more final testing. I've got one here I'll use for my demo later. You can see here's a few options. This 19-pin adapter can plug on the front here, go in the back of the 2C, 2C+. Then there's an adapter cable to extend this for other computers to fit easy, the 2E. And then I've got a 26-pin to 20-pin, so I can plug it into the floppy port on the Apple III. So what do we need to use it on the Apple III? So from a hardware point of view, we've got 2 options at the moment. Leron card, that will give you the smart port only. or we can use the soft SP and do DIY soft SP. I've got this on a Grappler Plus that I'll be using. This will give you smart port and floppy support, and it uses the internal floppy Apple III floppy controller. I'm just using a straight adapter because I'm only using one floppy drive, or you can use this nice adapter that's been made, available on GitHub here. The details, here it is here. Yellowstone has some sort of issue with the SOS HD boot, so that's to be worked on. Okay, so from a software, so we need a SOS driver. So Apple III uses drivers to isolate out all of the devices from the OS, provide a common interface. So got some examples here: console, printer, audio, profile. So this one here was just to try and depict what would have been a case for the RS-232 driver. So in the original, would have had the driver, would have had a physical serial card, RS-232 connection, external modem, and a phone line. With FujiNet, we'll have its driver, talking to smart port card, smart port bus, modem emulation in the FujiNet, and then telnet via the internet. So as long as we've got this common interface here, from an application point of view, it shouldn't really care which one it's using. So from a driver interface into SOS, I just wanted to touch on this. So we have read-write commands, status and control. So these status, 1 byte status code sent, and then the driver gives you back some data. And then you can send a control code with control data. So anyone familiar with SmartPort will see that this looks a bit familiar. So if we go to the next one, this is a bit of a comparison. So this is the SOS device driver interface here and the SmartPort firmware interface. So they're similar. They've split the read block, write block out, and read and write for character devices. Status and control are basically the same. So it's fairly easy. So we should be able to just map these across, yeah? So there's a little bit more to that, but it wasn't too bad. I've just got a couple of scenarios here just to sort of show a couple of things that I found. When we were using for FujiNet Apple II apps, when you're just reading some data from a device, so you've got to find out, is there any data there? So we send a status request. Is there any bytes waiting to the FujiNet? And then either there's no bytes, or we get X bytes, and then we read it. So what I found with some of the Apple III programs, that they'll do a read request for a chunk of bytes, and then if there's none available, you'll just get 0 bytes returned. When there is some, the actual bytes transferred is indicated back in the SOS call. So that does its polling via just read, no bytes, read, no bytes, read, and then get a chunk of bytes. So I had to update FujiNet to handle this case. And then this was another alternative that EasyTerm was doing. So the original RS-232 driver for SOS would have had interrupt-driven, receive buffer. So it would do a call status request 3, which gives back the RxTX buffer status. So we don't have that as such. So inside the driver, it's just translating it to do a status request to the FujiNet, getting back bytes waiting, and then sort of simulating the response to say that Rx buffer's got X bytes, it's 0 or so many, and then the program just reads. So there was a couple little cases to handle, but nothing too major. So we have the current status of the FujiNet driver. We've got the printer RS-232 mapped to FujiNet modem, CPM for the CPM emulator, clock, and the network driver. And then I'm just using at the moment, the first 2 SmartPort block devices will work with the SOS HD boot and its included driver. There is a bit of a work in progress version that'll use 4 SmartPort block devices, but I'm not going to really touch on that today. Okay, and then the other aspect, so we had a driver, then we've got this config program that we've got to get running from FujiNet. So config is written in C using CC65, uses Apple II console routines in the F8 ROM for screen and keyboard, directly talks to SmartPort firmware interface. So we use this to configure the Wi-Fi and set up host and disk images. It's hosted on the first SmartPort block device. Excuse me. So currently there's no CC65 support for Apple III target. So how do we do it? So one thought I had was maybe we can use the Apple II emulation to run it. But normally that on the Apple III needs a floppy and then boot. So I'll show you what I've come up with for that. And the other aspect is we've got to get it to boot off a SmartPort device. So we can just reuse the SOS HD boot that I've written, ROM and the updated SOS to do that. So that'll work just straight in there. So just a bit of a recap. There's a couple of slides here. I'll get through them. The original Prodos, when Prodos come out, they had this dual boot capability. So we could, depending on the entry point into the bootloader, we could determine whether we're running on an Apple II or an Apple III and then load the appropriate operating system. So we've backed off on that a little bit, and then we've slightly modified the bootloader so that when we take the Apple III path, rather than load the SOS operating system, we're loading this Apple III sort of Apple II emulation contained in a file. So that's just basically setting up exactly what the Apple II emulation mode, with one exception. It leaves it in this Satan mode, so we can reboot back into Apple III mode without having to power off. So we do all that setup, and then we go back, reboot as an Apple II, and then we load in the config program and run it. And that way on an Apple II, we just take this path direct. On the Apple III, we do this circular route. I'll just do a little recap on the standard SOS boot setup. Too many acronyms. So it had a ROM that would just look to floppy drive 1 off the bootloader off floppy drive 1, load in the SOS kernel file from floppy drive 1, and then the loader part of the SOS kernel uses SOS calls to load in the application, a SOS interpreter, and the rest of the SOS drivers by using a floppy driver that's baked into the SOS kernel. So there was no real way, until you get all this loaded, that you can use any other device. So the SOS HD boot had a modified ROM to go look for a block device, load a bootloader, which would then load a SOS kernel off the block device. And in that modified SOS kernel, it has a block driver rather than a floppy. So then the loader can then grab these other files off a block device. So this will work sort of nicely with our config program and with the rest of FujiNet to get the images up. So I've got some reference links here. FujiNet driver, pre-built images are on this site. FujiNet wiki, a little bit about link to SOS HD boot, and that file-based Apple II emulator that was written to get the config up. So there we go. Let's have a bit of a run through it working. Yeah, hi all. Welcome to the demo part. I've got my Apple III here. I've got a soft SP on a Grappler Plus card inside, and I've got the FujiNet connected using a 26-pin to 20-pin cable connected to the internal floppy port. And I've got the video, I've got an RGB to HDMI on the back of it, and it's hooked into a converter, HDMI converter, to get onto my laptop here. So you're getting some nice crisp video. Okay, let's kick it off. So I'll just reboot hit the reset on the Apple, and that brings us up to the config. So The FujiNet config allows us to configure, Wi-Fi settings, connect to the network, SSIDs. If I hit C for config, you can see its IP address that it's currently got and what I'm connected to. So this allows you to do it all on screen, no other secondary display needed. It uses a concept of hosts where we source the images from and then slots to put them in. Smart port hosts, drive slots, sorry, and these 2 drive slots. So let's pick, here. I'm going to use a local TNFS server from Melbourne. That seems to work a little bit better for me, and I can just drop stuff on and off myself easily. So let's just hit that. 3 FujiNet, and then I've got some pre-prepared images. These are on the FujiNet GitHub site. I'm going to use this source selector one. Hit that. Now, if I hit enter, it'll mount it as read-only. If I hit W, it'll mount it as read-write. I must have been playing with a floppy here, so I'm just going to go down here and hit E to eject that one. So we've just got the OneDrive in the first smart port slot, and then we hit escape and boot it up. Now, once you boot up, if you don't power down the FujiNet, then the next time you reboot, it won't go back into config. It'll just go straight into whatever you selected. Now, I will reboot one more time. I want to show something on the driver. If I reboot, Control key down here. The sausage deboot gives a driver print. I just wanted to show that. So we've got the network driver, printer, CPM, RS232, and the FujiNet clock. And then these first 2 block devices will map to the FujiNet smart port slots for drives. So I'll hit that. I've also got FujiNet cam running. Not sure how successful that will be, but you'll see some activity there anyway. So let's go. First thing so just before we start, this is running in selector 3. So that was like a program selector menu type thing. Because the Apple III didn't have a command line interface as such, then these were quite popular. There was another one, Catalyst, that was bundled, I think, with the profile. So it has a menu structure that was all sort of set up with selector 3 when you install it. And then this has got a lot of the software from that Apple III RTR image added on it, and a few additions. So I'm going to go to the communications. Let's have a look at the modem. So if we hit access 3, so this is just looking for the .rs232 driver, which maps with FujiNet to the FujiNet device. So no changes required for access 3, just assumes that driver and should work, hopefully. Let's have a look. So we hit terminal mode, AT, and then we can dial up a bulletin board. Hopefully we should connect to the captain quarters. Maybe it didn't detect the terminal properly. Let's have a look here. There we go. Yeah, so that, no, I don't have a lot, I'm not sure what my login is, but yeah, so that's just showing that works. So we can use that modem, unchanged. It just works because the driver's doing the translation to FujiNet. So I think open up or quit, we'll get out of there. I'm just going to do a quick speed through most things here. While I'm here, I'll just mention that the time here, so this has been updated from FujiNet. So the driver, when it's initialized, where the time one's initialized, it'll grab the current FujiNet time and pop it into SOS. There's a little bit of drama with the century digit. SOS doesn't really cope with that. So some of these are going to think it's 1923. So let's have a look now at the CPM device. So CPM one, we needed a terminal emulator. So we can use Access 3 again for that. But I couldn't find any way to change the the driver name that it uses, it just defaults to .rs232. It's like it's hard coded in. Maybe I'm missing where to set it, but so I just copied the program and used the hex editor and updated it to use the .cpm device name. And that's the only change required here. So we hit this. Once it opens the CPM device, it'll start the CPM emulation on the FujiNet, and we get this run CPM. Now, the file system for this is hosted on the SD card plugged into the FujiNet. I've copied some of that stuff across, not all. So we can do a directory. You can see it's quite responsive. Access 3 is pretty good at sending data in nice chunks. We go, I think on the D drive, we might have WordStar. Let's have a quick little look, just to show that. So the terminal emulation seems to work quite well. So yeah, there we go. Exit out of that. Exit out of my terminal. So that's the modem, CPM, time. Let's have a look at the printer. So let's go to, say, System Utilities. Okay, so we've got System Utilities up. Let's go to Device Handling. List devices, just to generate some output. So normally we'd send this to the .console and we just see it on the screen. So we can send it to the .printer driver device, and then that will shoot it off to the FujiNet printer. So that's done. If we come here, so I haven't shown you this, but this is the FujiNet web interface. We just go to the FujiNet IP. It has the host list and mount list, so you can add disk images from the web interface like we did with config. But also down here we've got printer settings. It's set to Epson 80. If we hit this, then we get our printout in nice dot matrix glory from the Apple III. So I'll just go back here, quit out of this. So I'll just show you to try and get something bigger printout. If we go to Business Basic, we open the print device as one, and we set the output to the printer. And we load a program to print, load. We list it, that'll go to the printer. So you can see FujiNet flashing away. It does it it's buffering it into 256 byte chunks, so it's pretty efficient. So we're done now. If we go back to the GUI, hit here. Oh, one thing I forgot to do this time again is you need to do a close. So the buffering is relying on the close. So we'll probably find we might be, we're missing a little bit off the bottom of the printer, but we need to just do a close only in the Business Basic. For every other application, it opens the printer, prints, closes. So that works quite well with the buffering setup. So I'll do that now. So that's that. Now I'll come back to ISS v3. So its printer just works. I've done it from VisiCalc, done sheet printouts. I did some graphics printout from as a basic program to do screenshots. That all works quite nicely. The next one, let's look at the network device. So that's probably FujiNet's killer app, I think, to bring networking to basic and try and make it fairly simple to do and get FujiNet to do a lot of the heavy lifting. So let's load an example program. Oops. Show you this one. So this is using this invocable module. So Business Basic has a way to extend itself, and they're a bit like ampersand routines for AppleSoft. So this request.invocable module allows you to do control, status, read-write commands directly to SOS. So that's a way we can use to talk to FujiNet and control it. So we've got the network device. We open that network device. We've got a URL, and we'll read this, and that'll give our IP back. We have to open that URL, send that to FujiNet with some mode parameters, and then we send the control command. And then once that's done, we're able to just use input from #1, which was the network, and get the result and print it. So it's fairly simple. This is a little bit messy, but once you use the format, we can just repeat. So that's pretty easy. So we'll just do a run. And then we have it. So I've rebooted my router since this. So let's do another one. So these are ported from examples from other platforms. So we've got an Echo server. So this will listen on the FujiNet IP on that port. And if I go to my laptop here and do a curl command, then I can send some stuff back and forward. And kill the connection and disconnects, and this program's listening again. Wrong keyboard. So that's that. So the next one is, I'll show you the ISS tracker. So this is probably FujiNet's go-to test for each platform. I've converted, written a business basic version for the Apple III. I've also done a Apple III Pascal version and got that to work as well. So that's there. It's, runs a little bit quicker than the basic one. So this is fetching off the web from a HTTP request with JSON in it, and then FujiNet's passing the JSON back that came back and getting longitude, latitude, and then the basic program converting it to screen coordinates and plotting it. So there you go. That's the ISS tracker. So this network device, it's crazy. Yeah. So last thing I think I want to show you is just booting off the floppy emulation. So if I hit the reset on the FujiNet, so that means when we reboot our Apple III, we'll get back to config. And then if we go in here, back into my server, under Apple III, we'll go to the system demo was file. So I'm pretty sure this is protected. It's got the source protection where it needs the synchronized tracks. We'll pop this in the first floppy slot. We'll eject this guy, go back, and then hit escape. And then we should reboot. And because I've got that on that internal connector, it looks like floppy 1, and then we'll get the floppy up. And hopefully, there we go. We got source 1.1. And there you go. There's the system demo. So so it just opens another door with that floppy emulation. Other things that won't run the diagnostics and some of those other weird disks for the Apple III we can boot up this way. So there you have it. FujiNet, just quite an amazing scope of what it can run, and it works really nicely with the Apple III. So there you go. Hope you enjoyed it, and thank you.
Excellent. Thanks. So we have, I think, a couple minutes for questions here. If Rob, if you wanted to, there you are. Yes.
There you go.
All right. So I think you've been looking at the Discord and YouTube chat. Have you seen? Do you have questions that you're ready to respond to?
Probably the biggest question is from the hardware, when's it going to be available? And at the moment, I mean, mostly development versions are being used. This Rev 1 has just come out. So it just needs a bit more testing. I'll have to defer to the FujiNet guys on whether they're going to sell that there. But I know it's an open, that's the whole thing. And I probably didn't mention that in the video. I mean, FujiNet's open source and always looking for people to contribute and add and help with it. And that's the way that it gets along like it does. So I think once the design's there, then the design will be there on their site, and anyone could build one. But I get that there's people that just want to buy it, that not hardware people that just want it ready to use. So I'll find out a bit more on that, and I'll pop it in the Discord. And the only other one that was probably, I think, it was a question from Dave Ottolini and maybe someone else about Boss and whether we can use that. At the moment, my SOS HD boot setup doesn't work with Boss. I did have a bit of a go with that a while ago, and I haven't gotten back to it. I did start to have a look at that a couple of weeks ago. I've just got to get a little bit more fair income and have a bit of a look into that. So, and then I'll have that as an option maybe. And that was pretty much it. It doesn't need the Rev 1 hardware to. There's only one thing I think for the floppy emulation that needed the Rev 1 hardware. Other than that, it's anything will work on it. Yeah. So I didn't leave too much time for questions, but that's the way it is. But I can answer anything else on the Discord. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is I think this is myself. I would say that this seems very exciting in that it's kind of lowering the barrier, just making it sort of easier to play with stuff. And FujiNet should be pretty accessible pretty soon. So
yeah. It was super nice to actually. It's probably got me more physically on my Apple III and programming in BASIC that I haven't done that for ages, and it was really enjoyable. So hopefully it does the same for others.
Excellent. Okay, thanks a lot for whatever this is, the middle of the night for you, I suppose. But
yeah, it's 12:45. Yeah, cheers.
Okay,
thanks.
I just realized I said a whole bunch of stuff that was into a muted microphone. Yeah, the next talk is Mark Gollenbeck talking about production of new old stock floppy disks for the Apple II. Basically his presentation on his 8-bit Shack stuff. So here we go.
Hello, my name is Mark Gollenbeck, and I'm the founder of 8-bit Shack Software House. And I want to talk to you today about how we produce new software for the Apple II on physical floppy disks. First, let me tell you some facts about 8-bit Shack. We are a very small software house producing new software for our beloved Apple II machines, like new games, demos, and tools. We also have very small floppy disk manufactories where we can produce single physical copies or small series of 5.25 inch or 3.5 inch floppy disks of our products or anything what you demand as a customer. We are located in the beautiful Ural Mountain region in Saxony, Germany. This is the former German Democratic Republic. And you can see from the two pictures, it's very scenic here. And the Ural Mountain region is known worldwide for its wood craftsmanship. I wanted to show you a very, very short history of 8-bit Shack. Since we're live since 6 years, I myself started in 2017 as a one-man demo group, and my pseudonym was 8-bit Shack. I started with a 3D demo. This was my first production for the Apple II. And I used the name 8-bit Shack as my pseudonym. Since then, we've produced demos, games, and tools for the Apple II, very different stuff. And in 2022, we had the idea to add an additional service as a software house for producing our own software or licensed software on floppy disks, since we had a request from people if they could buy physical floppy disks from us. Let me now summarize about what do we do. So We are producing new software. We develop our own software for the Apple II. We do the graphic design for our software in all graphic modes that are available. We produce physical floppy disks, floppy sleeves, and we also design the disk labels. We maintain our website, 8bitcheck.org, where you can find a program catalog of our payware and our freeware with lots of background information. And we also publish technical articles detailing our work of our software products. We also maintain a web shop where you can download our products. So this service provider lets you download whole packages, freeware and payware that contain of the disk image, the manual, and the label, so you can produce your own physical floppy if you like. We also have a small floppy disk manufacturer for 5.25 and 3.5-inch disks. We make handmade disk sleeves, and we also produce the disk labels. So every disk is a unique specimen for collectors when you buy it. We also offer a floppy disk service where you can get physical copies of your own disk images if you like. And if you are a software developer and you want to publish your own, well, physical copy, we help you for producing small batch series for you, where we help you with producing disk sleeves and labels. So please contact us if you're interested in publishing your software on physical floppies. And we offer do-it-yourself packages, as I've told before, via our web shop from EloPage. Sometimes we are asked, why are we doing this? We found out that there still is a high demand of original floppies among enthusiasts and collectors. And as a software house, we were only able to publish our software as disk images for people to download and put it on an emulator. But from my point of view, using real floppies is really much more satisfying. And this really gives me the retro feeling to handle the floppies, hear the sound of the disk drive, and like it reads this, writes this, or drops errors. And yeah, it's really, for me, it's I really enjoy using real floppy disks. And to our knowledge, there's almost no comparable service out there. So most developers, as we know, just publish their digital disk images which you can download, the manual which you can download, and then you can put it on your emulator or put it on the floppy disk yourself, or print the manual if you like. And even the remaining large players in the field offer maybe a manual or booklet that you can buy or download, and the disk image which is free for download. But almost no one is, just some single producers are offering physical discs, or what's especially rare is boxed productions with a box. So also for single developers, it's a big problem to establish a floppy disk production which satisfies their needs. You need to get material at a reasonable price, which is also hard if you're just buying small parts, small numbers of parts. So it's absolutely uneconomic for small series productions to build up your own production. So nowadays we have to fight several problems. It's not so easy to get old stock floppies at a reliable quality, and they are very expensive. Also disk sleeves, like plain white disk sleeves and labels. This is also pretty expensive stuff to get this done or produced. So we use a manual process. Of course, there's a certain lack of production accuracy, and each single floppy we produce is unique. So we say it's a piece of art or a collector's item. So this is really manual process as a manufacturer, what we're doing. Also, the problem is that our manual processes are slow and rather expensive. So maybe the biggest problem is getting new old stock floppy disks, as you can see here. It's almost unobtainium today, especially if you want to get unlabeled blank floppy disks, and where you can put your own label on it. Most of the stuff you get via eBay. So this is one source. You get boxes of a brand, like 10 unopened floppy disks. Second source is floppydisk.com, which is a bit pricey. At the moment, you pay about $29 per 10 disks. And when we buy it and import it to Germany, we need to pay customs, VAT, and the shipping costs, which are humongous to get stuff from the US. And as I have been told from this guy, he might stop operation in the near future. So this source is then not available anymore. And you can ask other fellow enthusiasts if they have something in their cupboard which they may sell or give you. So our current strategy is to build up a large stock. So I'm scanning eBay every day for floppy disks, and I try to purchase if it's possible. Now, here's some examples of the graphic design we do. You can see 3 different labels we put on the disk, which is done by a graphic designer. And here's a disk sleeve as it gets printed on cardboard paper and is cut by hand and then glued together, so which is branded. And the small basic code has been criticized a lot because it's not performing really cool stuff, but it's working, and we say it's a piece of art. It's our signature. So you can see this is how we produce our discs, disk sleeves and labels. As I have told before, our website 8bitcheck.org is a catalog where you can find payware, you can find our freeware to download, and you can also find technical articles like I have shown here, the twister effect in high res, with coding examples, and also a lot of background information on our products. So we happily invite you to have a look at our website and to browse through our catalog. If you then decide you want to download any of our products, freeware or payware, you are redirected to the EloPage web shop. This is a front end which does all the, let's say, payment process and delivery process for us. And you can see there are many products which are at €0. So this is the free stuff you can download there. You need to drop just your email address, and then you will be provided with a download link, and you can download the software and enjoy it yourself. There's also a big article on our website about our floppy on demand service. So we will produce floppies like the one you can see here with a custom label and a custom sleeve. And there's lots of explanation on how to do it, what we can do for you, and how much it will cost. And of course, if you have questions, you can always contact us and get your personal quote and also reductions. So if we can agree upon something. So how do our shipments look like? You can see here a typical shipment of our product Identify2 for the Apple II. We ship the disc with a sleeve and a label, and we ship the manual, which is printed on the color printer in a Ziploc bag, and you get also an 8-bit Shack sticker as an add-on, and a label that it was originally manufactured in the Ore Mountain region, which is, let's say, which is a typical region for wood art and craftsmanship here in Germany, and known worldwide for that. So we hope to contribute to that too with our floppy disk manufacturer. So how is the floppy disk production process working? So first of all, we finish the software development and design a digital disk image, or we get it from other people who want to publish with us. And then we create a manual. We design the disk sleeve and the label. We then color print it on a high-end color laser printer. We cut the sleeves and glue them. This takes most of the time. Sometimes we have cutting errors, so we need to repeat. And we copy then the physical disk with a disk image. We label it with, we use high-tech labels that won't come off the disk for a long time. And then I'm testing the physical disk on a real Apple II system with a dual drive before packaging and delivery. And then we package and ship the product in hard cardboard envelopes to the customers worldwide. Tracked shipping, of course, so this is much safer and more convenient. Now here's an example for a small series production run. This is our Angry Birds game we have produced last year, and we have produced about 100 floppy disks in total. You can see a heap and a stack of finished products here on the right picture. So they sold out very quickly. So if anybody has ideas of a plan to make a small series batch, we are happy to help with that. Now, what you can see here is our current product palette with 8 different products which you can buy from our website, and we hope to add more titles this year. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and please visit our website, and maybe you find something that's of interest for you. And if you have any questions, just contact us, ask, and maybe we can help you with providing real physical floppy disks. New Apple II software on disk to your door. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. Thanks. So I don't think we have a Q&A. I don't think Mark is present at this point. Though if you are, raise your hand real quick. But I don't think Mark's here. So we're going to go to a break. There's a 15-minute break, and then after that we'll come back at whatever hour it is, 15. So 10:15 in U.S. Central Time, and with Call Apple's Blast from the Past. But so now a break.
Hello.
All right, let's see. I think we're basically at the point where we can move to the next talk. So the next talk is going to be Brian Weiser and Bill Martin's APPLE's Blast from the Past. And there'll be a short Q&A after that. And then after that, there will be the Q&A sessions I promised for the advanced videos. So here we go.
Hi everyone, welcome to our annual KansasFest update for APPLE, often known as Call Apple. I'm Brian Weiser, and I'd like to give you a quick overview of what our group offers before I go into everything that Bill Martins and I produced this year for your enjoyment. Our primary website is callapple.org. Call Apple comes from the name of our magazine that's been around for decades, and we post here the latest Apple II, modern and retro Apple news, and things available to our paid members like the Apple User Group Bulletin that provides discounts on current Mac software and hardware, among other things. At our core, we are a user group first established in 1978 by Val Golding. And if you become a member and you log in, the menu options expand and you have access to more items that are available otherwise, software, magazines, etc. Our price has actually never changed. It's $27.95 per year. But if you wanted to support our efforts and not become a member, we also have a donate option. And as a member, there's an entire membership information page, but you've got access to our current magazine, which is usually over 50 pages, full color PDF, as well as all of our legacy Call Apple and other magazines. And in the last year or so, we did establish a Discord channel for our members for fun, support, random conversation. So that's available. And this is a cover from our June issue from this year, highlighting the Space Intruder game. And if you're not a member, but you're considering, we continue to make available our 40th anniversary issue as a free PDF that you can download. And again, the magazine has been available since 1978, and our latest offerings with the digital PDF started in 2015. And here you can see several of our magazines that we've produced over the years. The very original Call Apple, the ones in the early 2000s, and then several Mac publications like Mac APPLE, Mac Horizons, the Aptalog, which is the Apple Programmers and Developers Association. And yes, we even produced a few issues for the Apple III. Sadly, it only lasted 2 issues, but that is the 3 Cheers magazine for Apple III fans. And we also host other related magazines for both Apple and non-Apple platforms, like 2 Computing, Australian Apple Review, Computist, Apple Orchard, that Val Golding actually contributed to, and others. Speaking of other magazines, we've added some things recently. If you go to our other magazines section on the menu, you might discover the long-lost issue of Apple Orchard, the August-September 1984 issue, and this has been confirmed to be the very last issue that was produced, so we can stop wondering if there's more beyond that. And that information came from Rick Sutcliffe, also known as the Northern Spy, who writes that monthly column. and his article appeared in this particular issue, and he had more articles prepared, but sadly this was the end of it for Apple Orchard. But that is fully scanned and available for our members. And also available now in PDF form is a magazine I've certainly never heard of before called Computer Command. This is a promotional issue that came out in 1984, sent to schools, and came with the teacher's guide. It was produced by the Children's Television Workshop that also did the really fun and awesome Enter magazine. And this promotional issue might be the only one that was ever produced. We really don't know, but it's really neat to see it and have it archived now. Our other big website is applearchives.com that's been online for over 20 years. And here we've always made available resources, links, vendors, a variety of information and resources available for the community. We've got a big redesign planned for the main landing page that should be coming out soon. But you already, I'm sure, visited this by going to our beagle.applearchives.com site that's been the official repository as the Beagle Bros repository online for about 20 years. And the Applied Engineering site that's been online for about 15 years. And then peripherally, we also have virtualapple.org that's been around forever, where you can play Apple II games in your browser. And our Take One movie library site at Apple Archives has been online for over a decade. We just redesigned that this month. And it contains movies that were produced by users around the world during the 1980s, mostly, using Vaudeville's Apple II software, Take One. And of course, besides the movies, we also host the software and the manuals, and of course the new ProDOS version that Cucumba was nice enough to release a year ago. And among the software that's pretty exciting is we were able to recently archive the animation package, Actors and Actions, both the box and the manual. I scanned those probably for the first time, and also Heroes and Villains. So both the manual and the disc for those are on our website now. That's a brand new offering, freely downloadable for everyone. And just a quick sample of some of the different movies we've got, over 30 and counting. A very impressive movie that has now been released for the first time exclusively on our website is Star Voyagers 3000. It was actually created in 1990, but just barely released. It encompasses 10 discs, if you can believe it. And we have all the details of that story in our magazine and also on our website if you want to read the article, or just go to the website and download it and have fun. One of the other things we updated this year was the Apple Dayton User Group Library. We added many discs, and those have been donated by James Littlejohn, Chris Yanella, and John Burchett. And those are, of course, free for everyone, as they should be, coming from one of the legacy Apple user groups. At our mecc.co/new site, we continue to expand the many offerings from the MECC educational company, discs, manuals, and so forth, recognized as the official repository by the original contributors and CEOs. And that's a big project, lots of work in the past and lots of work ahead to keep making more of that available. And last year we announced our new store with apparel, mugs, posters, things like that. We've added more things to that this year, and we will continue adding over time, so you might want to check back. Art that has appeared in our legacy magazines and art from other products that we've produced. And here's some more of that fun art from the magazine, Penguin, and the Apple's Apprentice, and so forth. And now we come to the exciting chapter where we talk about some of the different books we've created this year. Back in February, we released the Pascal Anthology. This has been a passion project of Bill's for decades that finally got released as a companion piece to the All About Pascal book. It's over 225 pages and takes an extensive look at the Pascal programming language, primarily on the Apple II computer, with many utility programs and in-depth subjects included. For example, Pascal Zap, Scene Double with Pascal Graphics, and Utility Exec. This one is especially exciting for me, being a fan of BBS's back in the day, GBBS Pro. I'm sure you remember we released 2.2 and the manual several years ago with the blessings of the owner Kevin Smallwood. Well, thanks to the Herculean efforts of Paul Lee, we now have a brand new 2.3 version available as a public beta on gbbs.applearchives.com. as well as a brand new physical manual in coil, hardback, or paperbound. Well over 50 pages have been added, and Paul also helped me refine the documentation for this new manual as well. So what changed? Well, originally we thought this was going to be a smaller update, but I guess Paul was having so much fun he got a little carried away, as he told me. And so here's a detailed list of everything that changed amidst the various features and segments, bug fixes and enhancements. One of the big things is a new mail module that's a lot more capable. And also SuperTAC, which is where a big portion of the manual's enhancements come from. SuperTAC is a vastly more capable file transfer system, and that is now an installation option, or you can still use the original basic file transfer system if that's what you prefer. And another BBS system, also owned by Kevin Smallwood, is Networks 2. Which was originally created by Nick Nemo in the early 1980s. And it was written for the Hayes micromodem, which had a lot of unique features at the time. And we really wanted to give this a proper release. So this manual has now been created. It's well over 100 pages. And beyond the physical manual, Bill Martins did some programming to enhance the password capabilities, so it now has more characters and fixed a few bugs as well. So we've got a new 2.6 disk that's freely downloadable, and the physical manual is available for purchase as well. This is what the menu would have looked like when you connected. Next up is a font, an OpenType font, which means it should work on any system. The Apple II keycaps font, created by John Snape. And this is really an awesome little font. It started out as simply being keycaps, i.e. The box around the various letters, so you can emphasize a specific key press in any documentation you might create. And then we decided to have a little more fun with it and add a lot of different symbols from the Apple II and mouse text and early Macintosh. It's got both high-res standard mouse text characters and the original mouse text characters in 8-bit. And there's also floppy icons and the Beagle Bros and Penguin disk warning icons. Well over 160 icons are included in the font beyond the core functionality of emphasizing the keycaps. So that's available as a free font and also the accompanying manual. And one that you may have seen as the game was released in the last month is Space Intruder, which is a high-speed arcade-style action shooter developed by Rafael Rezenda entirely in assembly language and within 48K of memory. And there is a physical manual and of course also a disc that's freely downloadable with beautiful cover art. Here's what some of the gameplay looks like. There are 5 distinct levels or stages, and after those, the challenge levels begin, and those challenge levels are actually endless, and they also increase in speed on each subsequent level. So good luck. It's pretty darn fast and challenging, but a lot of fun also. Here's stage 2. And what it looks like if you actually manage to get a high score and score something far better than what I did. And this is Raphael with his wife and his Apple IIe and IIc setups he used for programming and testing Space Intruder. And he wanted me to say a few things on his behalf. He had already made a game in assembly called Bomber, but then after he studied the book by Jeffrey Stanton, Apple Graphics and Arcade Game Design, and also looking at some assembly routines he found online, he learned some things and achieved a big improvement, which resulted in the final Space Intruder game that's been released, that has sounds and better graphics and better gameplay. And he discovered along the way that programming in assembly is not such an easy task. That is very true. And it is very challenging and fun. And, thank you for creating such an awesome game. That I've certainly enjoyed it. Not that I'm very good at it. And we're also looking at putting together a limited edition disc and box for Space Intruder. Now with Lordlings of Yore, when I put that manual together back in 2018, I designed a box for that and did a little test run. And we're thinking of doing the same thing, not only with that, but Space Intruder, Witch Trial, and Beyond Quest in a limited fashion. If you already own the manual, you could certainly just buy the disc in the box or all 3 together. And this is a sample of the Lordlings of Yore box that's already fully designed, just to give you an idea of what it might look like. It's a little bit of a thinner box, but it still has some good depth and could accommodate a paperback or hardback version of the manual as well. So if that's something you're interested in, please email editor@callapple.org so we can start establishing some interest that way. And as usual, all of our books are available at callapple.org/books. And all of the apps for those books, game manuals, programming manuals, are all freely downloadable at callapple.org/apps. And I wanted to give you a few updates of some books that are in progress, just so you can have a glimpse of what's coming in the future. Now, I've released a few things from Penguin over the last few years. The unpublished archives, courtesy of Mark Pelzarski, like the Spy's Adventure in Asia Pictures, and of course the Graphically Speaking physical book. And last year I talked about the Comprehend Adventure Development System that they used internally, along with the unpublished Graphics Magician Painter 2 in ProDOS. And I'm continuing to work with Mark amidst both of our schedules to do a full physical manual release covering those so that people can continue to author those adventures. It's in progress, hoping to have that out in the near future. And understanding the Apple IIe, that full redesign is still in progress. It's a lot of work since the original goal was to fully recreate all 100 illustrations. The book has been fully retypeset and it's gone through some initial proofing and error checking, but we still have a lot of illustrations and some layout to do. So that is in progress, but it's an enormous project. Just wanted to give you an update on that. And our latest physical catalog, of course you can go to our website anytime, but we've produced a PDF catalog for KansasFest. There's a link in our Discord channel, and it's also available on our website if you'd like. And now 2 more things. Yes, another contest. You too can create a Take One movie. So the Apple II software enthusiasts and APPLE are sponsoring a contest. There will be prizes. Your movie would be reviewed at the January 2024 Apple II Movie Festival. And if you visit our takeone.applearchives.com site, you can read all about it and enter your submission. And also, GS Plus Magazine. You may remember this magazine that was published from 1989 to 1995. And we are now at APPLE, the official distributor of this magazine, and details will be forthcoming for release of that magazine and the accompanying disc, all coordinated with the original publisher.
Hello, KansasFest. I didn't see you there. It's I, Steve Disbro of GS Plus Magazine, also known as Diz, here to let you know that I'm back. Kind of. That's right. GS Plus Magazine has been collected once again for some reason and will now be available exclusively through the auspices of the fine people at Call Apple. I don't know when, and I don't know in exactly what formats. You can ask them. It's part of their presentation, I'm told. I don't really know. But that's pretty much it. That's the announcement. It's good to be back, sort of, here at KansasFest. I hope you're all playing Bite the Bag, virtually or in reality. And I hope that Yes. Oh, you're right. Yes, I forgot to tell them about the hordes of mutant cats I've been breeding the past 30 years to take over the world. Well, you'll find out about that soon enough. So, in the spirit of Wiser and Jobs and buy GS Plus magazine from Call Apple. It's the only place to get it now.
And that's the update for this year, so stay tuned. Let us know if you have any questions, suggestions, feedback. We're always happy to hear from you. Thanks, and Apple II and Apple III forever.
Excellent, thanks. So I think we have both Brian and Bill here. So let me bring them to the screen. There's about 5 minutes for questions. Actually, have you been able to see what questions have shown up? I myself have been watching them, but there are potentially questions in the Zoom and in the Discord.
Happy to answer anything.
I will just say, I mentioned this before, but I'm very pleased about the unearthing of that, what is now known to be last apple orchard. Thanks for that.
Oh, that was so exciting when I stumbled upon that and managed to acquire it. I couldn't believe it. And reading the magazine, it doesn't give any hint of the demise either. So.
No, and I actually spoke with Rick Sutcliffe, because in the last issue that Brian has there in his closet, safely tucked away, is a first part of what was supposed to be a 5-parter of the Modula 2 article that Rick Sutcliffe wrote. And so I talked to Rick, and he said he never got the next issue of the magazine. And since he was one of the authors at that time in that magazine, he would have likely gotten them. And so that pretty much confirmed that it was never produced. And those other 4 parts of the article also went to, sadly, the digital wasteland of yesteryear. So a couple of questions came up. I know, Quinn, we will arrange for you to find the keycaps disc here short. Like Martin Doherty asked about the differences between the Pascal anthology and All About Pascal. The Pascal anthology really was supposed to be all about Pascal. It started right at the end of 1982, when we realized that there was going to be a bevy of Pascal articles. And so at that time, I created the Pascal anthology disc. And the original plan was to go back and add all the articles, but that all went by the wayside as well. The disc got remade in '84. And along about that time, we had newer Pascal materials that went out with the Pascal in Depth book. But being as it was a pet project of mine, I wanted to go back and give it some justice. And so we've got almost a 300-page book that has a lot of the early Pascal 1.1 materials in it. Several programs that are not in the Pascal in Depth book.
One question I see that came in on the Discord was Huxley asked, what's the rough membership count like, and how many of your members are nowhere near Puget Sound?
Is nowhere near. Oh, how many members are nowhere near Puget Sound? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah, that was the question.
Okay. We have about 500 total members at this point in time. The number of members that are nowhere near Puget Sound is probably about 95%. Being as most of the people are all over the world at this point, including myself, because I'm actually sitting in my office here in Tokyo, Japan, and pretty much stuffed to the rafters with books and materials.
And I'm certainly not in Washington State either. So
that's right. Brian's in the Great Salt Lake. So, but since our base is the Great Northwest, and normally I am back and forth between here and there, we have materials on both sides of the water. So that answers that pretty much.
Thanks. Actually, let me, if I could just break in for a second.
Yeah.
We've kind of reached the end of the time, but I'm wondering if Phil Allison or what's his first name, Martino, is here for the ultimate drive. Please raise your hand, because if you're not, I think we can just keep going in these Q&As. So raise your hand if you're here for the next one, and then if you have other questions to Bill and Brian, you can keep going.
Okie dokie.
I've got a question here from Eric Rangel. He asked, is the zip file of the ROM available on the website, or is it available only for members? I believe that we do have the files up. You may
individual
need to be
PDFs.
logged in. Yeah, and you may need to be logged in to download them. I can't remember which setting I have on that, but they are rather large files. The total is right at 1 gigabyte for, one gig for the entire collection of 9 magazines. And looks like Oliver Schmidt saying he's here for the 1055. So, are there any other questions? And John Van, thank you for your support. Huxley also. And the kitty's name, we don't know what the kitty's name is. Diz didn't let us into that information, so
yeah,
but it obviously tore him up there.
Considering he's breeding a mutant horde of cats, who knows if he can even keep track of names or if he's named all of them. So that's a mystery we'll have to solve.
Right.
Puget Sound is a state of mind. No, actually, we started out in Renton, Washington, which is only about 45 minutes drive from where our base is at this point in time. We don't physically have an office in Washington State, only our address there. But the office went by the wayside in 1990. And Mark, thank you as always for your support as well. And Sam, thank you for the kind words. And anybody else? I can't see on the chat here, Paul. So
yeah, I'm seeing a lot of thanks for the work you've done, and I would echo that. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's a lot more questions. So
no,
and thanks for
like I say, thanks to everybody for supporting what we do, and I look forward to finishing a few more things along the way over the next year.
Yeah,
thank you, Paul, for everything you do.
Yeah, thanks everybody. It's seriously a labor of love to be creating these things, hoping somebody out there is enjoying things. We're looking at things so that I'm not just sitting here in my bedroom, having fun for myself. The goal is for everybody to get some enjoyment and keep our hobby alive. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks. Okay, so let's see.
Thank you, Paul.
Yep. We let that go on just because Anthony Martino, I spaced on his name, but yeah, Anthony and Phil didn't seem to be available in the chat. So I guess we're not going to do the Q&A for the Ultimate Drive. We have scheduled Q&A for the peripheral cards with the Raspberry Pi Pico, which is scheduled for about 5 minutes from now. I think I will go to a short break just to keep us sort of on the published schedule, but then we may start just a couple minutes before 10:55 in case there are questions. I don't think you have time to watch the video in advance now, but you could skim it. Anyway, we'll be back shortly. Okay, let's see. I think there's a minute left in the schedule, but I think that's probably good enough. So let's move now to the let's see, I had it in front of me, but the question and answer session from Oliver Schmidt on peripheral cards with the Raspberry Pi Pico. So if you have questions now or just a little bit before now, would have been a great time to put them in the Discord chat or the Zoom chat. So if so Oliver, let me bring you up here.
Hello.
So welcome. So we'll take a quick look in the questions here in the Zoom chat and in the Discord. But if nothing's appearing, if you want to give like a 3-minute sales pitch to watching your video, that just to tell people what it is, and if a question comes in, we can maybe switch to that. But at least you can promote it.
Great. Let me start with saying that I really enjoyed giving the session on site, and I deliberately tried to not make this, let's say, a marketing session for the A2 RetroNet. But as long as there are no other questions here, let me talk a little bit about the A2 RetroNet. It's one of the cards that have been created in the recent past that works with a Raspberry Pi Pico. Also here, we are not really using the actual board, but rather the RP2040 that is on this board. The reason is primarily because the Raspberry Pi Pico board has 4 GPIO pins, which are not available for the developer, but they are used internally on the board. And as the RP2040 is sort of short on GPIOs, we decided to rather use the bare chip in order to have all GPIOs available. The board that I had with me in Kansas City and that I demoed together with Stefan Wessels is the latest prototype. There will be more prototypes, and there will be a limited beta program. And everybody who is participating in this beta program will have to pay the final price and will receive a prototype and is asked to provide feedback on his experience with the prototype. And as soon as there's the final version of the product, he will receive additionally the final product without additional cost. So everybody participating in the beta program will basically come out with 2 devices, a prototype and a final device for the price of the final device. Regarding the price of the final device, it is supposed to be either identical to the Ethernet 2 or less than the Ethernet 2. And what else can I say? On site, I've been also asked about open source policies around this product. The current idea is that as soon as the final product is made available, both the firmware and the schematics and the design files will be open sourced. So this is supposed to be in, how's it called? A commercial open source product. Okay. Great. These are the things that I felt I could want to say, and now I'm really open for any maybe potential questions.
Yeah, so Jesse in the Discord asked about how many devices are they? So many of your images have kind of a peripheral card attached to a cable to something that's outside, right? And and you tried attaching a couple of different things to that card. So which part is the device?
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Great question. So when I'm talking about the A2 RetroNet, I'm talking about the card that goes into the Apple II. And you can either use the card on its own, or you can connect things to the card. If you use the card on its own, you have a rather nice mass storage device that is based on the SD card that is placed on the card. you have the usual approach of having an FAT32 file system on that card and having files with disk images on it that you can then use to mount as virtual hard disks. Additionally, you can connect, for example, your PC to the card, maybe only temporarily, and then you have two features. One would be that you can download from your PC to the SD card additional files, additional disk image files, because the card looks to a PC like a thumb drive. And additionally, you can, for example, run ADT Pro on your PC and use the card as a replacement for a super serial card. It's just much faster than a super serial card. The next option would be that you instead connect to the card something that you rather intend to keep connected to the card. This could be, for example, Raspberry Pi 02 Wi-Fi, or maybe an ESP32S3. And then you can run some specific software on that augments the capabilities of the Arto RetroNet. So it's a rather flexible modular idea. And you can either use it on its own or connect additional things to have additional functionality. Maybe especially interesting might be that you can run a specific variant of FujiNet, which is supposed to be implemented primarily by me, that augments the capabilities of the Arto RetroNet. Okay, so I see now that there are, I think, some questions in Discord as far as I see. Let me see. One of the questions is, can PC and Apple run at the same time? I guess this refers to access to the SD card. Yes, actually, really, you can, if, for example, while the Apple II runs, you can add a file, or if you, for example, would, let's say, replace an already existing disk image with another one, then maybe your very next cut command on Trodos 8 would already refer to the new one. Basically, it's just like removing and replacing a floppy disk in your drive. And the question, when is this a good idea? And when you maybe should not replace the floppy disk in the drive, it's up to you. And here it's the same, it's up to you when you modify the content of your SD card while the Apple II is running. It's more or less up to you when you think this is a good idea or when this might lead to any type of issue.
Yeah, I see that Josh asks in the chat or in the Discord about collisions. There's a number of storage options now, and was wondering about whether you had any idea about whether A2 RetroNet would collide with Ultimate Drive, if and other new things or old things.
Yeah. Okay. I can of course not really talk about the Ultimate Drive. The Ultimate Drive is, from what I understand, a rather, let's say, aggressive device, using a lot of DMA, using the ready line. On the other hand, the A2 RetroNet is an extremely, let's say, defensive device. It does not use any specific things at all. It just uses the very classic pins for a device. So it does not do DMA. It does not provide a phantoms part in another slot or does any other fancy thing. It's a very, let's say, from the perspective of the Apple II, I would say the A24EVR is a very simple, very simple and classic device. Therefore, I would say it's as compatible to anything else as it gets. But of course, I cannot say anything about compatibility with any other specific device, especially if it's one like Ultimate Drive. Okay, I hope that answers this question.
Yeah, still interesting to know, I guess, what I suppose what the strategy is, what the philosophy is. Chris asked whether, was it difficult to do did you have to do anything special to make sure that the Pico boots and runs quickly enough while the Apple II starts?
The interestingly, the boot time aren't a problem. I have the Pico running in slot 7 because that's where the boots can start. So the time is the shortest. And at least with an Apple II GS running at 2.8 megahertz, I could not see any problem. I could even have some delays in the API Pico boot and could never see a problem. Maybe a highly accelerated Apple II could run into trouble, but I don't have such a device, and therefore I cannot test it. But at least with some rather stock slotted Apple II, there aren't problems. And running quickly enough is, of course, a challenge. As I mentioned in my talk, let's say answering quickly enough on a 6502 read cycle is always a challenge for any microcontroller. But with the help of the programmable I/O, we have here a solution that works at a really very attractive price point.
All right, great. Well, I think we've hit the time, but that was, I think, a fairly informative and dense presentation anyway. So thank you for being available to do this, and definitely go see this the Kansas City presentation. It's on our YouTube playlist, and it'll be part of the overall thing here.
And I will be, of course, still around for some time at least. If some additional questions come up, you can ask me in the Discord channel, and I guess I will be there to answer them.
Great.
Okay. So bye.
Bye. Okay, so next we have John Flanagan to talk about the questions from the VidHD style HDMI solution and Ethernet bus card. I will pin you here and maybe spotlight you. I don't know. I think you're visible. So I can hear you. Yes. I guess the same thing. If there are questions already, you can answer them, and if there are, if none show up, you could just give a trailer for your talk.
Okay, I can see the questions. I have a Discord set up here, so
beautiful.
All right, so the elevator pitch was originally that I wanted to work on the VidHD card and reached out to John Brooks back in March. And he let me down easy about how the hardware design choices they made were kind of inflexible, not field programmable, and also the parts were unobtainable. So I decided to be ambitious and put something together for myself. And that's where the project came out. So we've only been doing this for a couple months, but we did get for our demo a functional HDMI out solution. We're doing it in a slightly unusual way where we are actually exporting the entire bus over Ethernet, 100 megabit Ethernet, to an external device, which can do whatever it decides to do with it. And when you have the entire bus state doing HDMI out, where all you're doing is rendering the bus video, is kind of trivial. It's just like a single application, but we believe we can do all kinds of things with it. We support up to 1920 by 1080 full 1080p resolution in full color with a special API mode that we added in, which is again just a demo thing that we put together. This is all of our design is open source. It's all up online. My slide show has the locations. It is all, however, all still a mess because we did this all at the last minute. All right, do we have, that's just Mark. The design operates using a Pico for doing the bus control. As everyone knows, the PIO is amazing and can deal with bus events, bus event speed things fast enough to be reliable. I also use a Teensy 4.1 to do the Ethernet out, and it's enough of a beast that I'm expecting to put in a lot of features by next year. I expect this to be a really fun project by then. We're gonna be, I know nobody wants to hear right now, but we're gonna try to do storage too. But that's just going to be, another entry in a crowded field. All right. So are there any questions? I'm looking, I'm not seeing anything.
I see somebody typing.
Okay.
But it might be, this is an excellent project. But it is, the presentation was very impressive. Everybody should watch it. The 3D rendering was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's something that the demo didn't do very well because of technical limitations. But yeah, like full 3D will be awesome. I think somebody did are they scheduled for a demo for a physics engine? That would be fun to work in together, as would be the Lucas's GTE project, which would be great to try to integrate. I've talked with him a little bit about that, but said that he couldn't make it to the convention, but we'll get him next year. I see a question about what kind of latency do you expect for exporting the bus state over Ethernet and so on? Do you think it would affect playability in arcade games? That is an excellent question. The latency is going to be on the order of hundreds of microseconds. So, and by hundreds, I mean like 100 to 200, we think. There are a number of things that cause that latency, not least that 100 megabit Ethernet to send a significantly sized packet takes on the order of dozens to hundreds of microseconds. But we think we'll be in that range. It's like sub-millisecond. Bidirectional, I didn't show it in the demo and the feature was still a little bit limited, but we do expect to do bidirectional, be able to get things from the remote end back. An early implementation of that in another channel that I mentioned would be to support mouse. That if you're connecting to a Raspberry Pi to do the HDMI out, you could also connect just a USB mouse to that, and we could send the events back from the mouse back to the card to represent as a regular card does mouse events, which I actually don't know, but it's like interrupt driven, I think. KVM, that actually is a little tricky. Keyboard is surprisingly hard because that's super tightly wired into the hardware. And I don't know exactly how I would try to fit how that would be fakeable or if it would not be fakeable to generate keyboard events. Because somebody asked about Apple II KVM. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how we would get that to work. Mixing Apple video with tile-based stuff. Windows 4 lines of text at the bottom. I expect to add VidHD compatibility. That's questions from Kent Dickey. Mixing video modes, that's tricky because doing it the old style way, you're pretty much limited to just the frame buffer. The 4 lines of text at the bottom, though, that's an interesting thought. That is actually how our existing legacy modes work, where when you do mixed mode, the bottom 4 lines are just that rendering, and what you have above that could be different. So like that's actually a really interesting point. We could be supporting mixed modes in lots of ways. That's a creative idea. Rickles, Henry, my project partner, he's the one doing most of the OpenGL stuff. He's on Zoom, but I don't know if he's been given speaking privileges.
I'm here.
We can bring him in. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So if you wanna take over for a bit, Henry.
Sure. So mixing the Apple video with the tile-based stuff is certainly feasible. In fact, one thing we could add is the way the current SDHR works. What we decided we were going to call this new video mode, super duper high res, is that you get up to 256 windows. The way I've implemented it is that each window is actually a mesh. And so that mesh will have texture applied to it, and you can do whatever you want on that. So what we could do is to apply the Apple II video on one of those windows, aka meshes, as a texture. So we could potentially, if of course on the Apple II side, the person programming is not obliterating the 2000 to 4000 area of HDR, et cetera, et cetera. But in that case, we could potentially merge the two together, yes.
And for whoever asked about the mixed mode, the way I've implemented the mixed mode is that in the Apple II video modes, each mode, again, is its own mesh and texture applied to the mesh. And so when you've got a mixed mode, I take whichever text mode you're on, and I render that mesh, and then I render the HDR or GR mesh on top of that. And if you've got the mixed mode, then the HDR mesh is going to be shorter by 4 lines, and then you end up having your mixed mode. What else? The scan lines. For the scan lines, same thing. I just apply a texture on top of the whole thing, and bam, you've got your scan lines. So it's all decently modern OpenGL. I mean, it's OpenGL, so it's not super modern. I'm doing this on purpose because some people are going to want to run an RPi4 at the end on the other side. But again, the software will run on OpenGL, on RPi. It's going to run on Macs. It's going to run on Windows. So on Linux, whatever the hell you want for your Apple II, just connect the two together and run the software, and all of a sudden you've got the Apple II bus data, and you can do whatever you want with it. Super SHR. That's, we're open to names, I think.
We probably should get close to wrapping up. If there's any last question, maybe you could answer that. I'm not sure if there is. Yeah, I don't see anything, but I do see enthusiasm. This is going to
be... Yeah, so sorry, the GS Bank 01 streamed. Absolutely, you could do a lot. You certainly could get that streamed out. Absolutely. Right now, we've focused on the original Apple II modes, including SHR. So I'm working on SHR right now, but we could push through the bus whatever we wanted.
All right, great. Yeah, I think in order to preserve the break, we should probably switch to the break. But thank you for being available to do the Q&A. And everybody should, if you have not already seen it, go watch the presentation from KansasFest. The Discord, the links to that are in the Discord. So yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so now a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back at about whatever it is, 30. All right. I think we're at the point where we can start the next session. So the next session is Steve Uhaj giving a talk that I will pronounce 2 + 2 = 2 + 2. And then there'll be a short Q&A after that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're doing well, and I feel bad for anybody that's not under the circumstances. So, one thing I'd like to do right up front, because I was a volunteer for many years at a conference, is I'd like to thank all the volunteers that do all the work to put this on. So, let's give them a round of applause. So I'm going to try to take you on a trip through memory lane here. I've been trying to recreate that experience, that first moment. You always remember your first, right? So my first moment in time with an Apple II was back in 1980, and that basically led me to decide to do this presentation and tell you my experiences and try to help anybody else out there that wants to do the same thing. So I'm going to take you back through time. Who am I? It's a question I ask myself a lot, actually. 43 years in computing, and one of the funny things I put on this slide was the first time I saw an Apple computer, period, was in Mrs. McIntosh's class. So that hit me one day. And when I saw it, it was the back of the machine that I remember. It's kind of a strange story, but the Disk 2 had a ribbon cable back then that was multicolored. And I still want one of those. I was hoping I'd get one in the garage giveaway. Obviously, I could go out and make that cable, but I haven't gone that far yet. I probably might at some point. Oregon Trail and lemonade stand were some things that I remember. And the first computer I actually used was a TRS-80. And so, actually the first computer I ever saw was a TRS-80. And so one of the things I remember is that the Apple II looked different, right? Like I said, that color, that just something about it, right? The Disk 2 was mystical to me at the time. And so I gravitated to it. Little did I know that apparently I did well, myself and another kid named Derek, did really well in the 3rd grade. And we got picked from our math scores, 2 highest kids in elementary school, to be part of an experimental program. So in the 4th grade, I got to actually touch one and see the insides. And Mr. Weinbrenner, at the time, our computer teacher who used to travel from building to building back in those days, he told us something that I'll never forget, which was, you're going to learn something that probably most people aren't going to be able to help you with, including your parents. And I just thought that was really cool. So that really hooked me into this stuff. And I think I've been on this journey ever since, and I can't get away from it. And when I come here, I want to just keep doing it even more because I love the people here and I really have enjoyed the interaction. I was a president of an Apple II user group at one point, a PC user group, and then I hung out at HamFest. Went to several of those, wherever they were, because if you remember, I don't know how many of you ever went to HamFest or know what I'm talking about, ham radio. Tons of computer stuff there back in the day, tons of electronics. I mean, you'd find almost anything you were looking for. It was like a dream for people that like technology and just screwing around with stuff. A lot of homebrew stuff, that mentality. So basically, I picked up a lot of stuff, and I've done a lot of things over the years with that. As far as, experimenting, I actually destroyed a JCPenney TV one time. It had a digital interface on it, and I wanted it to be analog for my 2GS when I got it, and that's another story for another day. But another thing I was part of back in the day, back in the late 80s, a friend of mine named Joshua Thompson was working on a bulletin board system and called Future Vision. So we were doing that back in the day with Usenet, and we actually had a BBS in Alaska, and I was in Detroit, and we're doing all kinds of fun stuff. MacHack conference. So I see some parallels and some similarities between that spirit of enthusiasm between that conference and this one. So I was really looking forward to coming here and trying to relive some of that, because that's something I did for many years. I was a volunteer and turned into a staff member for a while. Quality Computers. Who remembers Quality Computers? Oh, yeah. I worked there for 6 months back in the 80s. And I actually then went and worked for an Apple dealer for 2 years, and I'm going to show you something I still have from those days that paid it forward. And currently I'm with Stellantis. All right, that's enough of the shameless self-promotion. That's terminology we used to use in our conference I used to go to. Machines that I sold and owned. So I've bought and sold a lot of things. My parents bought some things, and then I just kind of went crazy. It got to a point where Apple was actually paying me to upgrade. It's kind of a long story, but when I worked at an Apple dealer, you could buy things out of parts. The Apple dealers were required to buy a certain amount of parts to have on stock, but they let me buy them, and I'd build a Mac 2FX for under price, turn around and sell it, and get the next machine. And I kept doing that, and it was a lot of fun. I miss those days. But of all the things that I've had up here, that's the one I've never had. Okay, so why? I gave you a little bit of background kind of as to why. Shiny, smooth keys. So anytime I'd ever see an Apple II Plus in recent times, I would see them with the flat keys, right? And it was just kind of like, that's not the one I remember. So I'm like, I've been on this quest to find, something with shiny keys. Turns out that that's the Datanetics keyboard for the most part, although there might be one exception, and I am definitely not an expert on this subject. I've learned a lot in the last few months, but one thing I know is I'm not an expert on everything. And so I believe there's a version of the Alps keyboard that actually uses those shiny keys, but it's kind of an oddball situation. The reset key. I didn't realize, I learned that in the last couple of years, that you can flip that switch. So I thought you had to have an original Apple II in order to do just reset, which was very annoying if you're in the middle of something and accidentally hit it, which is probably why Apple put that switch in there. But I realized that the 2 Plus can do that. So that was cool when I found that out. Raised power light. I definitely remember it. Very rare these days to get one, at least under probably $500 just for the keyboard alone, which drives me nuts. The price for this stuff is, especially if you say original Apple II, I swear to God, it doesn't matter if someone stomped on it and beat on it with a hammer. They're going to find a way. Someone's going to buy it for something ridiculously overpriced. Like, I saw one on eBay just in the last week go for like I believe it was $2,000. It wasn't even tested. I'm like, seriously? But anyway, that's just my perspective. It's just one man's perspective. Boot into Integer Basic without System Master. Yes, because I still have my original floppy, as you can see down there. I even know the date because I wrote it on there. I was so proud of it. Nothing like buying your first floppy disk, right, at an Apple dealer. So that disk still works. And when we originally had it, it booted into Integer Basic directly. There was no System Master or anything. But I remember we changed it because the school upgraded and things happened. So those rainbow colored disk cables, I remember that. And then the magical red switch. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the firmware card. So Apple had a firmware card and it had this little switch. Except when I was a kid at school, I just knew there was a red switch in the back of the machine. And of course it was so tempting, right? So I flipped it. But it doesn't take effect until you power on and power back off. So let's just say the next kid that came to use the machine started saying that something wasn't right, but they knew, because of that special program back in the 4th grade, I think this was like 5th grade, they knew that I knew about stuff. Of course, I didn't admit to my crime. Now I'm admitting to it how many years later, but anyway. So that was a funny memory. So I know I had to have one of those. I had to have one of those. Don't need it, as it turns out, but I had to have it. And then the only Apple II, again, we only had one Apple II at the beginning, and then we had a 2 Plus. So just that memory of trying to get time with this thing, right? Because my parents couldn't afford it. We couldn't. It was too expensive at the time. So I had to stay after school to use it. And the memories of that somehow are luring me back to this thing. Even though, like you've seen, I've owned a ton of machines and gotten rid of stuff over time. So it doesn't really make any sense, except, hey. So these are the first Apple II programs I remember. Those are the ones I saw on the Apple II. Okay. Yes. Yes, that's what it said. I'm not making it up. Wow. This machine, I had the URL to it up here. I put it up there. That way, if we paste the presentation online, you can go see where assuming I put it up in the right format, but you can probably find that URL. It's probably gone because eBay, as I was just talking to somebody yesterday, is getting rid of this stuff in 90 days. So in 90 days, you can't see this stuff, but it's true, 12,000. I know the guy that sold this, or at least I knew who he was, and I ended up talking to him. I tried to get him to tell me, is that true? And he won't answer me, but anyway. The point is, it said it sold for 12,000. The point is, anything of that expense, in my opinion, is just ridiculous. But again, that's my opinion. So again, keyboard number 1, that raised power light, boots to integer basic, non-auto start versus auto start. So I don't know if you know what an original Apple II did. Well, it didn't do that. There's a reason for that, and you'll see in a minute. But pretend this isn't happening right now, but that is what it did. And basically, you did Control B, and you got an integer prompt. And you can run software. As I found out, you don't need, if it's using assembly, it doesn't care what basic's in there. It's doing some funny stuff. We'll leave it for entertainment value. But it's because I did some stuff to it. We'll talk about that in a minute. But anyway, that was the original experience. I honestly don't remember if that's what we had in school. It doesn't seem like we did, but if we didn't have, we might have had the auto start ROM, and that's probably what so. Okay, DOS 3.2, and of course, up to Rev 7 is kind of considered that breaking point for when it kind of starts becoming not an Apple II, but we'll talk about that too. Okay, how did I do it? I'm talking about a couple things here. So somebody offered me the chance to purchase an original Apple II for $1,000. It looked really good, except that deal didn't really work out. And I said, I'm going to keep looking. So what did I do? I wasted a lot of time on eBay is what I did. And I searched over and over and over again. And I finally came across, well, my criteria is this. Let me back up a second here. So searching for Apple II. So that shiny key thing I was telling you about. I didn't know at the time it was Datanetics, but I just knew it was shiny keys. So I was looking for that. I found a listing that wasn't quite right because I figured, I'll take a chance. And I kind of watched it because I'm like, well, no one else wants it either. At least I hoped. Turns out that wasn't exactly the case. Had a Rev 3 motherboard in it. I got lucky. Not entirely, because I also knew to look for the memory jumpers, and I'll show you those too. Found that out recently, that the memory blocks were on the Rev 4 and back. They are soldered on the Rev 4, but not on the Rev 3. But if you look at an eBay ad, you're not going to be able to tell if they're soldered or not. It's too tiny of a tolerance. Shipping, yes, that's a big problem. This machine, I got it for $212 in the auction, but the shipping was 1/3. So shipping was like $120 because it was in Los Angeles. Turns out I worked with the seller and she was able to get it down for me. But that is a consideration, because if you go and look for something and you don't think about the shipping, then it hits you and you're like, As far as the best offer, I did that. So they had it up as an auction or a best offer. I made the best offer thinking maybe that would work for $100. No, it didn't. at the last minute, somebody, I swear the last 30 minutes, I couldn't believe it, somebody came along and decided that they were going to give me a challenge, although we were doing it in like $7 increments. It was kind of silly. And I got it. I was like, no, you're not going to get it. I hate auctions, by the way. I'm not an auction person, but I managed to win this one. Okay. Yes, this was in the picture. I am not joking. The relevance of this, there isn't, right? This shouldn't even have been up here. These chips were not, they were not keeping the machine from being functional. The seller had no clue, but I'm sure that turned off people. It's an opportunity, and that's what I'm trying to point out. There's opportunities out there if you look for them. This is what some of the pictures look like on eBay. Turns out that, of course, the person that shipped it had no clue and stuffed it in the machine between the slots and sent it to me. And I'm like, no. Turns out it didn't do any damage, but chances you take. Original box. I was going to bring that down and I forgot about it, and you probably all have seen an original box, but maybe you haven't. It's kind of cool. I never had an original box for an Apple II. I used to see that. I remember seeing that on the shelf in the school. So, cost of just the machine itself. There's that $120, but by the time we got to it, she refunded me $26. It wasn't a heck of a lot, but point is that. Keep that in mind. Okay, 2 + 2 extras. So, of course, when you get your Apple II, you can't just stop there, right? Because if you did, you would just have a showpiece to put on your table, coffee table. So I decided I was going to get myself an 80-column card. I don't know how many of you remember those, but this is a ViewMaster. This is better than the Videx card as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't need the little switch, and it loops through to your NTSC display. Then it also gives you pretty good quality NTSC for text only. It's not going to do graphics. So you put it in slot 3, and you can use it with software. You can even do a PR number 3, and you can literally do a Control A, and you get lowercase. So if that's where you want to get your lowercase from, you can do it. You don't have to go and spend any more money. However, I did. I kept going. So with some of my savings, I decided to get a Romex, and that's part of what you're seeing there. Is, of course, you get your original-looking computer, and then you upgrade it, right? It's not so original anymore, but this is the stuff we do, and I like to have fun. Firmware card, we talked about that. Language card. So what's interesting is, if you have integer basic ROMs or you have AppleSoft ROMs on the motherboard, either one of those, you have the ability with a language card to load either basic. So that's something to keep in mind either. You don't have to have the integer basic ROMs. And you don't have to have the AppleSoft ROMs if you get a language card. And those language cards are pretty cheap on eBay or on the Facebook Marketplace or other places like that. Datanetics key switches, I bought some of those from a guy named Larry Pell. I'll show you this, his name here shortly, or his information on eBay. I decided to get a 128K card because Petr Piskaric did a really cool session. I think it was, I don't know what year it was, last year, I'm not sure. But it was running AppleWorks on an Apple II. I said, that sounds like something cool I got to do. I haven't had the time to actually run the software because you need some special software to modify AppleWorks to make it work. But with that little Saturn card, you can do it. And so my point here is, for $368 on my extras, yeah, I know, more than the machine. Okay, I admit to my crimes as well. I'm still under $1,000. That's my point here. And like I said, I got more than I would have otherwise. Okay, one of the things I wanted to point out, and this is kind of my point, what I'm building up to here. An Apple II is also available. This is an original Apple ad. I believe this is 1977. Don't quote me on it, but I believe it is. It says an Apple II is available in board only. Now, the point I'm trying to make is there's a little bit of a loose definition or a little bit of leeway here. If an original Apple II was originally just a board, then the case shouldn't matter as much. That's what I'm trying to say. I know the purists out there. I know. But I'm just saying, if it makes you feel any better when you want to get your 2 plus instead of the 2 and make it look like 1, this is a good point to keep in mind, because I didn't even know this. Okay, how did I get to the raised power light? Don't ask me what this is all about. I told him don't send me one of those. I don't want it. And this is a family-oriented thing, so you can see it's blotted out there. But the raised power light, this is a 3D print, and I'll show it to you in a minute. 3D print. You said resin? Yeah, I'll show it to you. Nameplate. Yes, it's true. Yes, that's where it's coming from. So there is shipping, unfortunately. But he claims that's what it looks like. I have no experience with that. I don't know if anybody else around here's done that, but you can get a plate. So for $35, and I forgot to put that on there. I think I put it on the other slide. And for another, 23 plus 16, you too can say Apple II with a raised power light. However, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but not much. Okay. Again, some points. The 2 and the 2 Plus were offered for the sale at the same time. I did not know that until recently. You could technically order an Apple II in 1982. I don't know who would do that, but you could do it. Integer basic ROMs. They're still on eBay, but they're getting harder to find. I paid $90, as I showed, for the integer basic ROMs, only to realize that I should have put that money into a ROMX. And I'll show you that if I don't run out of time, which I think I'm going to. But anyway, the earlier Apple IIs, as I mentioned, have the shiny keys, the data index keyboards. And I showed you that. That was $35, the badge. And again, these were just-in-time machines. So that's an interesting point. Just because it's an Apple II or a 2 Plus doesn't mean the innards are what you would necessarily expect. And of course, keep in mind that people swap things as things broke, right? So you may or may not get what you're thinking by just looking at the cover. Can't judge an Apple II by its cover. True and not true. But your mileage will vary. But you really have to pay attention. And the bottom sticker, oh my goodness. I can't tell you how many advertisements I've seen, right? Or sales on eBay I've seen where people are showing the sticker and going crazy over it. And I'm like, really? But anyway. Okay, let's take a look here. So, Apple II motherboard revisions. This came from the Understanding the Apple II, which I highly recommend that. It's on archive.org, and I included a link in this presentation. Awesome, awesome guide. I mean, just pages of detail that will just blow your mind. But basically, the author in 1982 said he had never seen these other revisions. I believe that some people have seen them, some of these that he didn't see. That was a long time ago. This is all the different things that happened. Most of it was around video, as I was telling someone earlier, that to get this to even display, I had to come down here at midnight the other night when no one was here, and I had to play with that projector, and I had to put it in Antoine Vigneault, if you know who he is, might be proud. I had to put it in CCAM, which is a French standard. I don't understand why. It shouldn't happen. But the NTSC on this motherboard, oh my goodness, it's a Rev 3 motherboard, and it's horrible. So anyway, you can read about some of these other changes. Revision points. And this is just on the RFI. So RFI is later. You're talking like 1981, 82. Reactive Micro sells a board. He calls it Rev 7 RFI. And so I asked Henry, if anybody knows Henry Corbis, I said, Henry, why are you calling it Rev 7 RFI? I didn't know this. I've been enlightened recently. And he basically said, well, that's because people know it that way. I'm like, but it's wrong. It's either Rev 7 or it's RFI, because there was no Rev 7 RFI. Anyway, there's that label madness. How can you do the same? So basically, scan daily, waste a lot of time. 4 ROMs in a row. And I was going to show you a quick picture of that if I can. So, oh, 5 minutes? Okay. It's not showing on the projector. Oh, okay. Oh, well. Yeah. It's because my screen is not mirrored. Anyway, the bottom line is that there's 4 ROMs in a row. If you see 4 ROMs in a row and then 2 spaces, it's going to be integer basic. So these are some real quick, you don't have to be knowledgeable about all the part numbers. You don't have to know all that detail. But if you typically see a motherboard where there's only 4 in a row, it could be AppleSoft and someone pulled them out. That would happen at the garage giveaway. But typically, you would not have that issue on true Apple IIs, but you never know. Memory select jumpers, talked a little bit about that. The board stuffing date in the upper left-hand corner. That's a little goofy, but there's some consistency for some of the revisions. Some of the motherboards, for quite a while, you would have 7911, which meant 1979, and then the week. That's the stuffing date. That's not the date the machine was manufactured. We talked about some of these other things. And we talked about resources. This is all the things that I've tried to note where I've gotten a lot of this information or material. And then the last thing, because we're short on time. So I'm going to do a quick change here. And I'm going to put the ROMX in the machine and just show you what it can do for you. Because I do think this is an awesome value. And Jeff Mazur, who's in California, I don't know what city, sorry, and Dean, who's in Australia somewhere, Claxton, put this thing together. They did it, I believe, for the 2E first. And then they did the okay. So, you want a ROM? You got it. Whatever ROM you want. Not only that, you can upload the ROMs. And so, Joe Snowstrider, who was talking yesterday, he did a YouTube video on this back in 2020, I believe. He did not have, at that time, I don't think he had the older revision, or I should say they didn't have the older revision available, and he didn't have one. So they now have it for the Rev 6 and back. Because if you know anything about the motherboard, and you know anything about the character ROM basically is small on the older motherboards, and you had to use a Dan Paymar type lowercase chip to be able to swap back and forth between 2 ROMs to get lowercase. With this thing, I got it. Awesome. And if you want that experience, I don't have the language card in here. Remember that when I started at the beginning of this presentation? So, integer no auto, 5, I can do it. I don't have to swap anything. I don't get any R's on the screen, but I do get a little prompt, Control B. There you go. And that's my presentation. I think pretty much in a nutshell. Any questions?
All right. So we have some time for questions. Let me bring Steve up here. Thanks. All right. So I know that you've been watching the Discord channel. Were there any questions in there you wanted to answer?
Let's see. Jeff Maracini. I have not tried around X. Has it dramatically improved the usability? No, it just makes it fun. I wouldn't. Booting an Apple One mode I thought was pretty awesome, and trying to learn how to use an Apple One. It's a bit challenging. I've never done that before because I've never had an Apple One and I've never used an Apple One emulator. No, it's just it's an amazing product considering that they're going back to Rev 0, right? I don't know how these guys get a hold of this hardware. I don't know how they do this, but they deserve a lot of credit for something that works on a Rev 3 motherboard, which is what I have. So no, just lots of fun. Lots of fun. We do, if you're in that channel, there's Huxley has posted a really awesome. I said he's the next person to use a Prezo for Kansas 2024, Kansas 2024. He took his original Apple II to Apple headquarters and to the visitor center and was demoing it. I'm loving this. So that's a great side chat here going on. So if you got some time, you can join in. But no, just a lot of fun, a lot of memories. So looks like we're running out of time. I don't want to be rude to the next presenter, but we'll continue in the Discord here. Love the opportunity. Thank you again to all the volunteers that work in your, whatever you want to call it's off. Paul and Chris and Kat, hopefully she's feeling better. Javier, Sean, well, there's some missing out there. There's somebody else I've missed, I'm sure. But anyway, just thank you.
Peter.
Oh, Peter.
Yeah.
Peter, yes.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, though, for being available, even though this was a short time, and doing the presentation. And the Discord channel is quite active, so everybody feel free to go there. And we will move on to the next talk then. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next talk is Stefan Human describing what's new in Orca C. So I will bring that up, and then there'll be a little bit of time after for.
Hi folks, I'm Stephen Human, and today I'm going to be presenting what's new in Orca C. So first of all, what is Orca C? As many of you probably know, it's a C compiler for the Apple IIgs that was written by Mike Westerfield of the ByteWorks. And more specifically, it's the only C compiler on the Apple IIgs that complies with the national and international C language standards, which is something I'll talk a little bit more about later. And it's also one of the Orca family of languages, which means it runs under the Orca shell, which is a textual shell environment, and also has a graphical IDE-like environment that you can use if you want. And in addition to that, it can integrate with other Orca languages like the Orca M assembler and the Orca Pascal compiler. So now to go into a little of the history of Orca C. Orca C 1.0 was released back in 1989. There were several updates in the years following that, culminating in Orca C 2.1, released in 1996. Then in 2000, the ByteWorks put out a collection called Opus 2, which was basically all their Apple II software, including Orca C, in one collection. And with that, they also made available the source code for their software, including Orca C. So that meant that people could get that source code and look at it and potentially start modifying it. And that's what I did, initially kind of fixing bugs and then starting to add some new features. And in 2017, I asked Mike Westerfield if I could put that source code up publicly and start making some new releases containing my improvements. And he allowed me to do that by posting the source code on GitHub. And so for the last several years since then, I've been putting out several Orca C 2.2.0 beta versions, containing my bug fixes and enhancements progressively through those versions. And that brings us to today, when I'm announcing the Orca C 2.2.0 final release. So in the rest of this talk, I'll be presenting Orca C 2.2 and talking about what's new between Orca C 2.1, the previous commercial release, and the 2.2 version. So Orca C 2.2 adds almost all the features that are required by the latest C language standard, which is something I'll talk a little bit more about later. It also has some other features like improved error checking and some other miscellaneous improvements, and it's got many bug fixes. So first I'll just talk briefly about the bug fixes. There have actually been over 250 bugs fixed between Orca C 2.1 and 2.2. And these are all kinds of things. They're code generation bugs, where it would generate the wrong code, sometimes specific to using certain optimizations. There are issues where it didn't quite conform to the C language standards. There are bugs in library functions, just generally all kinds of things. And I won't spend too much more time talking about these, but they really are an important aspect of what's new in the release. And I think if you've encountered bugs in previous Orca C versions, there's a pretty good chance they've been fixed, so I'd encourage you to try the new one. Now I'll talk briefly about the C standards so we can understand kind of how Orca C complied with standards and what the newer standards are that it's now using. So to talk briefly about the history of C, it was developed back in the 1970s at Bell Labs, but initially there wasn't a formal standard from a standards body for it. Then in the 1980s, there was an effort to develop a standard, which was initially done by the American National Standards Institute. And they published a standard in 1989, so it's called C89 or ANSI for the American National Standards Institute. And then in 1990, essentially the same language standard, just reworded a little, was adopted as an international standard by ISO. So that version is called C90, but C89 or C90 are essentially the same language. Then that was followed up in 1999 by the C99 standard, which added quite a few new features to the language. And then it was followed up again in 2011 by C11, which added not quite as many as C99, but still a number of new features. And then finally C17 in 2017, which did not add any new features, but it did make various clarifications and corrections to the standard document. So to show how that relates to C compilers on the 2GS, the first C compiler early in the history of the 2GS was APWC, released by Apple, although it was developed by a third party. And that was a pre-standard C compiler that didn't have various of the features that the later C standards would have. And so that brings us to Orca C, which the original releases from that, from 1.0 through 2.1, were complying with that initial ANSI C or C89 or C90, that first generation of C standard. But Orca C 2.2 updates that all the way to C17, the latest standard as of this time. And I'll point out briefly, there's also an upcoming standard that's in development and actually pretty close to done, which gets referred to as C23, although it now looks like the official publication of the standard will probably be in 2024. So Orca C doesn't support that yet, but that's something I'll talk a little bit more about as a direction for the future. So now to briefly go over the new language features that have been added in these newer standards and that Orca C now supports. First, I'll talk about some C99 features. One of the big ones is that you can now mix declarations and statements within a block. Previously, in a block with curly braces, like the whole body of a function or a block within it, any declarations had to come before any statements. So you couldn't mix them freely in the block. But as of C99, you can do that. So you can have declarations that come after statements, and they can be intermixed any way you want. And kind of related to that, you can also have declarations in the first clause of a for loop. So for example, you can see in this example here, we define the loop control variable int I right in that first clause of the for loop, whereas previously you would have had to declare it before the for loop. And another class of new features in C99 is that it adds some new types. And probably the most significant one is that it adds integer types that are at least 64-bit. On most implementations, including Orca C, they're actually exactly 64-bit, called long, and for the unsigned version, unsigned long. And in addition to that, there is also a Boolean type called bool. So that those 64-bit integer types allow you to represent bigger integers than would have been supported previously, and the Boolean type represents Boolean values, so true or false. Some other things that have been added in C99, there's a new hexadecimal format that you can use to represent floating point constants. So the integer and fraction part are represented in hexadecimal, and then the exponent is represented as a power of 2. There's also compound literals, which are a new form of expression that you can use to essentially declare an unnamed variable, initialize it, and then refer to it all as one expression. So for example, if you want to have this rect, which is a kind of structure that comes up in the 2GS toolbox, and you want to use that somewhere, like maybe you're passing it to a function, you can just declare it as an expression, and parentheses rect as the type, and then the initializer for it. and just use it right as an expression without having to declare a separate variable for it. Another significant C99 feature is designated initializers. So these are initializers for structures or unions or arrays where you're explicitly declaring which element of them is being initialized. So for example, here you have a point P, and the .v element of that, the vertical coordinate, is initialized to 10, and the .h is initialized to 20 for the horizontal coordinate. And that just allows you to explicitly see which elements you're initializing, and also it means they don't have to be in order. And you can actually see that in the other example for initializing an array, where you initialize element 1, then element 0, then element 2. So as you can see, they aren't going in order. And those are just some of the C99 features. Obviously, there are a number of others that I don't have time to get into here. And then moving on to C11, that has even more new features. One of them is that there are now Unicode character constants and string literals that can be used to represent characters and strings in the various Unicode encodings, which can be useful for interchanging data with modern systems that are likely to use Unicode. Another thing is that it now supports static assertions, where it can statically evaluate an expression and assert that it should evaluate to non-zero. And if it evaluates to 0, then that will be considered an error, and the compiler will print an error message and stop compiling. So for example, in this case, we can check that the size of the int type is what we expect it to be. Another C11 feature is that there's now a no return function specifier that's just used to explicitly declare that a function does not return to its caller. And again, these are just some of the features. There are more that I don't have time to get into here. And finally, there are actually a few features from that upcoming C23 standard that Orca C already supports. It doesn't support most of C23, but it supports these couple little things. So one of them is binary constants, where you have a number prefixed by 0b and then binary digits. So that just allows you to represent a number in binary, which can be a nice thing to do, for example, and it's actually representing in some set of bit flags or something like that. And another is the hash warning preprocessor directive, which just allows you to make the compiler print out a warning message when it's compiling something, but not actually stop compiling it, which you can just use that kind of in preprocessor directives if there's maybe something that's not quite right and you want to print out a warning about it. So now I will get into some new library features that are supported. One of the significant ones is that there's some additions to the printf and scanf, the formatted output and input functions. And one of the big ones is additional length modifiers for various types. So you have now LL for long long or unsigned long long, which, as I mentioned, are those 64-bit integer types that have been added. There are also now explicit length modifiers for signed or unsigned char, for size t, pointer diff t, int max t. So this just allows you to conveniently print or scan in any of those types. Another thing that's been added is that it can print out or scan in floating point numbers in that kind of hexadecimal floating point format that I mentioned earlier. So you can use that in source code and also use it with printf and scanf. Another thing that's been added is the snprintf function. So you can print to a string buffer, but limit the size of the buffer so you don't overflow it. And again, there are some other additions that I don't have time to get into here. In addition to that, there's been a bunch of new math functions that were added in C99 that are now supported. I don't have time to get into what all these do, but there's quite a bunch of them. So if you are interested in writing mathematical code, you can look into these, and quite possibly some of them would be useful to you. And finally, there's kind of a grab bag of other additions to the library. One also related to the mathematical stuff is that there's now floating point environment support. So you can configure the rounding mode, like round up or round down or round to nearest or round to 0 for floating point operations. And you can also look at the floating point exception flags. So when floating point operations encounter errors, like for example overflows or underflows, they set exception flags, and you can now look at those to check for those kind of errors. Another function that's been added is stirf_time, which is a time and date formatting function. So that allows you to use a format string to indicate what format you want a time and date to be represented in, and then it can write it out in that format. So it's flexible for representing various different time and date formats. And also related to time and date, we can now use the time tool set by Jeff Weiss, if you have that installed and you set some options to enable it, to handle time zones, which is something that the library previously couldn't do because the built-in Apple IIGS system software doesn't really keep track of the time zone. In addition to that, there are math functions operating on the new long type. There are Unicode conversion functions that can convert between the 2GS desktop character set and Unicode using UTF-16 or 32. And there's a new header called studint.each, which defines a bunch of fixed-size integer types, for example, int32_t, and types like that, for example, is just always a signed 32-bit integer type. So that allows you to have a type of a specific size without needing to worry about variations between platforms. Like, for example, on the 2GS, the basic type int is 16 bits, whereas on most modern platforms it's 32 bits. And so with the basic types, you can get variations like that, but by using these types declared in studint.h, you'll always get a fixed size regardless of the platform. And again, these are just some of the additions. I don't have time to get into everything here. So now briefly what's not supported. Really the only major feature from C11 or C17 that is not supported is wide characters using the wchar_t type. And that's a type that's designed to represent characters using some broader character set than a basic 7-bit or 8-bit character set. In practice, it's usually Unicode, but the 2GS has no real convention for representing wide characters, so that is not supported in OrcaC. Apart from that, there are a number of features that are defined in the standards but made optional to implement or not. And so OrcaC also chooses not to implement those. And these are things like complex numbers, variable length arrays, multi-threading, and atomics. And I should point out, complex numbers and variable length arrays were actually mandatory features in C99, but then they were made optional in C11. So OrcaC is focused on the latest standards like C11 and C17, so it chooses to treat them as optional and not implement them. Now I'll talk briefly about some new features in the compiler that aren't directly tied to what's specified in the new standards. And maybe the biggest one is some additions to pragmalint. So pragmalint is a directive you can use to make OrcaC check for some things that aren't necessarily detected as errors by default, but really are likely to be errors or something you don't intend in your code. So one of the big ones there is that it can now do printf and scanf format checking. So that means when you use those formatted input-output functions, it will look at the format string you specify and then compare that to the number and type of arguments you give to the function and make sure they actually match. Because if you don't, that will essentially be an error and not behave correctly whenever that function is called. And I should point out, this is actually something that was contributed by Kelvin Sherlock, so thank you to him for that. Some other pragmalint checks that have been added is for undefined behavior in computations. Things like integer overflow, invalid shift counts, division by 0, in cases where they can be detected at compile time, like when you're operating on constants. Another thing is implicit conversions that change the value of a constant. For example, when you have a constant value and you assign it to a type that's too small to hold that value, it can give you a warning about that. Another thing it can do is give you an error about syntax disallowed by C99. So the C99 standard disallowed some things that previous C standards allowed. And by default, those are still allowed in OrcaC to maintain compatibility with older code. But by using this pragmalint directive, you can get an error for those things that are no longer allowed in the current standards. And finally, there's a couple additional ones for functions that don't return a value. For example, executing to the end of a function that's supposed to return a value but actually doesn't. And for variables that are just never used in your code. And apart from pragmalint, there are some other additions and features in the compiler. One of them is just improvements to the generated code. There generally aren't huge improvements there, but there are some improvements here and there, so you'll usually get at least a little better code in a large program. And finally, some internal size limits have been raised to allow you to compile larger programs. There's better detection of some classes of errors. Apart from just that pragmalint, there are some things that are unambiguously errors that were missed before but are now detected. And there's also a way to select what C standard you want to use. So you can select either a strict conformance mode to one standard or kind of a more permissive compatibility mode for multiple standards. And now moving on, I'd like to briefly show you an example of Worker C in action. So we'll go over to 2GS emulator here, and we have a little program that's supposed to compute a factorial. So in this case, it's computing 20 factorial, which is just 20 times 19 times 18, etc., down to times 1. And so it's got a loop to do that. And that also has a version of that will actually be computed at compile time, and it compares the two and see if they match. And if you look at this, you can see it's using several of the new features. So for example, it's using the long 64-bit integer type, which is actually necessary because the other integer types would not be large enough to fit the value that we're going to be computing. Another thing is we declare the loop control variable within the loop here, int I equals 20, declared in the loop. We also have a declaration here for this expected variable that comes after the statements, like the for loop and the printf. So this is an example of mixing declarations and statements, which again is something new in C99 and later. So let's go ahead and try to compile and run this program. So we say compile to memory, and we can go over and look at the shell window, and you can see it compiled successfully and ran, but it didn't quite run correctly. It computed 20 factorial as 0, which is not right. It should be some large number, not 0. And it also says the computed value does not match the expected result. So now let's add in that pragmalint directive and see if that can help us debug it. So we add that in here. We say pragmalint -1, which means enable all the lint checks. And now we'll do it again. And it says lint invalid format string or arguments. So that is the printf format checking I mentioned earlier. And it points right here to the printf statement that it's talking about. And in this case, the issue is that we need to use the LL length modifier because we're printing this val variable, which is of type long. So we modify that and compile it again. And it's now saying lint integer overflow in expression. It points us to right here. And what this is saying is this, as it's computing this 20 times 19 times 18 times 17, that's actually going to overflow. And the reason for that is that all these variables are of type int by default, because an integer that fits in a type int is int by default. But that's not what we want here. We want the computation to be done in type long, which will allow us to represent larger numbers. So we can do that by adding this LL length modifier on the first number here, the 20, and that will wind up causing the whole computation to be done with type long. So now we do that, we compile it again, and we can see it compiled and ran successfully. It computed 20 factorial as this large number here, which is correct, and it matches the expected result. So that's just kind of an example of some of the new features you can use in terms of language features and in terms of these debugging features with pragmalint. So now, how do you get Orca C E2.2? Well, if you already have Orca C 2.1, then it's available as a free upgrade that you can download from the GitHub site for Orca C, which is linked right there. If you don't have Orca C, or don't have Orca C 2.1, then you can get it as part of Opus 2, which is that collection of ByteWorks software that's now sold by Juice.gs. And As of right now, the existing Opus 2 collection contains Orca C 2.1, so you'll need to get that and then apply the update to Orca C 2.2. But coming, hopefully sometime pretty soon, should be an update to Opus 2 that has Orca C 2.2 directly integrated into it. So keep an eye on juice.gs for that. And finally, to talk briefly about future plans for Orca C, I do intend to keep developing it. The main future plan I have at the moment is to work toward implementing the features from that upcoming C23 standard, which I do intend to do, although it's a pretty big update, so it'll probably be a few years before I have all of that implemented. Apart from that, I'll look to incrementally improve the performance of the generated code, keep fixing bugs, and try to respond to feature requests from users. And so I would welcome feature requests. I'd also welcome any code contributions that people want to make. It's on GitHub, as you can see right there, and people are welcome to contribute to it. And so that will conclude my presentation, and thank you for watching, and I'll be happy to take questions now or anytime on the Discord.
All right, great, thanks. Stephen is here, and hopefully can answer some questions. Hello.
Yeah, hi. I've seen some questions on the Discord, so I'll go ahead and answer those.
Great.
One was asking kind of what's the utility of the hexadecimal floating point format. Basically, the internal binary representation of floating point is using a binary-based format, and the hexadecimal corresponds pretty much directly to that. Whereas with the traditional decimal representation of it, you can get some conversion issues. So you might have kind of a rounding error going between hexadecimal and decimal. So that's just kind of a more direct way to represent what it actually is internally. Another thing I was asking is about the strl copy function. That is not in there because it's not part of the current C standards. There are a number of useful functions that could be implemented. I've mostly chosen to stick pretty closely to the C standards. There's actually somebody pointing out here, it will be in the upcoming POSIX standards. Some of the other things are in POSIX, but not the C standards. Some of those things like that could potentially be implemented in the future if people are interested. That can also be done as a separate library if people want to, or if you find open source code online implementing those functions. For the most part, it will work pretty easily in Orca C. Another thing I'm seeing people talking about is the year 2038 bug, where the time representation runs out of bits and can't represent the dates anymore. Orca C actually uses a unsigned 32-bit time representation, which is different. Year 2038 bug is primarily for signed 32-bit time representation. So time in the Orca C libraries actually can represent up to 2105, but not beyond that. Although there may be some issues, some other places of GSOS will kind of run out earlier. So there may need to be some patches for that. But Orca C can represent up to 2105. Now, it does now support the 64-bit integer types. So beyond that, that could be changed over to use the 64-bit types, and then it would represent some huge amount of time. But we haven't done that so far. I'm seeing a question about levels of optimization. How efficient is the generated code? I'd say it's okay generally, but not great. I know people have opinions about this. There are things that are a little better in the new version than the old version, but mostly not too dramatically. So it's not going to be as good as hand-generated assembly, but I think it's good enough for a lot of things. Asking in mixing 6502 with 65C16 assembly. Yes, there's a mini assembly built into it, so you can have assembly code directly within your C program. So that would normally be 65.8.16 assembly. Normally, you probably wouldn't want to try to go into 6502 emulation mode within Orca C code. I'd be happy to take any other questions if there are. I think most of the other comments are just people expressing interest in stuff. But
one that showed up in there was, is there an internal representation that the optimizer is using?
Yes, there is an internal representation that the optimizer is using. It's actually similar to P code, if you know what that is. Some optimizer passes are working on that P code. Some of the optimizer passes are actually working basically on the assembly code. So there's a mix of stuff, but there is an internal representation there that gets optimized. And that is something that could be improved. Essentially, if you kind of look at all your standard optimization algorithms in compiler textbooks, most of those could be applied to that internal representation. That's a fair amount of work to do and get it right. There might be performance issues doing that on the GS, but that's something that we can potentially look at in the future. I might do that. I'd certainly welcome contributions from others as well. I see, what's the typical workflow with LucaC? Do you write stuff on the GS, maybe in an emulator? Yeah, this is something I should point out. You can obviously write it directly on a GS. It runs on a real GS. You can use a traditional GS emulator. There's also something called Golden Gate by Kelvin Sherlock, which is a separate product that you can buy from Juice GS. That essentially is kind of a specialized emulator thing, but it essentially allows you to run LucaC or the other Orca languages as cross compilers on a modern computer, which will obviously be very fast. So that's a good option for people looking for that. Asking about Orca Pascal bugs. I haven't fixed anything in Orca Pascal. Essentially, there aren't new Pascal language standards coming out, so there isn't quite the same impetus to do updates there. I'm aware of a few bugs in the Orca Pascal compiler, but nothing too bad. So that's something I or others could potentially look at doing in the future.
All right, I think actually we're kind of bumping up against the end of the session time. But this has been great. Thank you for taking the time to answer these questions at the end of the presentation.
Thanks for having
me. And for working on OrcaC. Okay. So now we're at a break point. And so this is lunch if you're situated in Kansas City or that time zone. And then so we'll be back at in an hour, basically, when we'll be talking with Dave Ottolini about his work with Washington Apple Pie and the 3sig and so forth. So we'll see you back then. Thanks. right. Welcome back. So we are, I think we're back from lunch, and we're about to speak with Dave Ottolini, who you might remember from yesterday, who helped us with the interviews with Wendell Sander and Bob Consorti. But I wanted to bring him on and talk a little bit with him about his work with Washington Apple Pie 3 SIG, and just his history with Apple III. So let's see if I can bring you on. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm not sure why my video is not showing.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. I cannot see you. Let me see if I can do anything to change that.
Always something, isn't it?
Yes. If you wanted to leave and rejoin, we could try that again, I guess. I could see if I can make you a co-host. Might help, but it's probably a technology thing on
Well, let me go back to my system settings and make sure that differences sometimes.
Zoom believes your camera is on, if that's of any use.
I don't see that. Let me see if, just for fun, let's.
Okay. This looks like we got a bit of video.
Okay, so let me.
Seems to be your phone or something.
I'm gonna see if that will work. This is weird, isn't it? All right, so that did that. Let's go back here.
So we have.
I'm upside down.
Yeah.
I've not ever used this before, so this is weird. Okay, you know what? Let me disconnect and rehook up.
Sure, sounds good.
I think that's probably the safest thing to do. Okay, I'll be right back.
Sure. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll get there. We'll get there, I'm sure. But I think here's I'll hold up an apple orchard with the three introduced. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll de-videoize myself for a moment, I guess. Let's see. Okay. Okay. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, Paul.
Yes, I hear you and have the same. I still don't see, but Kate suggests that it is pulling from the wrong video source. Does that seem?
All right, so let's
possible?
go to preferences and video, FaceTime video. It was working perfectly yesterday, so I don't know. Very frustrating.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, so this is all right. So let's. All right, you know, I'm gonna restart my computer completely. I apologize to everybody.
Okay, sure. Good luck. All right. Maybe I'll make the little apple fall the rest of the way. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll shift probably the schedule just a little bit. But once we get this settled, we'll continue on in the same order, and I'm not going to try to shuffle it around. So, see you back here quite soon.
All right, Paul.
Interesting. I was waiting for you to appear in the attendees list, and you were you were already there. It remembered you. Great.
All right. So all right. The computer gremlins have fixed themselves, and so once again, it's great to talk with you and see you and talk about some of the experiences, at least that I've had in this time with the Apple III.
Yeah, no, and thank you very much for both for your help yesterday and just for your work overall and for being here today.
It was so much fun yesterday, and I mean, literally, I had not, especially Dr. Sanders, I hadn't seen or talked with him in probably more than 30 years, or longer than that. And Bob, we communicate back and forth, but I hadn't certainly seen him in quite a while. So it was so fun. So thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Yeah, well, it's been really fun from out here too. But yeah, so just to, I guess, summarize this. So Dave Ottolini was the long-serving chair of the Apple III Special Interest Group of Washington Apple Pie. Is that right?
That's
and so at least from what I understand, you regularly collected the information together. I've seen you authoring sort of sequential updates of like new versions of drivers and that sort of thing. And then this very large collection of public domain software that eventually accumulated in that Washington Apple Pie put out and distributed. So I would kind of wanted to talk about all that, but maybe the obvious place to start is kind of like what brought you to the Apple III in the first place? Kind of why the Apple III versus other options you might have had.
Well, long ago in the past, I started to work at CNN. Cable news network. And I could not claim to be one of the originals. I started there in Washington, D.C. about 3 years after they started, and about 1982-ish. And so I worked with all the original people. And they had a computer system then that was called BASIS. And it was your standard mainframe type computer system with terminals and had a rudimentary email type system. You'd do a /S at the top of the screen and send it to whoever. And you, after a while, you knew everybody's name, so you could send them stuff. Anyway, all of a sudden one day, this thing called an Apple III showed up, and they were trying to figure out how to use this standalone computer and didn't have a whole lot of luck with it. And so I had been following the Apple IIs for a while. When I was at CNN, I would keep track of Apple's stock price, and I did that for years when I was at CNN, and it never changed from $26 a share. I mean, it was always seemed to be $26. So I wish I'd bought it back then, but I didn't. But in any case, I convinced them to let me take the Apple III home, and so that was my start with an Apple. And it was, they were too expensive for me at the time. But in '83, Apple discontinued the Apple III, and the Macintosh had just come out. So I convinced my wife to let me go buy a computer, and she was kind enough to do that. So we went into Washington, D.C. to one of the computer companies there, stores there, and I had a choice. I could have bought an Apple III system, 3 Plus system, and or a Mac, like a Mac SE. They were the exact same price. And since I'd worked with the 3, I decided to go with that. And just for all you folks back who think, I know you were talking about the 5.5-inch floppies. I bought a set, you can buy them in boxes of 10, $100 for that. And so I bought an Apple III system, and that was my start. And then I started looking around for some additional help, and I found Washington Apple Pie, and they published a huge. They had been a user group from like '78 when the Apple II first came out, and they were a huge hobby group, had more than 5,000 members at one point. And so I joined up, and I with my little Apple III, and we created an Apple III SIG, and there were maybe. I'm trying to think. At the most, we had 10 or 15 people who were members. But as we met, some of the members said, "Well, there's no software. What are we going to do about that?" And so that was when I started gathering. And over time, there were other user groups, ATUNC and a few other groups that were also starting to put out software. And so we would share that stuff. And and then as time went along, the longer we went into the 80s and into the early 90s, a lot of these groups, like On3 and some of these other groups that had produced software, Pear Software, and a few others like that, they went defunct. And so I talked with them, and I managed to get them to put their software into the public domain. And I think our Apple III SIG public domain library, I don't know, maybe 300, 400, 500 discs at one point, and it was at that point that I also started talking about putting together a DVD or two that would also be of use to folks. And I got the company that put together the how to work your Apple III in 10 easy lessons. And then so that was a 2-disc set, and I added some additional stuff to that, as you know. And then I worked on for a long time. I worked on another CD DVD with everything that I could gather, and that included all the articles that I'd written, and I wrote a ton of them, not just for Washington Apple Pie, but for On3 magazine and for other groups. I wrote a lot of those, but information there was an Apple III list, like a listserv almost, a bulletin board. And Washington Apple Pie actually took that over and ran it for a while. But then I just sucked all the information out and split, and it was just all really great information, much like what you're doing here with KansasFest, where people are sharing and talking about problems and how to deal with it, and hey, here's something new that I just wrote or whatever. Anyway, so that all of that material came in there. So that disc was long, and I used 3 easy pieces, and I created databases of all the every Apple III article I could get my hands on, and all different kinds of things, business basic. We scanned the there were a couple of books about the Apple III. I scanned those and put them in there as well. So awful lot of stuff, awful lot.
Yeah, that is a great resource. The Washington Apple Pie the public domain disk set. I was interested, actually. A little surprised to hear that there were only in the just barely double digits members of the 3sig, because the influence, I think, of the 3sig and the public domain software was quite wide reaching. I mean, so you must have had a lot of people who asked for the disks.
Well, they did. In the old days, good old days, Washington Apple Pie would have monthly meetings, and the Apple II and Apple III, and then later the Mac groups. That was how Washington Apple Pie made a lot of money, and they would sell hundreds and hundreds of discs. So I spent or other people spent chunks of their time making copies of these discs, and that was a labor of love, believe me. But they would sell hundreds, and they did that for a long time, and then all of a sudden they just, nobody bought them anymore, and so the three kind of, you still had the Apple IIe was still there, and the Apple III only lasted maybe 3-4 years really as a actual product that Apple sold, and then the Mac, the Lisa, and then the Mac came in, and people just mitigated right to the Mac, and you could do desktop publishing with the Mac, and they had the color laser printers and all that kind of stuff, and people just they moved on, right? Really. So there was still a group of us who just loved the Apple III, and we continued to work with it. And the company that produced the 3+2E cards, the first 3+, and then there was a 1 card, and then there were 2 for the 2E. That company basically went defunct, but we worked with them a little bit, and they continued to make them. And the guy, the main engineer, he would make them at his house and sell them until his wife told him he had to stop. I mean, that was the reason why he had to stop. But and then again, we On3 stayed around. Bob stuck with us for a long time, and I don't know if I think some of the videos are out there from the old Phase 3 conference with Tao, the third Apple users group in Chicago. And that was where we first learned, for example, about HyperCard. That was where we learned about it for the start. And that's, that was a basic, one of the major building blocks for the Mac and for newer computers after that. So, but we had just lots of really great discussions there. And that was the only one we ever had, was the Phase 3 conference, but it was wonderful. And but we, like I said, if people haven't tried Boss 3, I would highly recommend it, because it really what made a huge difference in how you can operate your 3. And I think you had a video that I took at Washington Apple Pie garage sale. If you wanted to play that now, it's only a couple minutes, but people might like to see that.
Yeah, that's neat. So yeah, I guess it's at a meeting, and one of the features of it is that it has the first installation, right, of the first public installation of Boss.
That's right. And Bob was there. He actually came and brought we had a twice a year garage sales where people could come, and they were huge. And we held them all over the we call it the DMV, but either in Virginia or sometimes in Maryland. And he was there, and he was selling some of his products, but we also had worked with him, to create Boss 3. And I think that was probably the last actual product that ever came out for the 3 at that point. And but you might enjoy showing that for folks.
Sure. Yeah, I'll show that. And if you want me to pause it, or if you want to just talk over it, did you want the sound to go through, or would you want to describe what you see?
I can start doing that toward the end there. There's a couple of the members will be discussing what's happening. So
okay, all right, here we go then.
That's Bob Consorti there, selling his product, selling all his old stuff. You can see how people sold everything at the garage sales. There's Bob again on the left. See the Apple III's down there at the bottom. Here we are set up to show the Boss 3 installation.
Over here, Paul. Finally catch you on videotape. Sold any discs yet?
Yeah, so far.
Good.
No Apple 3 though.
That's too bad.
Apple 3 must be a thing of the past.
Go.
We're now witnessing the first public installation of Boss version 1.0.
The Dave Jernigan version.
And the operating system has now created all the files needed for the operation of the new operating system. And just ask for inputting the second side of the disk, and it's done. We have a new operating system, complete upgrade in less than 2 minutes. DOS users, eat your heart out.
See, I hope that's the current one.
Yes, indeed. You want to set your cache, or well, you don't really need the cache.
Well, wait until I reload all the drivers.
Yeah. But this program will be on your hard drive.
Yeah. But there's
you can set your blanker options, password options.
Did you add all your new blankers?
We just copy.
It says basic blankers. Yeah, you just copy them right to the subdirectory. All of them as is, and it'll run them.
Okay. Yeah, that's so neat. It's so neat that you have that record, and it's I mean, I think it's quite interesting that you could see the date in the corner, 1993. I mean, like this is that's really late for the Apple III, right?
It's 10 years after Apple had manufactured its last machine. That's right. So, I would like to say, the Apple III community is passionate, and it's clear after talking and seeing what people are talking about in the last few days that it remains passionate, and I think that's fantastic. Washington Apple Pie started off as a hobbyist group, and then because of the Macs and stuff are basically appliances now, it's really difficult to do much more than reinstall an operating system in most of them. But what's fun is to see the Apple II and III communities now have become even more passionate and hobbyists, and all these different products like the FujiNet that we talked about earlier, and some of this other stuff, and some of these new cards. I think somebody is producing a new 3+2E. I mean, I think the technology has changed enough that you're able to do a lot of that stuff now that we couldn't have done back then in quite the same way.
Yeah, I think one of the things I thought was interesting about the sort of environment back then was that it really seemed to be, with On3 and with the Washington Apple Pie 3 SIG, it was focused on, the machine was no longer in production, but people had them and they were using them to be productive, so it was about, actually getting stuff done and keeping these things running.
And, I actually did a whole tutorial about how to use your 3 on the internet. I mean, even the early, those early times, but you could do some things on the internet with the 3, not very fast because you were still using a modem back then, but you could do some things with it. And so it was a lot of fun, but people, one time when we were doing it, our WAP had a Tuesday night clinic, and somebody, and this was long after the 2s, that we was all in Macintosh, and some guy brought in his 2E to have something done to it. And I said, well, why haven't you moved on to the Mac? Excuse me. And he said, I spent $2,500 on this machine, and I'm going to use it until it stops working. But I think, I mean, the Apple IIIs were pretty expensive, and so people wanted to get the most out of them. And like we talked about yesterday, once the 3 Plus came out and they fixed a lot of the things and replaced the motherboards and stuff, it was a solid computer and it worked great. And it's sad that they, if they had given it a full 2E ability, that would have really made a huge difference, because it could have really run all of that. You wouldn't have had to have spent money on a set of cards or whatever, But I know we're running a little bit out of time, so I don't know if anybody had any questions, or if you want, I could talk a little bit about what I'm doing now, just to let people know that I've kept my hand in things.
I was actually just looking at the channel to see if there were questions, but tell us about what you're. Are you working with Washington Apple Pie at all anymore? And
right,
what are you doing otherwise?
Not well. The real answer is no, but we maintained contact with them. Basically, what happened was because the Tuesday night clinic continued, but as the Macs became more of an appliance, the membership went down from maybe 5,000 members down to much less, and they couldn't financially maintain a physical clubhouse, an office space. And so as a Tuesday night clinic, we couldn't continue because we just didn't have space. But so we were out of business for about 2 years, and then we found some space in a local church, and we started back up again, became our own 501c3, and we became the Mac Recycle Clinic. And although we have, I haven't seen any 2Es or 3s, but older Macs, on occasion we'll see an SE or something show up. But for the most part, we have become a group that we recycle and refurbish Macs. Right now, anything higher from High Sierra on up, and also Chromebooks. I've learned how to work on Chromebooks, and our primary goal is to refurbish them and then get them back out to the community. So we work with students, we work with families. A lot of refugees who have nothing want Mac laptops or desktops. And even though Montgomery County gives away freely, they give away Chromebooks and Dell computers, people still want Macs. And so that helps us. And we've given away a lot of desktops for labs and that kind of thing. But most of the machines we work on now are Catalina and higher, but High Sierra is still a fine operating system for most people. So that's what we do. We work mostly on Mondays or by appointment in Silver Spring, Maryland. And so if anybody's near and they want to donate an older machine, we're always happy to take that.
Nice. And the people in the chat are impressed that you took and provided that video. It's kind of a treasure to have that.
Well,
now. Yeah.
Well, like I said, having worked in broadcast news for a very long time, that was something I'm glad that I could find it. It was on an old 8mm tape, and luckily I still have a machine that can play it back. That's part of the problem. Even with the Macs. None of the Macs have DVD players anymore, right? So you have an external that you can hook up, or even the 3.5 floppies, because I have a lot of material on that. Most of it has found its way onto those DVDs because I copied a lot of that stuff over early enough that I could get it out to people. So I highly recommend that folks read over some of that older material if they're interested. And some of that stuff I realized when I was looking back at it that it was Word 5 documents, and so it may not always be easy. At some point I put a lot of things into PDFs, but some of that stuff is in older stuff, and some of the databases, they were all 3Z pieces. So if you have that, you should be able to read those, but I can't even FileMaker won't even read those anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it is funny how we preserve the data, but we still can't get them. And if you can, even if you succeed in opening one of those Word files, it's funny, the funny little postage stamp in the middle of your gigantic screen.
Very frustrated. Yeah, I agree.
But also I wanted to say that, so you have well, as far as I know, the only source of the audio from the Phase 3 conference, you provided that to Em and I earlier, but that is really neat to have those recorded talks too. So,
well, I wish I had videotaped them too, but it was at that point it was easier because I had to fly into Chicago for that. You know, it was easier just to record them, and people don't always think about how important that is. But 30 years later, you realize this is a treasure that we would never have had. Not and I mean, Bob Consorti was there and talked, but there were some older Apple employees who had some really fantastic stories to tell that we would never have heard of otherwise.
Yeah. So the DVD, like, maybe you could talk a little bit about, I think the what is it, the 10 easy pieces or whatever it was called, 10 easy lessons DVD.
Right. I'll show you. This was I realized that
see if I can.
Luckily I still had something, that I could, because most of them have been go this way, have been sold and whatever else. So I made up 2 new sets, and I think you're going to work with the folks if they would like to win those. But the 10 easy pieces, 10 easy lessons are on 2 discs, and then I created another DVD. I just called it the A3 CD or DVD, and that's the one that has all of the information that it's out there in the public domain. It's all in one place, really, on that CD. So I sent a couple copies of that as well, and hopefully, if somebody's interested in that material, they'll win it in your contest that you're going to do.
Yes, I was just going to say that we had so the actual physical DVDs are chasing around in the mail. So they made it to Kansas City after everyone left, and they're now headed away. But so yeah, we will. I think in the channel that's designated for this talk, we'll announce sort of like how to express interest, and then we'll randomly draw. There are 2 of them, and that's it's very neat that you're making those available.
Okay, and after we're done, I'll go back on the A3 group there, and any questions anybody has there, I'll be happy to answer those as well.
Thanks. Yeah, the A3 DVD, at least some version of it is on the Internet Archive, and I think it's hosted on the WAP.org site as well.
It probably it is. It probably is too. But sometimes it's like I still have 1 complete set of the 5 1/4 disc library. So I'm trying to decide where that would be the best home for it. And so I'm open to ideas on that. But I would, there's something about, you can download it and thing, but sometimes it's just nice to have that disc and you put it in your machine and it runs, and it's just part of the experience, I think.
Well, and I was thinking a little bit about the fact that you released these things on, you moved them to DVD, which made them easier to transport and mail and stuff like that. But yet they became harder to interface with the actual Apple III at that point. And at least for a long time, there was no good emulator really, or no fully functional emulator.
Yeah, there were 1 or 2, but you're right, they weren't. They just weren't great. But you seem to have a lot of really smart people that attend KansasFest, and it's amazing to me what all they have done. And so kudos to everybody who has continued to work on the 2 and the 3 and continue to make it a fun machine to do, not necessarily to do work with, but just to have fun with. So as a hobbyist.
Yeah, and I think it's neat. I think it's neat that we had a chance this year to kind of highlight the 3, because I think it's very, people can't think of what to do with it. Like there's only so much VisiCalc you can do.
Well, there's an awful lot. There actually were a few games for the 3. Nothing too exciting, but there were, and they're in that public domain library. And it could do, an awful lot of stuff. You run a bulletin board or communications, as we saw. You could, it could be networked. It could be, you could do a lot of work. 3 easy pieces or the old Apple Works, they had 3Z Pieces was a defining program really for the 3, and it allowed you to do pretty much everything. And for a goodly while, FileMaker could read those files, and so there was some transportability there for the files, and that was really positive. And even like the old Word doc, Word can still read or teach text or whatever you read. They can still read those, and you just have to play with it a little bit sometimes.
Was it difficult to convince people to put this stuff in the public domain? I guess you actually did some of the lobbying for that, right?
Well, yeah. Sometimes I had to call or write letters and do that kind of stuff. But at the point there was not only the 10 easy video lessons, but there was also a audio, which is on the DVD, and they weren't selling them anymore, so they had gotten they had extracted the usefulness out of those. So a lot of times they just simply said, if you give us credit for make sure that our company name or whatever, I doubt those companies don't exist anymore, but that was really a no-brainer as far as I was concerned. And because it's still, I was a history major, and so I really think that it's important that that we preserve and maintain these things, because they do go, they disappear, things go away and never come back. And so if we can preserve a lot of this information for the current and future generations of people who might use a 3, well, then that's great. What I'm waiting for is to see if let's do is there an Apple III emulation on a Macintosh? Maybe there is, but actually there is, I think. But it would be fun to be able to play with all that stuff.
Yeah. The MAME, I think it's like multi-arcade machine emulator or something like that. It does many different machines, but that is the current, basically only viable Apple III emulator. But they've worked pretty hard on it. I mean, there's a particularly difficult problem with how the memory paging works, and that was the thing that foiled all the previous attempts. And someone named Arby figured out how to work it out in MAME, and so MAME can do it. It would be great if there are more, but MAME can do it, and so it is possible, which I think should help adoption.
I would hope so. I mean, I think people really, well, maybe it's a hobbyist thing, but it's just fun to know that you can continue to get some fun and some usefulness out of these older machines. And they took the old Atari and put every game they ever had onto an SSD and threw it into a machine, and people still buy them. Why? Because they're fun. And that's the bottom line, I think, for a lot of that.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. So I've been trying to see. I think we've been kind of covering the questions that have been coming up, but I might have missed some. If someone feels that there's a question they wanted to ask.
Yeah, I think I saw one question about whether I still have a 3 or not, and the sad truth is that I took almost all of the stuff that I had, and I donated it to a computer museum up in Delaware, and so I haven't really had the chance to play with the 3 for a goodly while, but maybe in the future. But I've run out of space in my group. It looks like you've got lots of stuff there, but I don't
know if you can see it, but somewhere there is an Apple III.
There is an Apple III back in there. but that it went to a good place, and like I said, it's so fun to be able to be part of something like KansasFest and talk with you, Paul, about all of this, because it still is near and dear to my heart. My long-suffering wife had to deal with me spending many hours doing database work and other things on the computer, but but we've gotten past that now, so it's fine, you know.
Yeah. Well, and it's been neat. It's been neat seeing, actually, you know, you and Bob, and to some extent Wendell, even, you know, sort of out there still, you know, responding to Facebook group posts or Apple Fritter forum posts and that sort of thing. So that's been really neat to still have the people discovering it now have the connection to what people learned before.
Sure, absolutely. And like I said, if you know, I mean, I'm happy to, if people are interested, they can always contact me directly, and I'm happy to answer any questions or anything like that. So, yeah, the best of my knowledge, I'll answer the questions that I can.
Excellent. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Yeah. So I think we probably should move to the next thing on the schedule. But thank you so much for the time today and yesterday.
You're most welcome.
A lot of fun.
Great to see you in person, and thanks again to KansasFest for inviting me.
Okay, let's see. So I will. So the next thing we will do. Let me see if I can organize the screen here. Okay, so the next talk is going to be Physics Engine via the Apple IIc serial port by Melody and April Ayers Griffith, and I will bring them in here, and then we can get started. Let's see if this works. We're running about 10 minutes behind, so we'll adjust it as needed. Okay. Looks like it's working. Hello. So take it away.
All right. Well, hello, KansasFest. So our talk is basically, well, I got the idea of using an off-board computer to be a physics engine for an Apple IIc. Now, the Apple IIc has the ability to go over serial at 115,200 baud. So I figured that this might work. So this is the story about how I came up with the idea and what happened. So I will get started. I need to share my screen. Okay. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay.
That was not my intent. Let's see if I can change that. Okay. Try again.
All right.
Yeah, just one. Yeah.
Okay. I can't seem to. I don't know this. Okay.
Yeah, because the display's too high.
Okay. All right. So doing is put its stuff all over my space. Anyway, I'll just have to it doesn't pause. Okay.
1 second, we're having a few technical issues.
Yeah. More than a few.
So now it's just wanting to stay on there.
Well, it's because it's laggy. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here, but take a breath. Anyway, so we make an Apple II emulator called Micromate. Now, Micromate renders in 3D. So it uses OpenGL to render in 3D. And so as a result, it allows you to do some, interesting stuff like, play Choplifter in sort of a quasi 2.5D rendering of it. And, Montezuma's Revenge as a 3D rendering of it. And so another thing that we actually put into Micromate as well is a 3D logo interpreter. So The 3D logo interpreter is compatible. It's Apple. It's compatible with Apple logo too, but it of course has that additional third dimension because Micromate is a three-dimensional environment, so graphical environment, and so you can create three-dimensional designs in logo on Micromate. Well, we decided to expand that into turtle spaces. It's really laggy. Okay. All right. So Turtle Spaces is a website, like a web application that also uses a very advanced version of Apple logo to, allow you to create 3D designs and objects and games. Okay. So recently we added a physics engine to Turtle Spaces. So this is what we call Fizzy Space. And so this is a demo in Fizzy Space. And this is another demo in Fizzy Space. So, falling boxes and shuffle puck game. And, the one I'm most proud of, which is Angry Birds in logo. As you can see, yes, you still have to put the pen up after every time you reset the turtle. Anyways, so I got the idea that we could use the physics engine that we use in Turtle Spaces called Chipmunk to connect Chipmunk, like to run as the server on a shuttle or a Raspberry Pi or what have you, and then use a serial over the Apple IIc to then shuffle the appropriate information back and forth. So we use Chipmunk. Turtle Spaces and Micromate are written in Go, and so there's a Go fork of Chipmunk. Anyways, okay. So, tell me.
Yeah. So the Go bindings for Chipmunk are pretty good. So we knew they were solid. So that was kind of the first port of call, was kind of trying to figure out what kind of API or physics functions we'd need to kind of do some simple kind of games, like being able to kind of create and manage objects, being able to have them collide with each other, and all sorts of things, and add velocity and all sorts of fun stuff like this. It's essentially very much a little bit of a cut down version of what we have in Turtle Spaces, but still enough that we can kind of construct some interesting and fun things with it.
Yeah. So it's built up of the server backend. So we have our 2C. This is our setup. So we were gonna use the shuttle, but then it died for some reason, and then we couldn't find our USB to serial, so we ended up using a rather old Dell server.
Dell desktop.
and we have our 2C, and after we found the power supply, because we moved and we lost the power supply, and it's like, we have a 2C, I'm just going to plug the kettle cable, and anyway, it's not a 2C plus. So all right, so this is sort of the setup. So serial connection, sneak your net to get stuff onto the server, because anyway, so there's the back end server component, and then there's the basic, the machine language component, and then there's
the basic, which makes the calls to the machine language,
which you can use to make calls to the machine language. Okay, so that's the server, sending all this stuff back and forth. Use ADT in order to get the disk of software.
Okay, so this.
Yeah. So this is where we got here, and then we kind of got stuck. So it wouldn't work. And we were wondering why. And it's like, well, I mean, it should work. It works in the emulator, and ADT Pro works, right? So ADT Pro works at 115 too, so there shouldn't be any problem here, right? Well, hold on. Yeah, and so that's it running on the emulator, right? That works fine. That looks nice. Okay, well, I decided to check which revision of 2C it was, right? And well, it was the original revision. And then I did some more Googling and found out that, yeah, if you have original 2C, it might not exactly play nice all the time with the serial port. Now, that said, we actually managed to get it running at, it runs at 19.2 fine. It just, or 19, yeah, it just won't do a 115.
Yeah, it's not stable. It basically, it looked hopeful because we were seeing the messages, everything was happening, and then it would just stop. And it's because of the timing drift with the crystal issue.
Yeah, which apparently nobody got around fixing. So, okay, so 2C, checking, that was bad. Okay, so, but then we got it working after we figured out the timing issue, so. This is the boxes. This is the falling boxes like we saw in Turtle Spaces. Is somewhat similar. This one, the boxes are trying to sort of twist when they bounce off of each other. So it's just low res at this point. We're thinking about doing double low res. It's probably the best environment for this sort of thing. And obviously it would be faster if it was running at 115.2 and not 19.2. So this is
yeah. So this is a video with it's actually the boxes when they hit each other can actually kind of spin out, which looks a bit weird in low res.
Yeah,
because of
the long nature of the pixels. But for a proof of concept, it's sort of coming along. So this is a bat and ball game where the idea is that you yeah, I'm not sure what I was doing there, but the bat and the ball, yeah, so the bat and the ball, and these are all objects being controlled by the physics engine in the back end. So the sides are objects, and then there's an object that you're trying to collect by hitting it, and then there's the ball and the bat, and you can use the keyboard controls in BASIC to move the objects, which then gives you this. And there is, yeah, and so finally there's we created a little spaceship demo.
It takes a few seconds on 19.2 to initialize all the objects because there's a lot of API calls. You can see it scrolling in the server window.
Yeah, and so then the idea is that yes, that's fun. Your ship is just a line at this point, but you can apply thrust and get the ship moving, and then when you collide with an object, then the object ends up getting deflected. Yeah. And so the Chipmunk 3D engine is pretty fully featured. Like you can, do all sorts of collision detection and, physics and gravity and all this stuff that you could do in any modern 2D game. And so, yeah, so just taking that and, turning it into a black box and then, yeah, connecting it to it over the 2C, and there is potential there, assuming your 2C can actually do 115 too.
Yeah, obviously it will be orders of magnitude cooler at 115 too.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at the code.
Yeah, and so all the code for this, which is in the Newton's Apple project, is shared on the Paleotronic GitHub.
Yeah, repository. So go take a look at the different parts. Okay, so this is the server here.
Yeah, so the server, the server folder's got the actual main physics server in it. As Melody said, it's written in Go. Essentially, there's components there, like the physics Go contains all the implementation of the actual physics and object management functionality, and then service is the actual main service as well. Now, this one actually, we started out developing for expediency. Like, it's a lot quicker to iterate if you're using like an emulator for the serial, and we're using Diskmate to kind of put the Merlin assemble part, which we'll have a look in a second, onto a disk. So this actually does support kind of serving over a telnet kind of service, or actually using serial. The serial library, I've only tested on Linux, but the Go serial package is meant to work with Windows, Mac, and Linux as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it should also work on the Raspberry Pi, provided you provide a compatible serial interface for it.
So a message comes in over the serial device or the telnet, right?
Yeah.
And then that affects the physics engine, or that causes changes in the physics engine. Now, some of those messages ask for information or can return information.
Yeah, so to keep the architecture simple and make sure we kind of kept the timing beat back and forth, it's essentially a request response. So when the Apple II first initializes its code, it sends like a hello to the physics server to say it's there. It'll get a response back confirming. And then at that point, everything is driven by the Apple II. Probably one of the interesting things is with the screen updates, what we actually have is essentially a frame buffer for the low res that lives inside the physics server. And the physics engine kind of runs and does its own thing in real time in the background, but we only work out what deltas. So we only send frame deltas back for the low res screen. And we calculated that at the point where the Apple II requests it. So you're in control of when you decide that you want to update or redraw the screen. And then you request that and you'll get that back. But everything is just a series of back and forth, like a ping pong request response. Okay, so this is the actual assembly. So there's a lot of stuff declared here. A lot is constants to do with the slot. At the moment, this code is being built assuming that the serial card is in slot 2, but you can change that just by modifying that slot variable. And essentially, there's a whole heap of command codes here that define different functions that you can kind of request of the physics engine. They've got very short names. Merlin has a limitation, I think, of like 13 characters for symbol names. But there is, in the basic source code, which is fairly well documented, there's examples as well. You'll see actually how to make calls to these particular functions, but it's the code compiles and loads in at 8192. And so everything's essentially a couple of pokes to specific memory addresses, and then just calling to that subroutine. And so, yeah, there's a whole heap of stuff here implementing the various commands. You can see that it's mostly just passing things to the serial, like different types of commands, and then receiving a response. But you can see there, we've got that pattern of send command, receive command. And so that's very much that kind of ping pong back and forth.
And so just to be clear too, while the Apple II is communicating and all that stuff's going on, the physics engine kind of carries on along in its merry way in real time. So the updates, if they like, whenever you pull an update to the screen, right, it's going to be fine. And if there's been any collisions between any objects, there's actually ways you can query the engine to go, hey, did this ball bounce off of this wall, or what have you, and then you can react accordingly.
Yeah. So any of these is probably good to show their API. These examples, so they'll make a bunch of calls. The way I structured this to make it a bit clearer is I've got a whole bunch of Go subs when we want to do a particular function, and they take particular named parameters, and then we call to the particular subroutine. But if you scroll down towards the bottom, actually even here you can see, you'll see that all of these subroutines here have got like things like set object color, and that takes like OB for object ID, CO for color, and then it's just a matter of it pokes those values and it calls to physics, which is just like a constant this I've defined to like that memory address I mentioned, 8192. And then some of them will actually read back values as well. And that's generally done for you if you kind of use these basic helpers here, where, for example, we've got get object pos, which just gets the position on the screen of a particular object. And so it will read it back and put it into PX and PY. So once you call that, PX and PY will have the position of that particular object.
Yep. Okay. And so that would be for a quick sort of, a check spike to see whether or not it was practical, viable, aside from that little hiccup where we got stuck about trying to figure out why it wasn't working. I think it's definitely going to be looking into it further. And anybody who wants to play around with the concept, there's the stuff on GitHub.
Yep, and there is a basic README there that I'll probably kind of just add to and supplement, but it basically says how to build the physics server, how to assemble the assembly language for the driver as well.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for. Thanks everybody for watching our session.
Great, thanks. There are, I don't know if you have, I'm not sure if you've been able to see the Discord. There is a couple minutes for questions if you wanted to.
Okay, unfortunately I had to close Discord because Zoom and Discord take up too much CPU.
Yeah.
Would you mind relaying the question?
I know one thing, the frame rate was a little bit slow, fairly slow on some of the demos. And so I think people would like to see, if you get a chance to just kind of like record it without sending it over the internet, people would love to see a locally recorded video without the network.
Zoom streaming.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know why the frame rate was so slow. The actual rate of the video was fairly slow though, or of the demos because of the fact that we could only do it at 19,200 BPS as opposed to 115.2 because of our little bug. So on an emulator, it's much faster, and I assume on a 2C that doesn't have the bug, it will be much faster too.
Yeah, as well. And I just realized that's actually a 2K display that we were streaming off. So that could have also, if people were seeing choppiness with the actual video in general, then that might be why.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's telling it.
But yeah, there's definitely some improvements that could be made, particularly with optimizing the way we send the Delta updates to the display as well. There's some ways we can kind of stripe those updates and pack them a little more efficiently as well, which is an update that could be made as well. But yeah, certainly the baud rate limitation kind of puts the brakes on things, particularly when there's a lot of objects to manage on the screen as well.
Somebody's asking what was the baud rate of ATT Pro on the 2C. It was actually working at 115.2, but apparently I did some research on the internet, and other people have had the same problem where yes, ATT Pro works perfectly fine, but you know, if you try to do something using basic, you know, through the actual serial port, I mean, apparently ADT Pro does something a bit more directly with the hardware.
It's possible that there's some magic there, that if we understood what that magic is, then we might be able to kind of get it more stable with 115 too, definitely.
Yeah, and yes, you can do that with you can probably end up doing something similar with a FujiNet on a 2C, but I mean, some old computer hanging around is cheaper than a FujiNet right now. So so if you just want to, you know, kind of do you use any serial interrupts or read data directly?
So it's actually reading data directly at the moment. Yeah, that was actually a choice born out of I'm actually currently working on a small bug with Micromate with the serial read interrupts. And so when I was developing that, I kind of went that route because that was kind of doing what I needed.
Okay, but it might fix the problem.
It might, but it also might preempt the basic activity as well. So yeah, there's some benefit to being at kind of having it be totally synchronous in this case. Yeah, I'd have to have a think about that one actually.
Okay. All right. Well, should let people go on to their break.
Okay, well, thanks a lot,
everybody.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. I guess we will. Yeah, so we'll move to a break, and then is that right? Yeah, and then we'll come back. We're running a little behind schedule, but I think we'll come back at 2:50 something 50, whatever 50 is appropriate for your time zone. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, welcome back. So we are now going to enter a you might call it a sort of a lightning Q&A section here. So these are there's 4 question and answer sessions, 10 minutes each, having to do with videos that were posted earlier. All but this one was posted after having been presented in Kansas City. If you have not seen them, then go do that. Not right now, though. So if you have questions, if you saw them and have questions, then great, pose them. The first person we'll bring up is Lucas Scarenbroich. I'm hoping I got that sort of right. Porting a classic game to a classic computer. Let me bring you up here.
All right, great.
So yeah, if there are questions, I don't see any new ones that were posted in the Discord channel. So maybe while we're waiting to see if, or maybe this will also generate some. Maybe you could give like a short capsule of what it is that they would see if they saw your video.
Yeah, for sure. And I apologize, I have to call in from mobile here. I don't have a real proper setup. But yeah, the KansasFest presentation I gave this year was a kind of continuation of work on the generic tile engine that I presented at last year. I was kind of looking for something as a proof of concept of like how well it could actually work on something other than my own code, and picked up the Super Mario Brothers disassembly. I kind of had that in mind for quite a while. I designed GTE to be close to the same capabilities as you get on a Nintendo or Genesis, kind of something of that 8-bit era. And the project kind of surprisingly fell into place really quickly, and ended up with a fairly complete port of the Super Mario Brothers ROM directly to GTE as a graphics backend. And in the process, also dug into and implemented a emulator of the NES APU engine as well. And that turned out pretty well as well. So if you watch the video, I kind of go through some of the challenges of both converting the ROM code to run on the 2GS, because it's obviously running in a 65816 16-bit environment instead of the native 6502. How the graphics backend was done, in particular, how to map the NES colors to the 2GS. The NES can display 25 colors on screen at once, obviously more than the 2GS's 16. And then a little bit about kind of the audio backend. And in the Discord room, I have a download of the disk image with the running application, and then I also go through a couple examples of running the ROM under an emulator. It performs pretty well under emulation, where video writes are a bit faster. On a real Apple 2GS, it gets between 5 and 6 frames per second, but I think there's some work down the road that we can do to improve it and maybe get it to a playable state. Check if there's any questions that have come in here. All right.
I don't see any, but there was one that you were talking about in the channel from before, about the integration of the 2GS tile engine and the
yeah. So
APU.
Maybe I'll get into that a little more detail. So one kind of interesting challenge with it kind of goes back to the color conversion. So if people aren't familiar with the Nintendo architecture, it's a tile-based buffer. There are no pixels on the NES, and everything that gets displayed to the screen is essentially a 2-bit color. So every tile of the background, every tile of a sprite has one of 4 different colors you can select. Typically 0 is a transparent color. And then for every 8x8 block, there are 2 attribute bits that selects which of 4 palettes that tile is rendered from. And there's separate tiles for the background and separate palettes for the background and a separate palette for the foreground. So what I ended up coming up with for how to map those potentially 25 colors into the 2GS space is we actually end up storing the tile data as 10-bit tiles. So 2 bits per pixel. So 8 of those bits gets expanded to 4 pixels on screen, and then 2 bits for the palette selection. And so then that 10-bit tile value at runtime we use that as a lookup into a color table. They're called swizzle tables, and it's basically just a fast permutation lookup. And with only 10 bits, we can fit a lookup table for each individual palette in memory and do it quite quickly. And it's sort of fortunate that every single level in the Super Mario Brothers ROM never uses more than 16 colors simultaneously. A lot of the colors are shared between multiple background tiles. A lot of colors are shared between the sprites as well. So it all kind of works out, and we get lucky in that regard. The other interesting challenge was handling scrolling. So the GTE back end, it was originally designed to allow full screen scrolling on the super high res screen. So it's actually has an internal buffer that is 308 pixels wide. So just one tile wider than the actual physical screen to allow the scrolling to happen. The NES has multiple regions of memory. They call them name tables. And each one is 256 by 240, 32 tiles wide by 30 tiles high. And unfortunately, 41 does not divide into 32. So kind of one of the early challenges with this port was trying to figure out, as the screen is scrolling on the Nintendo, as they're updating the actual scroll registers and hardware, where should I be in the GTE global scroll space? And there's no formula to calculate that. We actually kind of had to track it. Now, one way that we were fortunately able to solve that was in the Nintendo ROM itself. It does track the player's global position within the level. So what you'll see in both the demo video and if you download the disk image is the scrolling itself is not actually tracking the hardware scroll position. We're actually digging into the RAM values and figuring out where the player is in global game coordinate space and using that to set the GTE scroll position. In the future, I'd like to try to see if other games can be ported over that have disassemblies available to them. And I have some ideas on how to retrofit some of the GTE backend to align with the Nintendo hardware better, so we can make that a one-to-one mapping. So it'd make it more of a compatible backend target, as well as reduce quite a bit of overhead.
Yeah, I think it's possible you were just in some sense answering Jesse's question of what's next for the project.
Yeah, I think so. It's fun to see. I like building the engines. It's like getting in there and like making fast graphics work. I'm terrible at actually implementing games that are fun. So kind of opening up this possibility to take a crack at the early Mapper Zero games from the Nintendo and see if we can get those ported over. That's kind of exciting right now. And I think there's definitely a chance for some of the games that don't involve scrolling, Balloon Fight, and some of those very early Nintendo games might have a decent chance. All right, I'm just checking the chat here. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Any other questions? Lots of enthusiasm, yeah. People excited to see it exists.
Yeah, for sure. And people have said that there's been some, there's a GTE channel over on the Apple II Slack, if people aren't aware of, and we've obviously been discussing this stuff over there. And some people have said, that it kind of opens up their ideas of what would be a possible target to port over to the 2GS. And the fact that we can even do a port like this and it's not completely ridiculous is kind of exciting, and that it opens up a new avenue.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're basically closing in on the end of the time. Thanks for being available for this. And for anyone who hasn't gone to see the video, go see the video. There's a playlist linked elsewhere. So thanks a lot.
All right, thanks. Yeah, hope to see everyone in person next year. That'll be great. Thanks.
Okay, and the next Q&A is Noxarchaist analysis of the Lord British Cowbug. Let me spotlight Mark here, who is joining us to do the Q and the A. I don't know if there are new questions in there, but maybe you can just also, if there aren't, quickly just summarize what the presentation was. well, we remind people to maybe ask questions.
Sure, absolutely. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. And if you did have time to watch the video of the Lord British Cowbug session, or if you saw it live at Rockers, thanks for taking the time to do so. Here's a quick summary for anyone who has not seen it. Earlier this year, about February to be exact, right in the middle of the beta testing of Lord of Storms, the Noxer Chaos expansion that was released in April. At about that time, a player who goes by P2E on Discord managed to turn Lord British into a cow in Noxer Chaos. After the abrupt transformation, his cowship is still invincible, though he quickly loses interest in the battle and mostly eats grass. And definitely that was not expected, though I immediately started laughing when I saw the report and checked it out. The player P2E identified that the bug only happens if you cast the Cowmageddon spell 3 times. Yes, the number of the casting must be 3. 5 is right out. The irony of this is not lost on me, being that this is the year of the Apple III. The root cause turned out to be a classic 8-bit overflow. There's only memory space for 16 cows or other summoned allies, and each casting of Cowmageddon summons 8 cows. And so the first cow of the first casting ends up overwriting the map object record for Lord British, which stores the value controlling the tile displayed on screen. Lord British's character stats and invincibility flag are stored elsewhere, though. So all that really happens is Lord British looks like a cow, and the game engine still thinks he's Lord British. So the answer to the age-old question of has Lord British been defeated in-game using in-game mechanics is no. It was a draw, essentially, and it is also worth noting that there is somebody who you've all met earlier today or met before, Rickles, who has managed to hack Noxer Chaos and outright kill Lord British. He actually did a live stream doing that. That was a lot of fun, and he's the first person to do that. So definitely want to call that out. Was a pretty cool accomplishment that he did, because it's really buried in the code pretty deep. And but like I said, in game, using in-game mechanics without hacking the game, Lord British remains undefeated. He just remains, in some cases, well, a cow. At least until you reboot, then it's all good. So that is the summary. Are there any questions at this point? I'll check out the Zoom chat and the Discord here.
I see one. Jesse asks if there's any news on the 2GS version. We'd like some cows too.
Yeah, that I really don't have any news on that any more than the last time I talked about it, which is just, Burger Becky's working on it. She doesn't have a lot of free time, so it's nothing that I expect is going to happen anytime soon. But I mean, you all know, or many of you know, how passionate Burger Becky is about the Apple II and the 2GS in particular. So I fully expect that it's going to happen at some point. But I really don't have anything directly to do with the development of the project, so can't really speak for her any further on that. Other questions? I see Rickles posts. I already covered that with his feat there with Lord British, and then Quinn posts. I don't think Mrs. British would consider that a draw. I suppose probably not. That's a fair point. Bernie asks, is Burger Becky here today? Not that I know of. I haven't seen Becky. If anyone else has, let us know, and maybe she could tell us something about the 2GS version. I'll switch over to Discord, see what we've got going on here. Jesse Blue asks, are there any other game elements that player misused? Ultima allowed to push cannons all over the place. I mean, we should probably just bring Rickles on to respond to this, because he pioneered most of them. Yes, there are other game elements that player quote unquote misused, exploits, if you will. For example, there's a way to bring your dodge skill up to the maximum in about a minute. And well, if you have crank the emulator up to the maximum speed, which means essentially nothing can hit you. There's some good grind points where you can get your characters up to a maximum level in a matter of minutes. And ultimately, these exploits have been strung together by Rickles, of course, to be able to speed run Noxercast and win it in 20 minutes, which requires those exploits, but also requires having been through the game before to see how the sort of linear plot within the open world plays out, and essentially poke at it and figure out where you can shortcut it. And I actually intentionally allowed it to be shortcut or left the door open for that, thinking that might make things more interesting on replay. And so far that seems to have been the case, because many people have followed along with Rickles' exploits on that with the speed running, done it themselves, and it's all just been a whole bunch of fun. So just looking back for other questions here. Lady Ilaros, not a question, but a comment. If you speed run it on real hardware, you're looking at about 3 to 4 hours. And that is a good point. The 20-minute metric that Rick has established, which is impressive, no doubt, was on an emulator at maximum speed. And Lady Ilaros gave it a whirl on her real 2GS, running at 1 megahertz. So not even at enhanced 2GS speeds. And that, I guess that's our comparable metric: 20 minutes versus 3.5 hours. Now, of course, 3.5 hours is still pretty darn fast, considering that on a first playthrough, players were averaging between 60 and 100 hours. So there is that. How much time do I have left, Paul?
Oh, there's I don't know, probably like 3 minutes or something. We don't have to use it all, but if you have something sort of 3 minutes long you want to say, sure.
Yep, I didn't see any more immediate questions, and I just want to say, in closing, I have a quick update on the Patreon push that we're making for Noxercast 2. Dragon's Mirror, of course, behind me is some work in process art for that. We've received many requests for a full sequel to Noxercast and are thrilled that there's been so much interest in the game. To support this project, we've set a goal to raise a minimum of $1,000 a month in pledges, and ideally $1,500 a month. And I'm thrilled to say that as of today, we've achieved not only the minimum goal, but we've raised 75% of the ideal goal, which was the result of new Patreon members and previous members increasing their pledges. There are many member benefits, including for some tiers listing in the game credits, and an inside look at the development process through quarterly updates and a monthly developer live stream video chat. I realize this is unusual for an Apple II project. My life circumstances are different than they were 8 years ago when I started development on Noxercast 1, and I don't have nearly the free time that I did then. However, I am a freelance consultant with a lot of flexibility, and support on Patreon means that I can do less consulting and spend more time on game development. And so there is a path to make this happen. And so for these reasons, I'm asking the community for help. Many thanks to everyone who has pledged support, and a big thank you to the entire Apple II community for the supportive environment that made Noxercast possible. And if there's time, I'll just take one last quick look for questions.
Looks like sort of confirming the speed run, and a lot of congratulations on the crowdfunding. That's really cool.
Thank you. Appreciate the congrats and all the support, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to you all today. And I'll turn it back over to Paul.
All right, thanks. Okay, and so the next Q&A is Oleg Kovchenko talking about the versatile serial accelerator. Again, there was a presentation in Kansas City that went over this. If there are questions, I don't see any new questions, so maybe we can do the same thing. Let me put you on the spotlight here. and then you could maybe just talk a little bit about, like just run over quickly what the project is, and that might inspire questions as well.
Hi, everybody. So there's been a couple of questions from the Discord, and we'll be monitoring the chat. So there's 10 minutes for this Q&A. So I'll use a couple of minutes to remind everybody, since we had in this session today a similar topic. So this versatile serial accelerator explores the availability of serial ports in 2C, 2C+, 2GS, and super serial card to connect an accelerator device. So in this case, which is similar to what we saw today for the physics engine. But being versatile here, so the emphasis is there is a serial port and to exploit various different applications. So a physics engine could be one such example. So the examples that we were exploring and the motivation for it was to be able to do some sort of a graphical application, animation, video streaming would be kind of the maximum goal. But if you want something, you ask for impossible and you get. So we've had some prototyping and some interesting proof of concepts along the way, and along has been learned about the serial, the various APIs and the various differences between the platforms. So the idea is that there is this call response, this interactive protocol that is behind the scenes. And depending on the application, it could be a fixed width, it could be binary, it could be a text-based. So we went through some simple examples, and then, essentially there are two parts, and the accelerator part, which runs on the serial device, and the Apple II part, which is fairly smart and uses the various capabilities of Apple II systems, such as graphics. So we look through the 3D graphics using a library. We look through the low res or double low res and the high res graphics. So the Mandelbrot and the kind of combination. So this terrain generator and its kind of mapping into a 3D space traveling over the terrain that was generated. So this device is envisioned to be a self-contained unit which plugs into Apple II, and especially it's useful for Apple IIc, 2C+, which don't have the slots for extensibility except for like memory, or you can replace a ROM or CPU, but those facilities are limited. And it's self-contained, so now there are many such boards that are inexpensive relatively and can be hooked up and would provide such extensibility, hopefully. And there are, once we have this interface, there are many different applications that otherwise provided by other boards, different system, but many of those boards, they are kind of limited to having slots. And comparable such interfaces, FujiNet, we saw here that uses the smart port interface, but this particular uses serial. So in Q&A, one of the questions was if the source code is available. So I created a placeholder in the GitHub because there are multiple different like disks and environments where these demos are located, and there are two parts. So it's mostly Python code that runs on the accelerator itself. So I'm still organizing, but I created this placeholder home in GitHub. And if you kind of star it or subscribe to it, you'll get an update when the pieces of code are posted there. And one of the questions was, at what point Apple II becomes a dumb terminal? So this is an interesting question, and of course, the dumb terminal, it implies that the main functionality and the main interest is on some sort of external device. Whereas here, the point of most of these examples is we're using the capability of Apple II, such as graphics, in this interactive environment, the keyboard, the whole machine, and we are delegating some of the heavy lifting to this external device. However, as dumb terminal is actually a useful feature, and it could be used to, for example, even configure the accelerator itself. So if we envision an accelerator that's having some pieces of code that is communicating with our applications, so it's it would be possible to customize to maybe do the interactive development where we change the bits of code. So here in this example, so we were demonstrating how there is a terminal feature right in the AppleSoft itself. And we're using this terminal to communicate with a Python engine, which is running on our accelerator. So this is all done in emulation, but you can imagine that this could be a Raspberry Pi or a Pico, which is running a shell with Python. And this is our device that we just connected here. So let me do a clean exit here. So if we type exit, so now we're going to restart it again. And here we're going to quit and start again. So this is our simple program, right? So it's a terminal configuration as you can see in the presentation. So if we run it, so we can, if we type here, we don't see the echo. So if we enable echo, now we can do some examples. And for example, there was earlier how to do a factorial, for example, to calculate on large numbers. So we okay. So there is one more. I think it is. Need to change the lowercase. Oh, okay. Yay. Okay. So let's quickly define our tutorial. And that's the factorial that was earlier demonstrated using Orca-C, right? So this is an example of a dumb terminal, which is very well has a place. And if you like to have such a environment that you would like to interface an Apple, or if you like to, so here's a shell, and we can envision that such shell could be could have an editor, for example, and we could edit these snippets that are running in the accelerator and can further enhance our code that runs on Apple II. Okay, so let's see if there are more questions in chat. Oh, great. Yeah. So our Arduino Mega in MIDI was one such example. Okay. Very good.
Yeah. Seems definitely very interesting to be able to communicate with the outside devices in this way. Eric also suggests possible applications for controlling GPIO pins for LED displays and that sort of thing.
Yes, absolutely. So this could be any kind of microcontroller. The typical applications from Arduino on the whole host of kind of possibilities to do external control. So yeah, that's a great idea to have. There was mentioned at some point when there was software protection, right, in the talk, and there was like a measurement, external measurement devices, those kits that kids could use for like physics lessons. So yeah, so that could be, because one of such platforms for accelerator could be a microcontroller, and the extensibility of microcontroller and its further interfaces like SPI, squared C, and so on. Audio, yeah. So in the list of possible applications, yeah, it could be very, very good. All right. Thank you, everybody, and I'll keep monitoring the Discord channel and the GitHub. So we'll keep communicating.
All right, thanks. Okay, let's see. So the next Q&A section is for Javier Rivera's recreating vintage parts with Tinkercad, but I have not found Javier in the webinar. So I think he's not going to be able to be here. So, but still go watch the video from Kansas City. It's really quite interesting, and there's a lot of interaction back and forth with the audience. So it's possible that your question, if you had it, was answered there. So I guess what we'll do now then is move to the break, and I think we'll just from this point on stick with the schedule as published. So I think that's going to put us pretty close to back on schedule. So we'll start at whatever 45 is good for your time zone, and we'll see you then. Thanks. All right, welcome back. So the next presentation will be Jay Crafts talking about enhancing an 8-bit classic game with an Insonic chip. So I will start that presentation in a moment.
Hello, everyone. Thanks. So, yeah, of course, like others of you, I was expecting to go tomorrow. And so I was literally making some changes this morning, not knowing that I would have to go in a few hours instead of 24 hours. But so Apple II programming stage 1.5. So as some of you know that have talked to me, I'm a fairly novice programmer on the Apple II. And last year, I did a game with the VidHD text modes called X-Slinger. It was like a space war type of a game. And it's a little ship from it. And so this time, I decided to do something maybe not super advanced, but took me in a little bit different direction. Like I said, X-Slinger was my first Apple II assembly program that was anything of a real length. And it was mostly 6.5 CO2 instructions because most of the game just ran in Bank 0, Protos 8. So I didn't really have to learn about how the 65.816 handles the extended memory banks. And so I only needed a higher bank to store some large sprites, but it wasn't really used during gameplay or anything like that. So So my current program needs a lot more 65.816 specific commands, and I'll explain a little bit of that later. And so I did further learning, and I made a bigger mess. So let's look at that mess. So the theory is that 8-bit games on a 2GS, or really on an accelerated 8-bit, have a lot of extra time on their hands. 8-bit games designed for megahertz run really fast under acceleration. Anyone's ever seen that? They're mostly just pretty much unplayable, right? But you can sync to the vertical blank on a 2E, 2C, or 2GS. The 2GS can actually also give you a pinpoint of what scan line is being drawn. And so when you do that, you can run games at a consistent speed, but the game has to be modified, but it's usually not a very complex modification, just simple modification. So it'll be interesting to see if more games would have that done. I think Prince of Persia might be one that does that already, but and yeah, basically what I just said. There's a lot of extra time between frames. If you figure on a faster than 1 megahertz, the frame draws really quickly, and then the rest of the time, the screen is just, there's plenty of time left before the screen has to redraw again. So let's talk about Aztec. So Aztec was one of my favorite games. Some people in the audience, Chris mentioned it during his presentation. One of my favorite games growing up. And it gets a little bit mixed reviews, I think, but to me it was amazing. It's a game that's written by Paul Stevenson, who also wrote Swashbuckler, if you're familiar with that game. And they have a similar graphic style. And it was released by Datamost in 1982. 2 pretty good reviews. I look back on the old archive.org reviews. And apparently the source code was purchased from a bunch of discs on eBay in 2018 and then uploaded to the Internet Archive. I don't know more of that story, but that's what I was able to find. And that's the location of that. And yeah, it's kind of hard to find because I was looking for Swashbuckler, Aztec, Paul Stevenson. Couldn't find anything because it's under Datamost internal floppies collection. And Aztec was one of the first side view sort of platform-like adventure games. And it used like this monochrome graphic style. So the graphics almost seemed better than what you're used to on an Apple II because using that monochrome, you're getting, of course, the full 280 by 192 resolution. And most games used color for the sprites. And so Aztec mostly didn't. So things are sharp for 1982. Another neat thing Aztec did is that it kept track of monsters off screen. So you see like the scorpion went off screen, and I moved to the next screen, and it's moving off of that screen. And it's sort of, it's a simple technique, but it gives the illusion that there's more, that there's like sort of a whole world going on in the game, you know, where it's not just what's on screen, but monsters are doing their own thing, you know, off the screen. Yep, and it does kind of remind me of like a Ancestor or Prince of Persia in some ways, the way it's a simple platform and with, you know, 3 levels. And there's actually an article that suggests that maybe it was the inspiration for Metroid on the NES, because there's some similarities there. One of the things it said was you even, in Metroid, you roll around on the ground to drop your bombs, which is a kind of a weird mechanic, but in Aztec, that's how you drop your dynamite, is you have to be crawling. You can't just drop it. You have to crawl on the ground first. So it's interesting. So source code fun. So looking at the Aztec source code and trying to understand it as a novice was pretty interesting. And there's probably 80% of it that I still don't understand what exactly it's doing. You can imagine the labels from an assembler from 1982 or Apple II Plus. They're not very descriptive, and you have 40-column screen. You're not putting sentences in there as far as or really long variable names. And Paul Stevenson had some interesting names for things that I wouldn't think that you would have. Monsters were called opponents in his source code. Self-modifying variables are called changeable. Sprites are called figures. And the routine that draws sprites is called a figure printer. So most of us don't think of a printer as something that draws graphics to the screen, but that's how it's listed in his source. And so there were a few gotchas trying to deal with the code. So traversal between banks. So basically what I'm trying to do is the game, it was written for an Apple II Plus, and on the Apple IIgs, it just runs in the first bank in emulation mode. The 65-816 has a mode where it acts very much like a 6502, and it expects you to have access to 64K of RAM and a few other differences. So when I wanted to patch the game, I want to basically find some place in the game. Let's say I want to add a sound to you swing the sword. So I find the place in the source code where I think that you're swinging the machete, and then I want to have some way of jumping to a higher bank in memory. But when I do that, I don't want to be in emulation mode, because if I am, and then the sound is based on interrupts, and so when an interrupt comes in to play the sound, when the interrupt returns, if you're in emulation mode, it returns to bank 0. But if I'm in my upper bank, I want the interrupt to return to where my code is currently running. It's like that causes a crash. So it's sort of getting a handle on that. And yeah, that's basically what I just explained. And so I probably left something out of here, but generally speaking, this is sort of the path I ended up taking. And this is one of those projects where you figure out, a third of the way through, hey, I really should be doing something this way. And then I change the way I'm doing it because it's better, but maybe it's still done the wrong way for the first third. But so basically, I wait for a sound trigger from the game, or I'm looking through the source code and seeing where I think a sound would be triggered. And then I use the SEI command. Basically, I turn off interrupts, and then I jump to the sound code that's in a higher bank. And so interrupts are off, so I'm safe from a sound playing. And so I immediately back up the registers. I turn off emulation mode, and then I can interrupts back on because I'm safe. Then I start my sound effect, and then I basically do all this stuff to get me ready to jump back to the game. Then I turn back on emulation mode, and then I go back to the spot where I left off in the game, if that makes any sense. Probably doesn't. Okay, so sound management. So yeah, my main focus with this was to add some ensonic sounds to the game. I thought back in the 80s when the 2GS came out, I thought, hey, well, even if they're not going to make some of these games 2GS specific, it would be cool if they use the sound chip, because on PCs, games would use different sound cards. So the 2GS ran a lot of 8-bit games. Some of them were pretty high budget, like your Ultimas and such, that had Mockingbird support on the 8-bit Apple II, but had no additional sound on the 2GS. So to play the sounds, I am leveraging Ninja Tracker Plus, which is Ninja Force's, it's a mod player, tracker player for the 2GS, but it has a a routine you can call from your own programs that just uses the streaming sample feature. And why you want that is because the Apple IIgs only has 64K of sound RAM. So if you have a lot of big samples, they won't fit. You can fit some small ones, but for sound effects for a game, you don't have a lot of room unless you're swapping samples in and out of RAM. And on a 1-bit, my idea was that for a 1-bit, a 1 megahertz 8-bit game, there would be enough time that if I used streaming samples during the game would still be fast enough because there's so much CPU power left over due to the faster speed of the 2GS. And my demo 2GS has a zip in it, so I'm sure that helps even more. So sound management by Ninja Force a Beer is my motto here. Some things I already explained. Yep, so yeah, instead of having samples limited to RAM, you just need some CPU cycles, and you need a little bit of space in RAM for a buffer, but you can end up playing a much larger number of samples. So one nice thing that I found was that the Ninja Tracker Plus, so it's designed to turn Amiga mods essentially into a 2GS tracker format that's similar, but it sort of consolidates all the sounds into one package, just like a mod. So I thought, well, if I just use this, I can add my sounds as if I'm creating a song, except for I'm not. I'm just creating samples for a game. And so NTP Ninja Tracker Plus has a converter that converts your Amiga mod to NTP format. So if you take a program that can create mods, this is OpenNPT, which is a pretty advanced, sophisticated tracker for Windows, but it can handle Amiga mods. And it also has a built-in editor. And so if you set up a build script the proper way, you can just have a mod file that has all your samples in it, and you just hit save, and the next time you build your application, then it's going to parse through the output from the Ninja Tracker converter, and I have it adding the variables into my program. So it makes it extremely fast to handle lots of samples. This is what the output from the Ninja Tracker converter looks like. It's kind of small to see, but at the bottom, it's basically showing each sample and where it is in RAM and the length of the sample. So if I just have like a very crude way of parsing this into Merlin variables. So I can say, the sound that's the explosion sound is at, length, 5,000 bytes, and it's at this offset in memory. No, that's what the output looks like in my code there, where you can see the pointer to the location and the length of each sample is listed there. And so if I make a change to the mod, change to one of the samples, I just rerun the build, and then everything gets updated. Because it was really a pain. You update one sample, oh, you changed the length. Going and modifying the length, and maybe it's in a different location, that kind of thing. And yeah, during the actual game, I have sort of blocks where I'm pointing to different samples based on what's happening in the game. Like here's a snake. I have maybe some different sounds assigned to what a snake can do. But the too long didn't listen is basically using mod NTP to organize, edit, and deploy samples saves a lot of time in the long run. So let's look at running on some 80s computers, because this was kind of interesting. Most of us have seen it on an Apple II, but just to give you an idea, it kind of uses the speaker click for walking. And he's got a few sound effects in there. Yeah, like little bleeps, and there's a little gunshot sound. Yeah, little chirps. It's the same author, so yeah, I'm sure he's using some of the same code there. When you set Dynamite, it's got a nice little explosion sound. So he's got that. So that's the Apple II version, which is the original. And so what about the Commodore 64 version? How did that sound? With the SID chip, it's got better sound, right, than the Apple II. I mean, it's certainly a more advanced sound, but maybe, I don't know if it's better. That one's not, maybe not better, but see this one. Yeah, the explosion is a little different. No sound when you're jumping or anything like that, right? But here's something that I came across that was pretty funny. In the Apple II version, it starts out with a wall of text. I think Castle Wolfenstein is the other game that does that, but it gives you some text that explains the game. And in the end, the Apple II, it says, you know, this one more thing, the value of the idle is high, blah, 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 blah. But the Commodore 64 version, that part of the text, it says, remember, the guards can be tricky. Some will even pursue you through what appear to be solid walls. And I consider that a glitch in the game, that they're kind of explaining. And then another one says, don't be surprised when lit dynamite follows you from room to room. This can be a powerful advantage for you, or it can blow you up if you're not alert. That's another glitch. That's sort of a flaw in the game, that you walk into another room and the dynamite is there. But it's funny, in the Commodore 64 version, they wrote that into the script. So the Atari 800 had some interesting sound. And the water's a lot faster than the Apple II version for some reason. But I don't know if I like the animation of the running, your character as much. And here's a couple of ports from computers I'm not too familiar with, but were still interesting. The Sharp XL. I wish I had that gunshot. Clicks, and then it's sharp. The graphics are sharp, but I don't know if you could say that's better than the Apple II due to the way the animation works. But this is probably my least favorite one. And because if you listen to the sound they chose for walking, it sounds like someone's just hitting Control-G on an accelerated Apple II. So imagine having that for like 2 hours of just that sound. So definitely the worst. Okay, and so I'm going to show you what this looks like. By the way, is that thing lit in the front? Okay. Okay, so right now I just have my game, which is the Protoss 8. And that is little g, big S, because the graphics are not updated. This is a like a magazine article image, and I'll explain a little bit about there's some other super high-res graphic, like a slideshow, but I'll show that shortly. Okay, so what you're familiar with. And if the game does crash, I apologize, because I've done a lot very recently to it. Okay, so it's a standard splash screen. I didn't mention that it's essentially the unmodified copy of Aztec. Maybe some there's only one spot there that launches my patch. So I did do a couple of minor quality of life things. I didn't think it was right to have 40-column text in all caps on a 2GS. So the opening text is in 80 columns. And there is a little bit of a theme song there. Yeah.
It's like a you're the one that makes quick about the fun thing. Yeah. What's that?
Right, so now I guess you could say that Aztec has a title music now. Okay, so I'll start a new game just to show you what it looks like, or sounds like.
Oh, wow. Just sweats.
You see the monsters make noise, so there's a little bit more of some ambient noise because the monsters make.
Yeah.
But it's actually a hard level to start on because you don't have any weapons, right? So getting by like that. take them out. Oh, don't die.
What about the chest?
Too late. So, quarter does flash. I'll show a little more since that was quick. I have a saved game that it's in a certain spot, so you can see a couple of things here. Oh yeah, get there. There's your plant trap. I do have the machete, so I can just. Oh, it does make sword swing sounds. If you hear that thumping in the distance.
Oh, cool. Nice.
The water trap has sound once the water starts rising. You sort of splash on the ground. It's wet. So, only way to get out of this one is dynamite.
You think the water would pour down that hole?
Yeah, so, 1982. I don't have a sound yet for the ceiling trap, unfortunately. It's good to hear the dynamite again. Yeah, he's right on the edge. Okay, so that's basically Aztec. So I haven't. There's some different, maybe some different sounds that you know, that monster didn't come on the screen, and there's some areas in the game where I'd like to add sound that don't have sound yet, but you could really go on forever because even with the sounds that are there, it's like, well, do I need to vary them? You know, different pitch. You know, that shouldn't sound the same every time and stuff like that. So I had a lot of fun with that. So there is there's a guy on the Apple II Infinitum Slack named Fat Dog, calls himself Fat Dog, and he's doing a lot of I guess I can stand up, Apple IIgs image conversions. So different formats, different modes, and he's getting some really good results. And so I decided to use some of his results, and using the power of AI, there's some close-ups of the in-game footage, and I use them in my credit screen. So you can take a look, and it also has its own theme song.
Oh wow! Wow.
Okay, thanks. Any questions?
All right. So Jay is, I think, here. And there's a little bit of time for questions. Let's see if I can bring Jay up. You can turn on your camera and audio. Hello.
Hi.
Excellent.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I don't know if you've been following the channels. Lots of clapping and enthusiasm for sure.
That's great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, any questions? I was wondering a couple things I didn't mention if there's no questions, like in the game source, there's actually a part in the game for like a high score screen. But that's not in the actual game. Like that code is not there. I wonder if there was another version that is either out there or that Paul Stevenson was going to release, and then he decided not to, or whatever. But yeah, because someone had asked about the game being kind of glitchy, and then there are a lot of weird little glitches in there. So I was wondering if maybe there's a version where he fixed some of that stuff or something like that. Oh, okay. Someone in the chat says another version does list the high score. So I wonder where that version is. But, all the memory offsets and things like that from the source, 99% of them were there, So certainly there's no major difference between that and the game that we have. Did I consider Mockingbird support for non-GGS? I didn't. I mean, that's an awesome idea. I mean, that's totally out of my current wheelhouse, but that would be great to have for someone to put Mockingbird support on some of these old games. I mean, if there were another game that I would love to see converted, either Mockingbird or in Sonic, would be Rescue Raiders. I think that's one of the best 8-bit games that has virtually no sound at all. And I think I've seen it like Ian Brumby did a quick demo with the VBL, and that game is really smooth when you use it on an accelerated machine where it's synced to the VBL. So that would be a fun target, but I don't know that there's source code, so it would need some amazing disassembly for me to be able to do anything with it. Oh, and if you do get out with the idle, there are just a couple of a couple more super high res idle pictures that you'll get to see a random idle. As far as like when you can download it, probably in about a week or two. I just need to fix it so that it launches by itself properly and all that stuff. Because right now, it takes you're launching 2 different apps and stuff like that. So question, how hard was it to work with the source code? Since all the memory addresses matched the copy of the game, the one that's out, which I think is a Cucumber conversion to Protoss. Since all the memory offsets matched and everything, it was just it was easy in that sense, just hard in the sense of trying to read it and figure out like what's really going on. One of the late things I found that to put a different sound in for when you kill a monster so that they don't all have the same sound. There's a routine called Be Gone, where he's I guess erasing the monster. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's a good spot where I can hook into see which monster was disappeared and then play the sound that's appropriate for that monster. Is it commented very much? Yeah, the source was commented. Oh, we're running out of time, Paul. yeah. The source is.
Did I make a noise when I came in?
It just popped up. One second. Yeah, the source. There's comments, but yeah, like I said, it's 40 columns, and the variable names are really short and stuff. So it's a lot of the stuff is. I'm sure Paul Stevenson made perfect sense, but to me, OPPLFLG doesn't tell me that that's where the monster move location is or something like that without trial and error.
Okay, yeah, I think we've made it to the end of the time slot. Thank you for joining us for the Q&A, and really interesting work, really neat.
Thanks.
All right. All right, so we'll move on to the next talk. This is Ken Gagne and Eric Shepard talking about the history and reboot of A2Central.com. Let me see if I can bring Ken is up.
Hi.
And Sheppy is in principle here.
Yes, Sheppy will chime in if pinged to do so. Let me see about sharing my screen. Oops. There we go. And there, you should now be able to see my title card. Is that correct?
Yes, we can. Yes, thanks.
Great, thank you. So Paul had asked attendees or presenters to preferably record their talks so that they could be played in advance and not suffer any technical glitches. And I was like, no, we'll do it live. So this is A2Central.com, your total source for Apple II computing. This is a website with over 2 decades of history in the Apple II community. And I'm here today to talk to you about that history, to show you what the site has been, is now, and could be. We have the founder of the website in our chat, and he will chime in. And you're welcome to also drop questions in the Discord and in the Zoom. So, A2Central.com. Let's take a look at the context in which this site was created. So, in the last millennium, we had a lot of online services that the Apple II community congregated in. The one that I used first was CompuServe. It was owned by H&R Block, and they had their own proprietary interface called HMI, Host Micro Interface, by which various platforms like Mac and Windows could create GUI interfaces to CompuServe. They also supported text-based interfaces. And as the millennium started to wind down, CompuServe said, you know what, we're going to focus solely on HMI so that we have just one interface to support one system. And they decided in July 1999 that they were going to shut down the text interfaces. I was there that night when they booted the last text users from chat. The other place that Apple II users were congregating was Genie, which was originally owned by General Electric and then sold to a company called Uvel. And that's what you see in the screenshot here. It was a huge place for Apple II users. There were multiple roundtables or forums for Apple II users. There was the users group. There was the programmers group. It was a fantastic place. Unfortunately, Genie was not Y2K compliant, and the owners decided it wasn't worth making it Y2K compliant. So Genie shut down on December 31st, 1999. So we then all moved to Delphi, which was another premium commercial online service. But Delphi saw the writing on the wall that this newfangled World Wide Web that was only 7 or 8 years old was going to be the wave of the future. And so they started adding a web interface on top of their text interfaces. And eventually they decided to just focus on the web interface. So Delphi shut down their text interfaces, or rather they just stopped supporting them on November 1st, 2000. And these text interfaces were really important for Apple II users. We couldn't get in using these HMIs, or we didn't really have much in the way of web browsers back then either. So all this frustration of being shuffled from one home to another led us to create our own. So Eric Shepard, a prolific Apple II software developer, one day decided to just create A2Central.com. And this is what it looked like shortly after it launched. This is in the year 2000, all hand-coded HTML. Now, the name A2Central, you might think, refers to the organization Resource Central, which had a newsletter called A2 Central, which previously was called Open Apple. But that's actually not where the name came from. Sheppy was one day going to the website MacCentral.com and said, hey, you know what? We need an A2 Central site. And he just went ahead and registered the domain name A2 Central. And then he remembered, oh yeah, there used to be an Apple II group called A2 Central. And he just said, well, I hope whoever finds this website thinks that we're doing honor to the name. And so he kept that name. So this is what the site looked like in the year 2000. And it wasn't just a blog of news, reverse cron, as you see here. It also offered a lot of other content. It offered features, in-depth, lengthy articles. They had reviews of games like Ultima 1, GS ROM Grabber, Dungeon Master, Timeout Shrinkit Plus. A lot of people were contributing these reviews. They had feature stories. Sorry, I think I'm going a little bit here are the feature stories. So like how to use Orca Pascal with Kelvin Sherlock, the creator of Golden Gate, which has been mentioned today in the Orca presentation. Mark Percival, the creator of Disk Maker 8, did a comparison of the SuperDrive versus the Blue Disk. Ryan Suinaga and I contributed content as well. They had features, they had reviews, they had weekly or actually daily IRC chats hosted by people like Michael Kent and Kirk Mitchell, who were both just at KansasFest last week. Mark Percival, who I just mentioned, Lauren Damewood, who many of us have met, who would create knot bracelets that he'd hand out. He had a chat called Not Your Ordinary RTC. Tony Diaz, Carl Knobloch, who ran Pike Up and Drop Off for KansasFest for many years. It was basically a who's who in the Apple II community for the year 2000. And beyond just that, they also had a file library, classified ads where you could sell Apple II stuff. Remember, this was before Facebook. They had the Lost Classics where you could find previously commercial Apple II software that had been legally reclassified as freeware by the original developers or copyright owners. Tech support for Lance GS, which was the Ethernet card, the Ethernet card before there was Ethernet. They offered your own email address at a2people.com. This was 4 years before Gmail came out. So having your own email address at a domain like that was pretty cool. Archives for publications like Apple II News and Notes and Genie Lamp. And of course, merch. We all remember Cafe Press. Well, A2 Central used that. So Sheppy, Eric Shepard, brought A2 Central out into the world, and he showed it off at KansasFest. And at KansasFest were some people who were interested in this idea. That group was Syndicom. Syndicom was founded in the 1980s or 90s by Tom Weishar, who had founded the original A2 Central and Resource Central. And he used the name Syndicom, or Syndicated Communities, to run those roundtables on Genie that I was talking about. Eventually, Tom sold it to Gary Utter and to Dean Esme. But once CompuServe and Genie and Delphi stopped supporting all these text-based services, there wasn't much in the way of syndicated communities for the Apple II anymore. And when Gary and Dean saw what Sheppy was doing with A2 Central, they saw a lot of potential there. So they sold Syndicom to Sheppy, who then went on with Dave Miller to create an entirely new online service, a premium one that you'd pay monthly or annually for, but this time specifically for Apple II users, where we wouldn't get booted. It was called Syndicom Online, and it ran for 5 or 6 years. I could do a whole different presentation on Syndicom Online, but I just want to mention that it was a thing. And also Syndicom then went on to also acquire JuiceGS in 2000. So Syndicom now had Syndicom Online and JuiceGS and A2 Central. So now that they had Syndicom Online, that's where their chats, their message boards, their file libraries went. And now that they had JuiceGS, that's where all their reviews and features went. So A2 Central pretty much became a news site. It had a couple of other features, but primarily it was news. This is what it looked like in the year 2006. It was running the CMS Geek Log at that point. And 1 year later, in 2007, they switched to WordPress. This is what it looked like in the year 2007. And fast forward 15 years to the year 2022, and this is what the site looked like. Still running WordPress, still running the same theme, hadn't changed much. Now remember, they switched to WordPress in 2007, which is the same year the first iPhone came out. So this is what A2 Central looked like in the year 2022 on the iPhone. It was never designed with mobile devices in mind. And you can see on the left rail, that very narrow column of links would have been very difficult to navigate on a mobile device. So as I mentioned, Sheppy had a lot of irons in the fire. Syndicom, A2 Central, JuiceGS. That's a lot for one person. And eventually, in the Apple II community, as in a lot of volunteer and nonprofit communities, a few people do a lot of the work, and it came time to bring in some other people to help. So Sheppy started distributing these properties that he owned. In the year 2006, he gave A2Central.com to Sean Fahey, who's now president of the KansasFest committee. In the year 2007, the very next year, he gave JuiceGS to me. And in 2011, he gave Syndicom itself to Tony Diaz. Syndicom at that point was mostly a store that sold hardware and software. And 7 years after that, in 2018, Sean Fahey gave A2Central to Tony Diaz. So now Tony had Syndicom and A2Central, whereas I had JuiceGS. And as we know, Tony had a lot of strengths. He was incredibly knowledgeable about the Apple II. He had this exhaustive knowledge about every product Apple had ever made and an ability to repair them as well. But he also took on a lot of responsibilities, and some things slipped through the cracks, and A2Central started to falter a little bit. Every 3 months, I would see this message when trying to access A2Central. And I would have to email Tony and say, hey, the SSL certificate expired again, and he would go and fix it up. So with A2Central becoming less reliable, fewer people were contributing content to it. And I gave a talk at KansasFest 2017 about how I needed a source for Apple II news to inspire JuiceGS stories. So I took a website from Kay Savitz that he gave me. He had launched it in 2005. And in 2017, I relaunched it. It's called Retro Roundup. It's still up and running. And it's an RSS news aggregator. It pulls in content from a lot of Apple II sites. And I started using that to look for Apple II news. The thing is, though, is that a content aggregator is not a content generator. There still has to be original effort and reporting being done about the Apple II somewhere for it to be pulled into Retro Roundup. So this wasn't a full solution. I still relied on A2Central.com to get news out, for example. But eventually, unfortunately, in October of 2021, A2Central's operator, Tony, passed away. And the things that he was doing to keep the site up and running eventually stopped being done. And in February of 2022, the site went down for good, or so we thought. This was devastating because even though it had become less reliable and less prolific, it still had over 20 years of history in there. All the content from the day it was launched in 2000 up until 2022, the day it went down, it was still it had been there. Like from the hand-coded HTML to Geeklog to WordPress, it had all been preserved and had all still been online for 22 years until it went offline last year. And it stayed offline for over a year. But fortunately, that wasn't the end of the story. As I discussed yesterday, I'm a digital nomad. I'm constantly crisscrossing the United States. And last year, actually no, 6 months ago in January, my travels took me only a half an hour from the home of Eric Shepard. I hadn't seen him since KansasFest 2018, 5 years earlier, and a lot had changed in both of our lives in that time. And I wanted to check in on my old friend. So I said, hey, can I stop by for lunch? And he said, that'd be delightful. So I got to hang out with Sheppy for a day. And while we were chilling in his living room, his phone beeped. And he said, oh, that's my reminder to give you A2Central.com. I was like, what? So apparently, when Sheppy had given A2Central to Sean, and then Sean gave it to Tony, throughout that whole time, there had been a background process that Sheppy had installed that never went away that backed up the site every day and sent it to his Dropbox. And that process had been running up until the day the site went offline. And Sheppy just gave me a thumb drive and said, here is the entirety of A2Central.com, along with the domain transfer authorization code. So this was everything. This was the entirety of A2Central.com. I walked out of his house with 20 years of history there. And I checked, it had been running the latest version of WordPress. It had been kept up to date. So I thought, this is going to be great. I will be able to get this up and running really fast. So I created a Trello board. This is an online project management tool to keep track of all the things I wanted to do to get A2Central up and running. But I thought, let's start simple and just see how good this database is. So I transferred A2Central.com to myself. I uploaded the database, ran the site, and this is what I got. lots of errors. And so I took a closer look. Turned out that when Sean Fahey had given A2Central.com to Tony Diaz, Tony had made some changes. Tony had a lot of other WordPress sites, which he actually blamed me for because I gave a WordPress presentation at KansasFest 2008. And Tony was like, oh, I got to use that. And he went all in. So he actually had a lot of WordPress sites. And he decided to consolidate them using what's called a WordPress multi-site. This is where one instance of the WordPress software and one WordPress database actually has multiple websites in it. And this is what Tony had done with A2 Central. He had moved A2 Central into a multi-site. A2 Central is now the third of 6 sites that he had. But I wasn't focusing on those other 5 right now. I just wanted A2 Central. So I made a copy of the database. I dropped those other 5 sites from it. I moved A2 Central from position 3 to position 1. And I tried running the site again. And now it looked like this, which was an improvement because now I'm starting to actually see the content of the site. There's no styling. There's no design, though. And that's because it was a little bit old, as I'll get into. But at the bottom of this page, it might be too small, so I'll read it to you. It says, this site is best viewed at 1024 by 768 with a modern browser like Safari, Firefox, or Internet Explorer 7 or newer. Sorry, but Internet Explorer 6 is just awful. So for context, Internet Explorer 6, which it says is just awful, came out in 2006. I'm sorry, IE7 came out in 2006 and stopped being supported in 2009. So this message, this disclaimer, was giving you website viewing advice that was 14 years old, basically. And that might be a hint as to why this wasn't working. So I went under the hood, took a little bit of a closer look. Let me give you some context about how A2 Central and WordPress work. So as I mentioned, A2 Central was switched to the WordPress content management system in the year 2007. And for its aesthetic, its design, it used a theme or template called Tiga. Tiga was last updated to be compatible with WordPress version 2.3 in September 2007. That was the last time Tiga was updated, was the very same year that A2 Central started using WordPress. The theme had not been updated in the 15 years after that. WordPress is written in the programming language PHP. And as you saw in the Orca presentation today, programming languages, just like any other software, have versions. So in 2007, PHP was at version 5.2.4. Today, PHP is at version 8.1.2 or 20. And WordPress version 6.3, which comes out in 2 weeks, requires PHP 7.0 or higher. So I mentioned it was running the latest version of WordPress, and that was true. But the site had been running in an environment that was using PHP 5.6, which is really old and no longer supported. And so when I tried running the Tiga theme, it crashed. Latest version of WordPress, really old PHP, really old theme. So I was like, okay, I'm going to need to redesign the theme or come up with a new theme. Turned out that there have been some other issues with A2 Central in the course of its lifetime. Here's a blog post that Sean wrote in 2008 where he was very transparent about an issue he had had running the site. Both Sheppy before him and Sean had run A2 Central on their own server in their own home, which is a fantastic way to have complete control over the environment and to not have to pay significant hosting fees. But it also puts a lot more responsibility on you because there are so many moving parts that all interact with each other and need to be updated. And sometimes if something doesn't get updated, that's a way a hacker can get in. So between running a 15-year-old version of the theme, between running it on their own servers where things could go wrong, when I brought the site back up, I did a security scan and it found 140 compromised files. Arbitrary PHP code, injection models. It was not clean. So I decided, okay, I have to get rid of the theme and all the plugins and basically start from scratch with just the content. The content is good. I just need a new theme and a new plugins. Well, it turned out that those compromises in security had led to the content being compromised too. Here's a post on A2 Central in the database that I was given. It's a list of all different resources for Apple II users. It says, here's the Ethernet, here is Reactive Micro, here's Nibble Magazine, and at the bottom, here is why prescription drug prices are rising in the USA. Now, this link was made transparent, so readers could never actually see it or click on it. But Google, the search engine would see it, and they would give Google Juice, or search engine optimization points, basically, to the site that A2 Central was linking to. So I went through the whole site, and I found all the different ways that prescription drugs had been hidden on a2central.com, and I removed them. This was not my first rodeo, fortunately. Here's an article I wrote for computerworld.com 11 years ago about how my own WordPress sites have been hacked. And that's not because WordPress is inherently insecure. It's because I was a kid and I didn't know what I was doing and my site sucked. So I've made these mistakes or worse, and I know how to clean them up. So like, okay, I got rid of all the spammy content. Great. Moving on. Let me show you something about how WordPress works. So this is the site before it went down, and you can see that's just like the entirety of the latest post, and then the entirety of the post after that, and the entirety of the next post. Pretty traditional blog format. This is basically a programming loop that WordPress goes through when you visit the homepage of most WordPress sites. And there are two different ways that loop can go. One is it looks to see if there's a post, and if there is, it shows you the entire content of that post, print content. And then it goes to the next post and shows the content of that loop. Or another way that you can configure your site to go is it checks to see if there's a post, and if there is, it then checks to see if a manual excerpt was written for that post. And if it was, it prints that. And if there was no manual excerpt written by the author, then it just prints the first 50 characters or 50 words. So that way you have to click like read more to see the whole post. So this site, clearly this is showing the entire content. So it's showing the content, not the excerpt. Well, that's what I thought. It turns out that the Tiga theme was actually configured to show the excerpt, but we wanted it to show the entire post. So rather than just reconfigure Tiga to show the post, what we had done was we were actually taking the entire post and copying it into the excerpt field, which was suboptimal. This is the data that I inherited. So I want to get rid of those excerpts because that's duplicate content. I asked ChatGPT how to do it, and it came back with an SQL query that I just had to modify a little bit from what you see here, and it worked great. And I actually asked ChatGPT, should I be doing this? Should I be wiping out these excerpts? And ChatGPT said, yes, the excerpt field is not intended to have the entire content. You should get rid of that. I was like, thanks, ChatGPT. So I had to come up with a new theme. There are thousands out there, many of them free, many of them premium. And I chose the one called Newspack. The reasons for that is it's being actively developed and supported. A new version of the Newspack theme comes out every 2 weeks. They are responsive to bug reports and constantly adding new features. It's less a blog and more of a news site, which is what I wanted to go for this new incarnation of A2 Central. The Newspack theme is one that I'm personally familiar with. I didn't have to learn it when I installed it because I've used it on many other sites before. And the reason I've used it on many other sites before is because my day job is at Newspack. It's a division of Automatic.com, the developers of WordPress.com, and this is the team that I'm on. So even though I don't develop Newspack myself, I'm using it for my clients, and my teammates are the developers of Newspack. So I have a direct line to the developers to submit feature requests and bug reports. So that is the history of A2 Central and how it got to be what it is today. This is what it looks like now. I would like to give you a brief tour of the site. So I'm going to stop my slides and open up a browser. Here we go. So this is A2 Central, and it has it's still the newest post at the top and reverse cron. So the two newest posts are what is the Apple IIgs launcher that Alex Lee demoed yesterday, a podcast that came out last week, And then other stuff about the, I don't know how to pronounce it anymore. You all got me confused. Karateka documentary coming from Digital Eclipse, Lane Nooney's book, more posts, the opportunity to sign up for an email subscription, which I don't think the old site ever had. It just cuts right through all the social media algorithms and sends content to you via email. And more news, links to our sponsors, JuiceGS and Retro Roundup, just like the original A2 Central had a link to sheppyware.net. Yeah, and there's also some additional new content I've created, as well as all the historical news. That's actually some of the feedback I got when the site first launched. People would come to the site and say, oh, it's a shame it doesn't have any of the old information on it. And it does. It has the complete archives. And I actually made that more visible after getting that feedback. So you just go to About and you click Archives. And here is the yearly archives going all the way back to the year 2000. Here's the monthly archives. And let me show you some interesting pieces of news that I found recently from April 2002. I'm going to open up a couple here. One is Roger Wagner wins Apple I auction for $14,000. What a slice of history that is, because ever since Steve Jobs passed away, Apple I's sell for $500,000 or more. But here we are in the year 2002, even adjusted for inflation, $14,000 is a steal. And we have that historical record on a2central.com because it was up and reporting this news 21 years ago. And here's an announcement about KansasFest saying, hey, not enough people have registered for KansasFest. We might not be able to have the event this year. Please sign up. We promise not to cash your check or charge your credit card until May 15th. But we need to have enough people by May 15th to justify the event going on. This was basically a Kickstarter. Like, we'll charge everybody on May 15th if we get enough people. And if we don't, we won't charge anybody. But this was KansasFest 21 years ago. Attendance was declining to the point where they had to put out an announcement like this and say, hey, if you want this event to happen, stop dallying and give us your registration. Some other stuff that's been added to the site is under resources. After last year's KansasFest, there was a community effort on the email list to put together an index of all Apple II software and hardware developers and the like. So since that information was freely shared on the email list, I used it to create these pages. This is a list of hardware developers in alphabetical order and a brief summary of what it is they sell. So if you're looking to juice up your Apple II, this is a good place to start. If you're looking for ways to spend money in the Apple II community. We have podcasts. If you want to listen to retro computing podcasts, here's an index of those based on some great work by Sean McNamara for JuiceGS. And also communities. Where can you engage with other Apple II users? This is based on an article I wrote after Twitter got purchased last year for JuiceGS. So IRC, Facebook, KansasFest, Slack, Usenet, WozFest. These are not intended to be comprehensive. I would love to continue to grow them. But this is what A2 Central looks like now. So I am going to switch back to my slides to start wrapping up. Let's see, here are my slides. Great, you all can see that. And if you didn't, I'm sure somebody would turn on their mic and yell at me. So let's talk about the future of A2 Central. Now that after a one-year hiatus, it is back online. Where is A2 Central going now? Well, I want to add more to those directories I just mentioned. Again, being comprehensive isn't possible, but and that's why I've been hesitant to add software developers. Like, how do I list all the software that you can get for the Apple II and where to get it? Like every GitHub repo, every Internet Archive directory, it'd be too much. So I think I'm going to start by saying here are the commercial software developers. And that's not a value judgment. It's not saying that they are better. It's just a way to make the project scalable so that I can actually produce something. YouTube channels where you can see Apple II content. Hardware resellers like Tammy Hansen out of Denver, Apple Rescue of Denver, and other people on eBay who sell hardware that is not original, but is still nonetheless valuable. Books, and again, I don't mean the thousands of books that have been written about the Apple II, but the ones that you can get nowadays, like Steve Wyrick's Sophistication and Simplicity and Lane Nooney's The Apple II Age. So these are some directories I want to create, because one of the things that Sheppy wanted for the original A2 Central was for it to be a place for new Apple II users to get started. And I think these directories is a good way to do that. I want to add more news. You may have seen that there hasn't been a lot of news being posted during KansasFest. That's because I am just one person and I'm attending KansasFest and speaking at it. And it's a lot to also be covering it for our website. And also, sometimes there is news that I'm not sure if it should go on A2 Central or in Juice.js or both. So sometimes I will hold a few things back for the magazine and there ends up not being room for it in the magazine. So at the end of every 3 months after Juice.js ships, you might see a lot of updates because that's the stuff that didn't make it into the magazine. I would love to have more contributors. I would really love for this to be a community effort. WordPress is great about multi-users contributing to one site because, as I mentioned, this is a lot of one person. And I would like to ensure that the overwhelm that has happened to previous owners of the site, which is pretty much all of them. I mean, eventually we all do a lot in the Apple II community and we all need a little bit of help sometimes to keep these things going. But it is important that a site like this exists because you may be familiar with the wonderful website Vintage is the New Old. Well, they just announced that they're becoming read-only at the end of this month. So that's one less place to get your Apple II news. And social media, it's really hard to find news on social media because there's just so much noise. And so I think a site like A2 Central or previously Vintage is the New Old is a great place to aggregate that and just give you what's important and have that central repository. And also more redundancy. The site went offline for a year because nobody had access to it. Nobody had the opportunity to recover it before it went offline. So I have made sure that there is a single person in the Apple II community, besides me, who has full administrative access to the site. He can install themes, plugins, add users, whatever. He has access to full daily site backups. The site is being backed up every single day, and both I and this other person can download those backups anytime. And beyond just A2 Central, this person has emergency access to all my accounts and passwords. The program Bitwarden enables that. And this person is my Bitwarden emergency access person. So if he needs any of my domain authorization codes and I am incapacitated or unavailable to provide them, then they can nonetheless be provided. So that backup exists. So that is the history of A2 Central, how it went away, how it came back, and what I'm hoping to do with it in the future. I would love to take this opportunity to answer any questions if we have time.
Excellent, thanks. Yeah, I think we've already run over time just a little bit. If there was something very quick that you wanted to say, or if Sheppy did, then we could do that. But otherwise, we should probably go to break. Very, very interesting story, though.
Thank you.
I'm really glad to have seen this presentation. Hi, everybody. Sheppy here. Just quickly saying that Ken was right about most of that. So I corrected him on a few things in the Discord channel. Nothing major. You know, I appreciated when he suggested I was a dumb kid, but otherwise, you know.
No, I said
I'm kidding. Take it easy.
I said I was a dumb kid.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Allegory. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was messing because that's what I do.
I wasn't able to have Discord open, so I apologize if I missed any questions. Yeah.
I took care of them.
Thank you. I think.
Right. Excellent. Well, thank you for bringing the site back up. I'm very glad the backup exists and it's planned to keep going for the future.
Yes, it will. And yeah, A2 Central is here to stay. It's certainly less ambitious in scope than when it was originally launched in the year 2000, but I think it still serves a function. Oh, and one more thing I should have mentioned, IRC. So when A2 Central went offline a year ago, this is a very brief story. I'm sorry we're late. When A2 Central went offline, its IRC channel went away. And so Jeff Weiss migrated everybody to a new server. And I think it's called Libera Chat, and they set up there, which was great. And I didn't want to recreate A2 Central's IRC and bifurcate the people who had already moved. But Jeff Weiss instructed me on how to create basically a forwarding alias so people can use the old A2 Central IRC address and end up in Libera Chat. So I did that. And it turned out a lot of people had never made that migration, but they still had the old address bookmarked. So when I created a forwarding alias, Libera chat was suddenly flooded with people who had not been in IRC for over a year. And the people who had been using Libera chat were like, oh my gosh, guys, we haven't seen you forever. Welcome. So it was sort of a reunion of these old IRC friends that hadn't seen each other for over a year just because they hadn't been forwarded to Libera. So I was very glad Jeff helped me set that up. It's not something I would have thought of.
I was glad to see that happen. That was great.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm really done.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot. And I guess we will go to break. I guess it'll be like a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back with me, I guess. And then starting into the last segment. So see you soon. All right. I guess the time has come. The next thing in the schedule is me talking about Apple III vertical scrollers. That was lightly pre-recorded, and I will start that now. All right. So I am now going to talk about vertical scrollers, Apple III Arcade vertical scrollers. I'm still working on it, actually, and it is presently the lunch break on the day that you're watching this. So that's how well prepared this is. But so what I want to do, I'll tell you what I was doing. So last year, I made a game called Disk Hero. The idea there was that I was basically trying to use the features of the Apple III that were special to the Apple III and just try to like do kind of a tech demo. It was pretty ambitious. I learned a lot. I think it was, in a sense, it was too ambitious. I tried to do too many things at once. I didn't really finish, and the game was in a state where it couldn't be won or lost, and it wasn't really fun. So this year I thought, okay, well, I'm, learning from my mistakes. I'm going to focus on just a single thing, which is specifically the smooth scrolling feature that the Apple III has, which I'll talk a little bit more about. So I thought this would be less ambitious. I'll just try to make a fun game that I can finish and maybe use this as a way to provide people with a template on like how to make a game. So I thought, that was my goal. But it turned out that, even once I got the smooth scrolling part working, there's a lot of other stuff that you need to do, like sprites and interrupts and sound. So it wound up being pretty complicated anyway. Result, I didn't finish. Game can't be won or lost, and it's not really fun. So anyway, but I think the journey is at least interesting. So I'm going to run through it kind of quickly so that I have a chance to show you code, though we'll see. But so the idea, the smooth scrolling thing that the Apple III does is basically in every block of 8 lines in the high-res modes, you can tell it basically to start at any of those 8 lines. So normally, like if you were an Apple II, it would always start on line 0, would draw 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then start on the next block of 8. If you wanted to scroll everything up one line, that means that you have to copy line 1 to line 0, and then line 2 to line 1, and then line 3 to line 2, and so forth. And so you essentially have to draw 192 lines if you want to move the entire high-res page up. On the Apple II, you can say, no, I want you to start the blocks of 8 on line 1. And so what that means is that it's going to draw line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then line 0. And then it'll go to the next block of 8. So it's not shifting the entire screen up, it's all in these blocks of 8. But what that means is that if you want to scroll the screen up one line, all you have to do is basically say, start on line 1, and then you copy from the lower block. I think I can wave the arrow here. You copy from the lower block, line 0, up to the upper block, what would end up being the 7th line. So you're actually copying it to line 0 so that it'll get displayed after the 7th line. These numbers that I have drawn here, it's not that complicated of a concept, but it seems to be complicated to draw figures about it. Anyway, the point is basically that the Apple III can do this in 1/8 of the time that an Apple II could, right? Because it only has to copy one line per 8. The way the smooth scrolling works, so on the right here, I've stolen a couple of these slides from last year, but so the text on the right is part of the patent, and it describes the scrolling operation, which is somewhat unusual and aesthetically pleasing. It was inspired. Essentially, I think my understanding is that it was inspired by just seeing other computers that had kind of like smooth scrolling text. What's interesting about this is that it doesn't actually work for text. It only works for high-res graphics modes. So you can't make a text mode terminal that scrolls smoothly. You have to, but you can do it with high-res. The way that the actual smooth scrolling parameter is controlled is not by reading some address in memory. It's 3 bits, so you can be scrolled 0 through 8, right? And 0 through 7, 8 possibilities. And the way you set it is each bit has a soft switch that lets you set it on and off. So if you want to set 0 on 0, you hit COE4, COE3, COE0, and that will set the smooth scroll parameter to 4. It's only, as I mentioned, it's only available for the high-res video modes. So Apple II high-res, Apple III high-res, super high-res, which is black and white, and the thing we're using here is 140 by 192 Apple III high-res. Yeah, there's there's nuances about most of these high-res modes, but anyway, that's these are the modes it works on. In MAME, MAME didn't quite disable it entirely for text modes, which I is kind of a bug in MAME. Although I'm not actually certain that it's still true. However, I still, just in order to have compatibility with both 3 and with MAME, I do turn off the smooth scrolling at the point where it's in text mode. Okay, so the primary goal here was to leverage smooth scrolling in order to make a vertical game that appeared to move more pixels than I should be able to, right? So anything, the kind of candidates for this, anything where a landscape scrolls by. I mean, like one sort of obvious possibility might be just some kind of Galaxian game or something where there's scenery scrolling by behind you. That would work. When you're doing this, you get the most benefit if you scroll just one line at a time. Right, so if you want to move 23 lines or 24, depending on however many sort of like blocks of 8 you're using, you can, if you're moving just one line, then you can get by copying only 23 or 24 lines. If you're scrolling by 2, now you have to copy twice that many. So so if you scroll more than 1, then you're losing some of the benefit. So for maximum effect, like the goal, the tech demo goal was to scroll the whole screen, and I'm gonna leave 8 lines at the middle, at the top for text score and status. So that's why I kept oscillating between 23 and 24 in when I was talking on the previous slide. The Apple III high-res graphics, they're 140 by 192, 16 colors per pixel. The way this works, actually I'll skip to this and show you this. So the way it works is for every 7 pixels. This is lunacy, but anyway, for every 7 pixels, it draws on 4 bytes. Those 4 bytes are 2 from the 2000 page, chunk of the graphics memory, and then 2 from the 4000 chunk of graphics memory. So the first pixel is contained entirely in the 2000 byte. The first pixel is contained, 3 of its bits are contained in 2000, 1 of its bits is contained in 4000. The second pixel, or pixel 2, is entirely in the 4000 byte, and then pixel 3 is smeared across 4000 and 2001. And so, I mean, essentially if you look at the pattern, what's happening here is that we are only using the lower 7 bits. Every pixel can have 16 colors, so it's a nibble, right, of 4 bits. And what we're doing is we're basically smearing 7 pixels across 8. What is it? 8. Well, it's 4 bytes, 8 nibbles. We're taking them and we're smearing them across these bytes, but we're not using the high bit. So that's how they get sort of offset like this. It's pretty goofy, but it can be solved with math. So it's funny to think about, but it's solvable. So anyway, the page is 140 by 192. That's going to be 20 groups of 7 pixels. There's 16 colors per pixel. It's using both the 2000 and 4000 block, which, when we think about this from an Apple II perspective, that's page 1 and page 2 of the high-res graphics. But in fact, actually, Apple III high-res graphics has another whole page. You can page flip Apple III high-res graphics. So you can show the 2000, 4000 page, or you can show the 6000, 8000 page, which, spoiler alert, is going to come in useful. So the screen's organized into the groups. It's sort of organization familiar from the text screen. There are 24 groups of 8 lines. Smooth scrolling affects how each group is drawn, what line it starts at. To scroll up 1 pixel, you increment the smooth scroll, copy the group 1 line 0 to group 0 line 7 if you're going from smooth scroll 0 to 1. and so forth. So you wind up copying 24 lines instead of 192 if you're doing the whole page. So what will it take to do that? Let's see. Each line is 20 groups long. Each group is 7 pixels represented by 4 bytes. So that means there are 80 bytes to move per line. So we need to move 23 lines. We need to move 80 bytes per line. So that's going to be 1840 bytes that need to move per scroll, which is way better than what you'd have to do if you're moving them all, right? I mean, so we're moving only those 23 lines and not the whole 184. All right, so when to scroll? There's a vertical blank. That's the obvious time to scroll. We want to scroll when the screen is not visible. Here's the problem. Vertical blank is about 9100 cycles. To load and store is about 8 cycles absolute. So that means absolutely fully unrolled, load absolute, store absolute, it would take us 14,720 cycles to make these movements. And although there's some kind of optimizations you can do by repointing the 0 page and a couple of other things, it's basically not going to be possible to, even for those 23 lines, to do it all during the vertical blank. Not to mention, I mean, like that. So that's obviously that's a little bit disappointing. But if you want sprites, if you want anything else, it's actually the idea that you could get move those 23 lines and draw a bunch of sprites is also kind of not viable. So if we want to scroll without tearing, we're going to need to page flip. That's plan B. So we'll finish moving on the page that isn't displayed, and then we'll flip. I said all this stuff already, basically, that you can do page flipping. One thing this is going to mean is that we actually need to move 2 lines at a time. So suppose we have page 1 and page 2 in sync. We're showing page 1. We're going to scroll page 2, so that's going to require copying this 1840 bytes and adjusting the smooth scroll parameter, and then we switch to page 2, hide page 1. Now we want to scroll page 1, but they're out of sync, right? So we need to first, assuming that we're sort of continuously scrolling in one direction, we need to first scroll the hidden page, page 1 now, up 1 to match page 1, and then again to get the next frame of the animation. So we've reduced the benefit from 8 times to 1 times, but it's still times, right? It's more than 1. But so this is going to mean we need to keep track of what the scroll parameter is on each page. Also because ultimately what we're going to do is allow it to scroll both directions. So it's not always going to be monotonically going in one direction. So the plan is going to be to do something like show page 1, sync page 2, and then scroll page 2 if needed, flip to page 2, and then repeat, sync, and then scroll if needed. Definitely a step more complex than I had originally hoped, but the vertical blank is about 30 times a second, and if we are going to take 3 to do this, that's not bad. It's 10 frames a second, right? So that's not going to look too terrible. If we want to make this look anything like a game, we need sprites. Actually, maybe I will take a moment away from the keynote here, just so that I can show you the thing itself. So you can see it there. I guess it's below me. It's in a kind of a small window. Here, let me. So what you're seeing in the other part, here, is the code. But let me put this window on top of the code and unpause it. Okay, so I think in my ear I can hear the sound. That's the thing's bumping. So I'm going to silence the sound, which is an option I added quite early. But so this is the thing I'm talking about. So you can see there's a river, there's a bunch of sprites, it scrolls a lot of pixels, right? I mean, like this is a relative of the Apple II, and it's managing to scroll quite dramatically. Any direction, actually one thing that you might notice is that, I don't know if you can see this, but the little sprite that is you, this sort of triangle thing, has a not quite transparent window, so you can see through it. but it also it's tinted, so it's not quite exactly the color that's underneath it. So the idea is that you would, like, bump this little log and it would become unstuck and float on the river, right? So you can move in. You can move faster than the scroll goes. So we actually really only want to be able. We can only scroll sensibly 1 pixel at a time, and so if you want to be sort of moving faster than that, then it's eventually you're going to go off the top of the screen. And so the way I solved that gameplay issue was essentially like you go off the top of the screen, and that will lead you to sort of jump, like the screen jumps. It feels relatively natural. I've got it so that it's kind of sensitive to what you're doing on the screen, and so it's trying to scroll in a way that will maximize the time you stay on the screen before you go off an edge. So if you're at the top and moving down, like as you approach an edge, it will try to scroll in the other direction. Anyway, so it looks pretty impressive. The graphics are whatever they are, but I mean the impressive part is the number of pixels. It's not keeping track of anything. The score right now is telling me. So what I'm looking at here, 5 is telling me basically how many VBLs go by between frames. So that's a kind of a frames per second estimate. It means, what does that mean? I guess it's running at about 6 frames a second here on MAME, and none of the other stuff is it's also just kind of like diagnostic information. But yeah, anyway, that was the thing I was going to show you. I managed to make it work. And there is code you can see underneath this window. But all right, so I'll bring this back. Here we go. So yeah, so as I was saying about the sprites, we need sprites. Sprites are drawn on consecutive lines. So we're not limiting ourselves to just the line that is involved in the scrolling. So we can't just, normally we want to talk to only one of every 8 lines, but we can't just limit ourselves to those if we're doing sprites. So we draw the sprite, which is somewhat complicated because we have to sort of factor out how this thing is scrolled. So if we want to draw on lines 2 and 3, but the smooth scroll is at 1, then we actually need to draw on lines 3 and 4 so that they will appear on lines 2 and 3, right? So there's, solved by math. It's not that big of a deal, but something you have to think about. Since we are only moving 1 line out of every 8 when we scroll, we need to completely erase the sprites before we scroll. In order to make this work, I spent memory for speed. We have an Apple III, lots of memory, so we're going to burn through the memory to reduce any need to do on-the-fly computations. We'll cache the background. As we draw it, we'll cache at the address it goes back to. We will take all the sprites and pre-shift them and make sure that they're converted into this strange, smeared across 4 bytes format. The pre-shifting is something that's familiar from Apple II animation. So it's the same concept, basically. If you have something that's, because the byte holds 7 different bits, right, or several different bits. So there's kind of a separate bit pattern that you want for each of the possible x coordinates mod 7. So in order to avoid doing any kind of computations, rotating bits and that sort of thing ahead of time, or sorry, when it's happening, we do it ahead of time. Also use masks. So the sprites will have 2 different masks. One mask for drawing, so that takes out the background. So it's got like 1s everywhere there isn't a sprite. So we AND that with the background to clear out the place where we want to put in the sprite, and then we OR the sprite graphics on top. Those are also, the masks are also pre-shifted. Collisions require the reverse mask, so we'll also make those and pre-shift. So in a collision map, we have 1s where all the pixels are, and then we just sort of AND 2 masks together to see if they collided. The way that we're doing the drawing of the sprites actually allows for the possibility that the mask has something other than 0 or F in it, that allows for the translucent or even transparent holes. Collisions, yeah, I mentioned this already, but it's not actually looking at the graphics, it's looking at the coordinates and ANDing maps together. And there's some optimizations you can do, because you only care, you don't need to check both the sprite 3 and sprite 4 and that sprite 4 and sprite 3 collided. You can just check each pair once, so you can sort of you can do sort of half, whatever. You can triangularize the computation. I generated everything. I did not want to spend time designing levels, so everything is sort of randomly generated. You see the, the sort of the shape of the river there is all just from kind of like random wandering of shorelines. And I did the same for the sprite art. I defined the sprites in the text editor. There's no binary assets. Memory map, in the system bank, we have the top text line, which is 400 to 427, 800 to 827. We have the massive graphics buffers, so, it basically takes up the entire 32K, right, for the 2 pages of graphics. And then the game code starts at 8,000 in principle, but it's gotten so big that I've had to bump it down. And so you'll notice actually the game code starts, it starts inside the graphics page. It's lower than you're supposed to be, but so that means that any code that I need to execute there, I need to do it and then be done with it. Never come back, because it's going to get overwritten when we do the graphics. So what's usually what I've got down there is stuff that's sort of like setting up the doing the art transforms and stuff like that. Bank 1 has the map data, the tile graphics, and the sprite graphics, which the sprites have 2 animation frames, 7 shifts, 8 lines, 10 sprites. Costs you 700 bytes per. And then a little bit later, there's a sprite collision maps, they're basically like the masks. I probably meant to say masks there rather than maps, but Bank 2 has the sprite tracking variable, so each individual log on the river has like a location and a velocity. And then I cache the background for each of those sprites, and there's some sound effect data as well. Translucent sprites, I told you about that. Basically, it's possible to make a bit stick. I think I chose the high bit, the 8 there to stick. That sort of seemed like it had a nice effect on the colors that it uses. The other thing about the speed, sometimes it's going to take a long time to draw a frame. Sometimes you can get by faster, but what I do here is basically just keep track of how long the longest frame so far has taken to draw, and then I slow everything down to that, so that at least the movement is consistent. And so you can move at a velocity up to 3 in either direction. And so there's a little, I demonstrated already how it kind of jumps if you escape the edge. Okay, the non-player sprites, they're logs floating in a river. The idea was going to be that they would, sort of clog up, and so your goal is to get all the logs home. And it turns out I can't get them to clog up. So that's one problem with this game. If you have too many of them, then it does actually slow down still. I mean, it still takes some time to draw all these. It seems like you can get kind of a lot going kind of fast, but nevertheless, too many sprites still feels too slow. And I haven't gotten the collisions. I don't think I've got the collisions working, and I'm pretty sure I don't have the physics right. So there's various issues with sprite interactions at the moment that I have yet to solve. The one other thing I guess I haven't mentioned, when the river is built, each tile in the river actually has a flow vector, basically. So it's generally going to be going straight up, but if it's at a shoreline, it's going to be going in toward the middle. And so what happens to the logs is they basically settle to whatever the flow velocity is of the tile they're on. So you can bump them and they will speed up temporarily, but eventually they'll sort of revert to the flow velocity. Also, when the river is narrower, the velocity is higher. So it'll, it's supposed to, it speeds up when it has to go through narrower spots. This animation speed slide I already basically said that we don't want it to go as fast as it can. We want to basically have it be consistent, so we go as slow as it has had to. So that was what the 5 was up there, taking 5 vertical blanks. It's sort of just keeping track of what the longest one took, and the longest one took 5, and so it just goes at 5. I think actually I changed the initial value once I saw that it was going at 5. I just changed it to 5 immediately, so you don't get this initial little burst of speed while it figures out, oh wait, I can't do it that fast. Okay, so who knows how long this is, but let me show you just a tiny bit of the code here. So this is, hopefully this is visible. It looks pretty small to me, but can I make it bigger? Let's try that. Okay, so this is, I've got a spot for this on GitHub. It's divided into a bunch of different sort of subunits. So lazyriver.s here is probably it's the sort of top level one. I'm using CA65 to do this. So I have a configuration file, apple3big.cfg, that sort of defines the environment for CA65, basically what's RAM, what's code. I barely know what that's doing, but it works. So I say I'm writing 6502, this is a code segment. I have a include file that has sort of a lot of definitions for registers and things like that. And then I've got it starting at 9C00. The reason I picked that is that the binary file ended up being something smaller than 7167, but something bigger than whatever the 6912. So I have to leave enough space so it doesn't run off the end of the memory. So I've backed it up from 8000 to 9C100. And so the way you set this up is you start 14 bytes before the sort of official starting point and have a header that says this is a sauce interpreter, and something about like where it starts and how long it is. What I do is basically just jump to the beginning and then include all my stuff. So I've got art define, which defines the assets, art init, which transforms them into usable form, build map, which is building the river, sprite init, which is initializing the sprites, all those logs, placing them and so forth. Build sound, I haven't worked very hard on the sound actually, but there's a couple of kind of handcrafted sounds that happen, which I immediately turn off. Game move is basically making all the sprites move one step, and collision is where I've got the checking for collisions. Interrupts sets up and handles the interrupts. Lookups, I have, basically it's doing like a Y table lookup for the beginning of each graphics line, exactly the same thing you do on an Apple II. Map scroll is the smooth scrolling part, so maybe I'll take a quick look at that. As sprites handles the sprites, and then status text handles the score at the top. It's been super interesting building this, so like building the river, working out the flow, working on the collision detection and the movement. The interrupts were interesting. One interesting part about the interrupts was so as it's drawing the screen, we don't need many interrupts basically, but I am doing one mode switch, which is that I've got text at the top and then graphics underneath. And so what I wanted to do was during the vertical blank, I wanted to switch to text mode because, we have all the time in the world in vertical blank. And then if it's in text mode, once it gets to the text, it should, just start in the text mode. But it turned out it didn't work. It worked in MAME and it didn't work on the Apple III, the real hardware. So, so I actually have to go, and when it gets to the bottom of the screen, let's see if I can show you the bottom, so down here, down near the very bottom of the screen, it will fire an interrupt that says switch to text mode. So after it's drawn all the graphics, it will switch to text mode. And my hypothesis is that basically what's happening is it's staying in whatever you can't switch during vertical blank. It's staying in whatever mode it was in when the vertical blank started, because the symptom that we get is that the very first line is in graphics and then it switches to text. You can see here in the game all the logs have piled up at the end because that is the top of the map. But okay, so maybe I will leave it at that. If there happens to be time, which there probably isn't, I can maybe continue if there aren't actual questions. So, okay, thanks. All right, and predictably, there is not time. So, but that's okay. We can talk in the associated Discord channel. So now, we are ready, I think, to. Am I ready? Yeah, I think I'm ready to move to Petar Puskaric on the wild ride of the Apple III Uni and Duo file converter. So I will just set that up.
Hello, my name is Petar Puskaric, and I'm going to talk about the Apple III Twiggy controller, or otherwise known as the Apple III Una/Duo Intelligent Controller. The particular one I've got is part number 653103-nothing, but it's the 1982 version of the card. I'd like to start out a little bit with how I came into possession of this unique piece of history, even if I'm not sure if it's really a prototype or not, because it was a fully fleshed out product that was just never sold. That's what it appears to be anyway. Back in, say, December 15th of 2015, I happened to actually make a purchase from a Mr. David Levenhus to purchase his Apple III Plus system that he had for sale, which came from apparently an ex-Apple engineer. We weren't quite sure who it was, but he had this unit, and it was in great shape, and I was willing to drive the hour and 10 minutes or so south, a little bit say south of San Jose, California at the time when I was living out there, and picked it up and brought it home. And when I did that, this is what I found. I opened the one box, and it was a mint condition, basically brand new Apple III Plus in the box with matching serial number box and everything. I've never had one of those before, but so it's very, very, very excited to get that. And then once I put the system together, this is what it looked like, because it had the Apple III Plus monitor, it had the external floppy, but the floppy is kind of special because it also has an Apple asset tag on it, which is pretty cool. And there it is there, the 15222. Yeah, so this unit was one of the survivors that apparently did not get returned back into Apple when they were collecting them all at the end of the cancellation cycle. This particular unit also came with a few other nifty little boards that were either experimental or prototypes or whatever. The little piece on the left is the battery box that would go on one, and the regular Apple III for the part of the upgrade to a 3 Plus, or just adding the clock. The card on the right is one of the two versions I've got of the Game IO or Game 3 by Swafford Engineering. I've never seen those ever before, but apparently of the two cards, this particular one has the DIP 16 with the cable for a standard 2E style joystick to be attached, which was pretty neat. Not exactly sure what the little switch on the bottom there does though. And here's a close-up of the other card that came with it. And this one, yeah, I do not know what the little micro clip was actually doing. If anyone knows, that'd be awesome to find out too. But again, this was all part of this great package. And even from the beginning parts of it, it showed lots of promise for some neat, fun things. And that's where that intelligent controller came in. Another piece that came was the Apple III serial card, which is really neat because it has the giant RX-TX selector, or DCE DTS, was a giant push button switch. Instead of using the little standard Super Serial 2 switch block, you just push it in or push it in to pull it back out. But that came with the unit as well, and it also came with a profile controller. I already had a profile to hook up to it, and I actually have used it, and that card works well too. But this is the little card that we're talking about today, at least from my point of view. it's a fuzzy picture, and that'll come into play later when I go to prove that this is the card that we're looking for out of Tony's estate. So what we're seeing right now is basically a 1982 card. That's down in the bottom right. There's some marker on it that says good. And then there's an EEPROM that says 20X, which apparently is the version number, I think, because there is another card that's a year newer than this that has a 21 in that same position. And then this one has the Z8 chip with the EEPROM attached to it, riding on the top of it, just like the older Apple III profile controllers that did the low-level formatting for the profile drives. It's a setup just like that, but have no idea really what it actually does anything different yet. We never got that far whenever Tony and I were working on it. And there's a close-up of what it is. And this is it's a 2716 EEPROM, Reve Apple 82. It's sitting there on the Z803 chip. And then at the time here, and this was when I had it brand new, and when I opened it up, this transistor up here basically is in line with this rectangular block, and it looks like it looks decent. And there's another close-up of the 20X and the slightly fuzzy. And these slightly fuzzy pictures are from my really messed up S9 phone at the time when I got the images. And having blurry images is something I do not recommend, and I learned the hard way, that when you're trying to prove that you own something later on, it's good to actually see the detail in the pictures that you've saved. All right, go to the next one. And then here's a much clearer image that I actually did have in the collection I was taking these of. And in the bottom part here, where you actually see the little line that crosses the thicker trace that runs through the L in controller. And that little line of this image is basically how I proved that this was my card that was found at Tony's estate. All right. This particular picture is from a slightly newer revision. It's a 1983 card that Robert Justice has. And he was also able to take a look at the drivers that were found for the cards. And apparently, without having a unifile or duofile to hook them to, or Twiggy drives, we're kind of guessing, and it looks like they're at least loading into the OS, but the drivers that were found recently, they actually do work with both of our cards. At least they load into SOS. Not sure what they do yet. One of the next things I want to try, now that we have drivers that actually work, and I'm not guessing how to use the card as much, is basically take what we learned and either create like a virtual Twiggy if we can, at least for I/O interaction ways, or hook up a logic analyzer to the pins and just see what gets triggered when we actually do file calls and things like that. The drivers for this card were actually located on April Fool's Day of 2023 this year by Tom Fricker, who basically was looking at an old Lisa profile drive that came from an ex-Apple engineer, and he discovered that there was a folder on the particular drive that basically said Apple III, and there was drivers underneath it. And out of the blue, he sent me a contact on Facebook and asked me if I would like to take a look, and I said sure. And the files that he sent me indeed were two versions of the driver, one for unifile and one for the duo file, and they were labeled 1983 as well. So they were probably more for this particular card than my earlier one, but they seem to work. And internal to the firmware itself on both of them, they are labeled 1982. So it's kind of hard to say, if it's exclusive of the other. I think it's going to work for both, but we will certainly find out. Okay. And then for those that would like to see what's actually going on, this is a regular Lisa, one of the first ones with the Twiggy drives, but on top of it has the two Twiggies inside of an external casing, and that's what they call the duo file, and that's what this card would control. Down on the bottom right, which looks like kind of like a more whitish colored Apple III drive, that's a unifile. So it's the 5 1/4 Twiggy inside a single casing. But this is what we're aiming to use this card with to control. We briefly had access to one of the unifiles via another collector, but apparently that drive is now gone due to the issues with Tony's estate and how it was partially dispersed. So we're still trying to figure out if anyone has a unifile that can be plugged in with any of these controllers, and see if we can actually use the drivers to make the Apple III card do its thing. I've never heard of anyone who actually has a duo file though. So that'll be something, if anyone has one, I'd love to try to use it. All right. This is a picture of the card as I received it back in, let's see, that would have been about April 11th of this year. So very shortly after the drivers were found, the card was found in Tony's estate, and believe it or not, the card was in a drawer that was basically filled with just a bunch of junk on top of it. And this is a picture, I believe, of Sean Fahey, who has it there. And you can see down here in the lower right where it says good, and there's that line that goes across that thick trace. And that's what I also used to help match when Stavros and Sean called me and said, hey, we think we found your card. Can you prove it? And I was scrambling to find any picture I had because I didn't have the one that said the 402 at the time that I could find. And I couldn't remember any of the words or anything like that. I couldn't say it had good written on it because I just didn't remember because I haven't seen it for a long, long time. Because at the time when I sent it to Tony, I sent it to him, I believe that was 2017 was when I sent that to him when we started working on this. But we didn't make any progress until about 2019 of creating basically reverse engineered drivers for SOS from the ground up. And he was the brains behind that. I kind of just helped more for moral support and where I could, because I was just trying and learning some stuff at the same time. But he was the only person that I knew that actually had Twiggy drives that we could actually hook something to. So that's how that started. That's why Tony had my drive. Eventually, when we started getting things to work, what we ended up with, let me see here, go back. So what we ended up with was a set of drivers built for SOS that we could initiate basic, really, really basic commands. Like we were able to make the drive spindle turn on of the Twiggy. And we could sort of make it move the head, but there was no real read-write action at all, and there was no block control or anything. So it was really not good. That was probably, we got to that point probably about 3 or 4 days before he passed away. And then unfortunately, that happened on October 27th of 2021 when he passed away that early morning. But then, okay, now what happens? Now it goes into a period of, well, first off, I'm really saddened and hurt and trying to figure out, why what happened, blah, blah, blah. and then going through those emotions. And I knew Tony from probably, that would have been October of 1990 when I came to Ohio State University and finally got online. And as a lot of people have been saying at the conference here, or KansasFest, is that, yeah, I found my tribe. I ended up on CompSys Apple II and getting involved with the Apple II community all the way back then in 1990. Which was the first time I've had access to the internet, really. I grew up in a small rural area of Ohio, and the only BBS at the time I had access to turned out to be a 1-800 number to a Mexican travel agency. So I had lots of fun with that one. But in order to do real things and real communication and connections with people, I had to basically get into college finally, and then get hooked up into CSA2 Usenet groups. Well, so about a period of about a week passes, and lots of people started contacting his family of, what's going on with his, with Tony's large prototype collection and just all the stuff that he's collected over the years. And that kind of put a sour note with the family at the time, and things basically just almost got completely shut out. Then probably about 4 months ago, there were a couple people that showed up on a couple other forums saying, hey, I've got all this stuff, what is it? And I got it real cheap, blah, blah, blah. And now it's showing up on eBay. Well, as it turns out, friends of the family really didn't do any justice for Tony at all. So his collection basically got dispersed at least in 2 different ways, and you can buy pieces of it by the Whodunit 1970 on eBay right now. And some of the stuff I remember seeing in his workshop while we're there. Well, all right, so we skip forward a little bit more, and the representatives from the K-Fest committee, thank you guys for putting it together, went down and actually worked with the family and were given access to rescue as much of what was left from that the other guys left. And there was a fair amount that was recovered. But the really cool part was that they recovered my Apple III controller. And so far that I'm aware of, this is one of 2 that are known to still exist that might still be functional and seem to be functional. So that's where all the fuzzy pictures came in when Sean and Stavros were basically calling me saying, hey, can you prove this is yours so we can match it up and mail it back to you? And I did make one comment basically saying, well, if you found a card that is the Apple III Twiggy controller, it's gonna be mine, because he didn't have one, and the only reason he has it is because I sent it to him in order to work on the drivers to see if he could make it work. So between that statement and my history with the project, with him and in the different groups, they said, yeah, okay, it's got to be yours. But it was basically rescued and saved because it was stored the night before he died in this drawer with a bunch of junk on top of it, which was really kind of strange because he made an off comment to me saying that, well, I think I'm going to put the card in a safe place because you never know what would happen. So was that foreshadowing? I don't know. But anyway, that particular placement saved it, and the 2 guys found it in that drawer and made sure to get it back to me, and it came back in very good shape. So thank you so much, guys, for finding it and returning it, so then we can continue this project. That's basically the history of what I have. At the current state, I'm planning on, like I said, to create a virtual Twiggy if possible. And then there was another project out there already that was trying, but it kind of dried up, it looks like. But at the minimum case, I'm going to put the logic analyzers back on it. Now that I have the drivers for it, I don't have to worry about that. I can actually exercise the different things and see what shows up on the different drive pins. And one last thing I can show is that what makes it a little bit easier is the fact that we actually do have these. We have some schematics. This is of the 1983 card. So we have this one, and then we also have the node listing for it as well. And looks like that one went away. But anyway, there is another TIFF file that was saved over the years that has the full schematic, not just the board placement pictures. So that would be very handy to have. And then the combination is, at least we got the drivers we did, but now we have the real drivers and we can move forward. So if you do have a Twiggy drive around, I would love to talk to you. If you have a unifile, even better, because then we know the cabling should work just fine. But yes, that was the Apple III intelligent controller for the unifile and duofile. Thank you very much for listening to the story and the presentation, and have a great rest of the KansasFest.
All right. Excellent. So Pedar is here. I just promoted him into the space a second ago, so he may take a second to get here. But if there are any questions, then I think I'll be able to. Here we go. Okay, I think we.
Yeah, there we go.
We got it. Okay, great. So are there any questions in the chat? Lots of nice jobs. And it's kind of amazing that it came together.
Yeah, it was just definitely a total surprise after everything went south real quick. So yeah, when the card showed up in the mail and it was in basically perfect condition, except for that one little transistor that had to be basically pushed back into place, I was very happy. Yeah, so we're really close, but we're really close the opposite way now. So now that we have the drivers, now we don't have the drives. So either we create a Twiggy replacement, a work-alike of some sort, and then hook that to it, or if someone actually happens to have one. I've recently heard of maybe one person over in Germany maybe that maybe has one, but yeah, we'll see someday if that can be put together. But yeah, I said the worst part of it all was basically, just losing a friend in the process. And then of course we find the drivers after he passes away.
Yeah.
But that was kind of neat, opening up those files and then passing them off to Robert, and then he validated them as well. And it's like, okay, I think we found them.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Like 40 years later.
So Josh asks a philosophical question. Is there really any utility to cloning a card that more or less doesn't exist for drives that more or less don't exist?
Nah, just because. That's good enough for me.
Yeah. A fun challenge.
Yes.
And it feels like a connection to history.
Well, yeah. And it's one of those things where there's maybe only two on the planet left that at least are publicly aware. Something that was never, I guess, supposed to exist, that does exist. All right.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Well, there is a Discord channel. So if other questions occur to people, the chat can continue in there. Thank you, Pedar, for being available for this, and behind the scenes re-recording when the first video didn't work.
Yes. This one came out much better.
It did. All right.
All right. Thank you all.
Yeah. Thanks. And okay, I guess there is like a 5-minute gap in the schedule. I think I'm gonna pause for just a couple minutes, and then we'll come back for what is essentially the last chunk here, the Apple II Forever Awards, and then the wrap up. So see you back here quite soon. Hello. Before we get to the Apple II Forever Awards, I'm gonna bring Andrew Rohan up to talk a little bit about a coming event as well. So let me do that. Did that work? I don't know if I can hear you. I cannot see you.
I am now talking. Can you hear me?
There we go. Perfect.
Yes. Hello. Hello, KansasFest. It's great to see you. I am waking up on a Monday morning while you're finishing your Sunday afternoon. So we've been a bit ahead. I haven't seen everything that's happened today because I was busy sleeping, but I trust everything has gone well, and it's been great to see all the sessions on Saturday that I followed very closely. I'm here to sort of announce that, if you haven't seen it already, that Oz K-Fest is running this year. It's an event very similar to KansasFest, but we run it in Australia. It's going to be happening in the state of New South Wales, 2 hours drive west of Sydney, in a small town called Portland, from October the 25th to the 29th of this coming year. And we expect to have lots and lots of Australian Apple II enthusiasts and perhaps some visitors. If any of you would like to join us, you're more than welcome. I'm not sure that we're going to be up for the technical challenge of streaming and participation in that way, but we will be making available the presentations afterwards. And if you would like to be a presenter, we're certainly welcoming all presentation submissions for presenting to the crowd that will be in attendance. So thank you for the opportunity to mention this, and congratulations to the KansasFest committee and for doing a wonderful job to get this under trying conditions for the live event, and this virtual event. Paul Hagstrom, Josh Malone, doing a wonderful job. Keep it up. Well done. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. All right. So now I guess we are at the point where we do the Apple II Forever Awards. So every year we recognize a handful of individuals who have outstanding contributions, ongoing contributions to building the Apple II and the Apple II community. And this year, the Apple III community as well. We call these the Apple II Forever Awards. And so these come with plaques that I don't physically have with me, but I'll go through and sort of name the awardees at least, and show you something like a mock-up of the plaques. So let me share this screen. Okay, so the first of the Apple II Forever Awards, which is this time an Apple III Forever Award, it goes to Wendell Sander for his invaluable contributions to both the early Apple hardware and the Apple III. We were delighted to be able to talk with him during this event, and so congratulations. I say congratulations to him, but really congratulations to us. It was great to have him here, and we appreciate it a lot. So so we will be sending these plaques off soon. They will look probably a little bit better than the mock-ups. The second Apple II, Apple III Forever Award goes to Bob Consorti for his tireless efforts to support the Apple III through software and hardware and print publications. Again, it was fantastic to have him share his stories with us, and so we appreciate that, and congratulations to all. The third Apple II, Apple III Forever goes to Dave Ottolini, also for his dedication to the Apple III community, his tireless efforts to preserve Apple III software and documentation, and general sort of promotion of the Apple III. So thank you for that, and we are happy to be able to present you with this. So the next two were not our featured speakers this year, but we would like to give an Apple II Forever Award to Martin Hay for his dedication to the Apple II community, his many years of service on the KansasFest committee, his always brilliant presentations, and very, very interesting things he contributed to the community. He was a big part of the KansasFest committee, and now that he's not on the committee, we can give him this award finally, although we miss him on the committee for sure. So thank you, Martin. And we will send this your direction. And the last is the Apple II Forever Award to Nick van Soektelen. This is the person responsible for creating the Apple Squeezer GS, which is a revolutionary new device for the GS. Another instance of supporting the community and moving the community forward with this device. So I'm sure we'll hear lots more about that, but we as a community and as KansasFest appreciate this and present the Apple II Forever Award. So so that there's that. If we'd been in person, this would be where there'd be applause. But thank you, everybody, all the awardees and all the people who made the awarding of this possible. Okay, so I guess maybe we're already at the point of wrapping up. So I seem to be the one on the screen here. So, but just because I've been on the screen does not mean that I made this thing entirely happen. The committee did a huge amount of work both in Kansas City last week and here. So Andy Malloy, Javier Rivera, Chris Torrance, Kate Skotnicki, I am never Kat, Kirk Mitchell, Peter Neubauer, Sean Fahey, our president, and James Littlejohn, all were a huge help through some pretty tightly timed moments in the background here. So I see Chris has joined us. Would you like to share the screen?
Sure.
Okay, let me bring you in here. But yeah, so now I don't know if I'm on screen. This is the last point I lose the ability to run Zoom.
No, you're definitely on the screen. I don't know what was said. I just joined. I'm actually visiting my in-laws in California, so it's been hit or miss. But I mean, Paul, I really want to thank you for all of your hard work on A2 Forever, the virtual KansasFest. I think while all of us, the rest of the committee was kind of planning and working on the in-person KansasFest, you along with Andy Malloy did definitely the lion's share of the work for the virtual, especially getting all of the talks ready. I mean, you literally had about a 5-day turnaround for all of the talks that were recorded. And, apologies for all of the panning that we were doing on you and the audio dropping in and out. And that was not an easy task. So thank you for doing all of that. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Also, I should mention, a couple of the things I should mention. I forgot to mention in our list of committee members, Tony Diaz, who is a committee member in perpetuity. So, and also Josh Malone has been a big help, not on the committee, but has been a big help with the intermission videos. Dan Henderson submitted a bunch of those. So it was a big team effort. Peter, who is, I think, on a plane now, and everybody's sort of scattered and busy, but really saved our bacon at the beginning. So thank you, and thank you everybody for coming. I think this it shows just how much there is still to do here. I mean, there's so much new stuff. It was hard to fit it in 2 days. We didn't really. So. Okay, so I guess I will sign off. The Discord will be, I'm pointing at my iPad where the Discord lives, but the Discord will be, available. You can continue to, party late into the night. But I think I will turn off the Zoom webinar here. And thanks again to everyone for joining us.